Arizona's Superstition Mountains have been a magnet for generations of adventurers and treasure hunters. Many who come to the mountains seeking riches never return. In 1860, a miner called the Dutchman staggered out of the mountains more dead than alive. Something had kept him going when others would have given up. He had been tortured by Indians and seen his partner murdered. For days, he had traveled alone under the blazing sun. What was the secret that gave him the strength to survive? It was treasure, great nuggets of gold. The Dutchman said he'd found a mine full of it. He would never be strong enough to go back for more, however, and the secret of the mine's location went with him to the grave. The rugged and barren Superstition Mountains are sacred to Apache Indians. They say the thunder god lives here in a gold-filled cave. To trespass in the hallowed cave is to activate a terrible curse. The Apache believe that only they can travel safely through the superstitions.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Search for treasure in the Superstition Mountains begins at Weaver's Needle. The remnant of an ancient volcano, it has become a beacon for adventurers. Some treasure hunters believe the megalith marks the center of a magic circle that contains the untold wealth of a lost civilization. Long before magic powers were attributed to the area, Spain's conquistadors penetrated the mountains searching for the legendary kingdom of Cibola. They believed Cibola was composed of 7 cities made from pure gold. The Spaniards even resorted to torture to pry information from the natives. The Apache has always related differently to the superstitions. They only say the mountains hide a sacred cave protected by a curse, guarded by rattlesnakes, charged with lightning bolts. Some say the Dutchman tore his treasure from the walls of the secret Apache cave. The Dutchman did claim that his partner was murdered. Perhaps it was an act of Apache vengeance. Gold has always inspired some men to acts of violence and great sacrifice. Ancients thought the metal had magic powers, that gold harnessed the energy of the sun. For centuries, alchemists tried to create gold in their crucibles. The secret always eluded them. Today we know that gold is one of nature's basic elements. It can't be broken down into any simpler substance, nor will it readily combine with another element. Thus, gold endures for all time to be sought after and measured out as the universal symbol of wealth. Since the Dutchman staggered out of the mountains with his sack of gold nuggets, no significant strike has been made in the superstitions. Yet the seekers keep coming, in spite of the lack of evidence, the harshness of the country, and the history of tragedy for those who've come before. It's an obsession, seemingly shared by most gold hunters. Some look for lost mines, like the Dutchman's. Others are after the legendary vein of pure gold, flowing like a river of yellow metal from the planet's molten core. This they call the Mother Lode. Once, prospectors had only intuition and simple tools to pursue their quest. Now they have metal detectors and Geiger counters. Intuition still plays a big part. Pat Bowl is a retired science professor, recently turned prospector. His intuition paid off with an offer of $15,000 for an unusual sample of gold-bearing rock.
I got $13,900 this spring when I sold it, gave some to the government, and ended up with $9,000 for 20 minutes work with a pick. This will make a prospector out of anybody.
Pat Bowl may never find the vein of pure gold, but he has that fever now called the gold bug. It has driven other men to chip, blast, and burrow in the earth, searching for the ultimate source. The stampede that follows a strike is called a gold rush. In 1878, a rush hit Bodie, California like a flash flood. Known only as a place where miners could occasionally scrape out enough ore to live on, Bodie suddenly became a boom town, producing $200,000 a month in gold bullion. The town grew from a 3-family prospector camp to a thriving community of 800 buildings and 10,000 people almost instantly. Two years after it began, the boom was over. A year later, the town was nearly empty. How often this phenomenon occurred across the gold fields isn't known for sure. No one remembers what happened to camps like Sucker Town, Gauge Eye, Red Dog, and Hardtack. The gold didn't last long enough for them to have a past, much less a future. Today, many treasure hunters hear echoes of the gold rush and believe any one of 1,000 tunnels that perforate the western mountains could tap the mother lode, or the Lost Dutchman's mine. While preparing his book on the Dutchman legend, Robert Blair studied gold miners and dreamers. He concludes that without mineral evidence, miners wouldn't search the superstitions for gold. Dreamers, however, might.
I suppose people go looking for the Lost Dutchman for their own reasons. I can only speculate what those reasons are, but I think that a great many of these people who search in such an unpromising location for gold as the superstitions are going more for the adventure than they are for any serious expectation of finding a rich gold mine. I think they're going for their own reasons as far as their own psychology is concerned, but perhaps it's an acting out of fantasy. It's one of the few places in the United States today which is unchanged. It's a wilderness area. There are no motor vehicles in there. It's almost like the old Wild West, when men went in with guns, fought it out among themselves, looking for a lost mine. Maybe the threat of Apaches is in the minds of some of these men. Maybe the man finds that when he's in the mountains that he becomes another person. He becomes more manly. The machismo effect may be working in the minds of those men who dig so endlessly in the superstitions and so fruitlessly. In 1931, an event took place which focused national attention on the superstitions. And this, apparently, is what has preserved the legend to this day.
On a scorching summer day, a retired Washington bureaucrat, Adolph Ruth, rode into the superstitions. Carrying maps he believed would pinpoint the Lost Dutchman mine, he struck out for Weaver's Needle. A 66-year-old greenhorn, Ruth had no idea of the danger he faced. He'd spoken freely about his maps, saying he was confident they were genuine. Ruth seemed oblivious to the temptation his maps represented. Six months from the day he set out with his cowboy guides, an archaeological party would find Ruth's skull. News of Ruth's mysterious death would not discourage others from trying. Hundreds would come to the superstitions looking for the now famous Dutchman mine. Like Ruth, many would find only tragedy. The superstitions have claimed hundreds of lives. Every year, the toll climbs. Some perish from too much sun and lack of water. Some die violently and mysteriously. Sightseers usually seek out an experienced guide for survival. Treasure hunters, however, only want help to reach a specific point. For many who go on alone, packmaster and guide Jerry Crader is the last man they will ever see.
I've been running a packing business in this country with my brother since 1968, 69. We pack prospectors, tourists, sightseers, but a large end of the business is packing prospectors that are searching for the lost Dutchman. We don't pack as many prospectors as we do treasure seekers. There's a big difference between treasure seekers and prospectors. Prospectors are looking for a vein, a clue in the mineral, and treasure seekers are operating from some map they picked up in a bar or something that their great uncle handed down to them, but they're looking for clues. Dutchman hunters come from all walks of life, all parts of the country. You have very wealthy men. You have the fellow that hocked his mother's watch to rent a horse and get in here. And if they have a common denominator, it'd be the same one that a religious fanatic has. They believe.
The chances of making a gold strike only based on mineral evidence are 10,000 to 1. Some hedge their bet. They look for gold in the rock and in legend too. Jay Heston is a prospector and gold miner. He claims no bonanzas, but he has found gold.
One day I thought I would look into the Lost Dutchman mine down in Arizona. But the more I looked, the more I realized I was looking for adventure or something to do more than I was looking for a mine. I don't think there's a mine there at all. I think maybe somebody may have left off some treasure at one time or another, but I think it's long since lost.
With his lucky walking stick, he scours the West looking for more, a tedious and often dangerous venture. Since large gold deposits seldom lie on the surface, prospectors often use dynamite to blast out rock samples. More lost limbs and broken bodies can be attributed to accidents with dynamite than any other peril the prospector faces. Prospectors may shoot thousands of holes without hitting a rich vein of gold ore. Pockmarked with prospectors' holes, parts of the mountains look like the beachhead at Normandy on D-Day.
If your intuition is right, if your luck is right, you sometimes pick up some gold. You're always looking for something better than what you've got. The astrologers say that gold is related to the sun. Maybe we're looking for that. Well, I'd never seen gold in the rock before I came here. And you take a rock off of a piece of property you bought, and you break it up, and you swirl the water around in a pan, and you see gold, and there's something fascinating about it.
Weaver's Needle is synonymous with the glint of gold for those who go in search of the lost Dutchman mine. The quest inevitably leads to the Apache Indians.
Sometimes Superstition Mountain, the way the Apache talks about it, sort of remind me of a place in Florida where the astronauts take off to go to outer space, because there's a place to go where you take off to the other world.
Philip Cassador is a traditional Apache in a modern world. He has spent most of his life studying the ways of his people. is also a medicine man with deep knowledge of ancient Apache ritual and mythology.
To the Apache, I think the Lost Dutchman's mine has two different stories about it. One is what the white men tell, and one what the Apache tells. I think there's Apache, when they talk about it, I think they talk about the secret cave. And in that secret cave is a Lost Dutchman's mine.
The mountain spirit dance celebrates the Earth's creation. Apaches say the mountain spirits protect the superstitions, and any violence or tragedy attributed to the Apaches is really the work of the spirits who live in the sacred cave.
The Apache secret cave is a very secret cave. It's a very difficult thing to get inside of it, you know, because at one side, at the entrance, there's a female rattlesnake, and on one side there's a male rattlesnake. And there's two cups, you know, that's made out of abalone shell, one for a female and one for a male. And to get inside of it, you have to have the blue stone and the white stone. The white stone, if you're a female. And then you put it into the abalone shell, and then the rattlesnake will come apart, and then you can go in there in that secret cave. Non-Indian people that go up there, they don't carry the blue stone, and they don't know the prayer that the Apache pray before they go into that mountain. And the prayer is only made for the Apache, and that mountain is set there for a purpose, and that purpose is for Apache. And so if they go in there without these kind of things, it can change your whole body and soul, your mind and everything, because you touch something that it should not be touched.
How the Dutchman's mine and the sacred cave became entwined is a mystery to the Apache. They maintain, however, that looking for gold is no excuse for violating the cave. Mysteries are Glenn McGill's business. He's a private detective in Oklahoma City. Patience and attention to detail are the virtues of his trade. McGill believes with the right techniques that any mystery can be solved, including the whereabouts of the Lost Dutchman mine.
The Lost Dutchman mine is a different world altogether. It's out of character for us who are in the investigation business to get involved in this sort of thing. Far out, as you might say.
In 1963, a group of Denver attorneys hired McGill to find the mine. With conviction and a spirit of adventure, he took the case. McGill thinks he found the mine in 1966, but not the vein of gold. In the fall of 1976, an amateur photographer documented McGill's 49th expedition into the superstitions. McGill admits spending thousands of dollars, as well as sacrificing family relations and business gains during his 14-year search for the gold. He is confident that he now knows where the gold is and believes the payoff will match the sacrifice.
Things come into focus at this very specific spot in the Superstition Mountains. The maps, the legend, the statements, the witnesses, our investigation, the evidence all comes together at one spot, and that's where we're digging. If our estimates are right, and we believe that they are, then the mine itself is composed of a vein of gold that is over 18 miles long.
McGill also believes the mine carries a curse that may be influencing his life.
It's no doubt taken some tolls upon me and my family and some of my very close friends. You might even say that it's been responsible for shortening my life to some degree. I'm not in the best of health today as I was when I first started this investigation.
Whether there is magic in Weaver's needle or not, it will undoubtedly remain the lodestone for new generations of seekers. The Dutchman said he found gold there. If it happened once, it could happen again. Dutchman hunters have never been popular among the Apaches, who still regard the Superstition Mountains as sacred. The environmentalists don't like gold seekers either. They want to preserve the mountain as a wilderness area. The Apaches and the environmentalists have won their case in Congress. In 1984, the Superstition Mountains will be off limits to treasure hunters and prospectors. Passing a law is one thing, banishing a dream is another. The dream is constantly being revived by stories like the one told by prospector Milt Rose.
I talked to 3 men who were with the Dutchman when he died and helped draw the map that he drew. They drew me a map of this thing and put all the names and things on it that should be there. And then I went to look for it from there and found it. And there was gold there, and I got about $18,000 out of a pocket, which it proved to be, and it didn't last very long. The Lost Dutchman mine has no relation to the Superstitions or to the Weaver's Needle. It is in the Four Peaks country at about 4,800 feet in a big canyon.
My personal feeling about the Lost Dutchman mine is that there's more gold in my back teeth than there is in this whole range of mountains. And I just don't believe it's here. I've packed them in for 10 years and have yet to pack a ore sample out.
Even if you ground up the Superstition Mountains and ran them through a sieve and found not 1 ounce of gold, there are those who would say you should have dug a foot down deeper and you would have found the real gold.
People dream. They hear these stories and they're greedy. They think that God meant them to find this gold and reserved it for them, and they're going to go and find it, so they go in there by the thousands. There was over 10,000 people from 1878 to 1891 in the Superstitions before the Dutchman died and left his legend.
France, 1760. The Wonder Man of Europe runs for his life. No records exist of his birth, death, or true identity. He was considered a genius in art, music, politics, and alchemy. Although he looked 40, many believed he was at least 150 years old. He called himself the Count of Saint-Germain. Others called him the man who would not die. There are people in contemporary America who believe that Saint-Germain is very much with us. Although he was most prominent 200 years ago, they believe he has never died and never will.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The court at Versailles in 1757 rides the last great crest of regal splendor before the French Revolution. Embroiled in a bitter war with England, King Louis XV still plays host to the leading thinkers and doers of Europe. the Count of Saint-Germain is welcomed as a man of wealth and obvious breeding. A brilliant violinist, he conducts entire symphonies without referring to written music. He is also a talented painter, and his descriptions of ancient history cause listeners to believe that he experienced the events himself. In recreations based on actual memoirs, Saint-Germain fascinates the elite of France, including Voltaire, Madame Pompadour, and especially King Louis.
I liked and admired the man. In his way, he was brilliant, a scientist and a historian. He amused and astounded me. Why, once he removed a large flaw from this very beautiful diamond and tripled its worth. I set him up in a laboratory at the Trianon. He used to teach me chemistry. He even said I had a natural aptitude for it.
During years spent in India, Saint-Germain supposedly learned how to remove flaws from diamonds and change base metals to gold. It was written that he performed both feats often enough to dissuade doubters. Skilled as a chemist, it was also rumored that he possessed a magic elixir of life. Saint-Germain neither confirmed nor denied anything said about him. How old was he? 100? 200? 2,000 years? He either smiled or responded with cheerful evasiveness. He spoke at least a dozen languages so fluently that in any country he visited, he was accepted as a native. But where was he actually from? Portugal, Egypt, Atlantis? The fog-shrouded Carpathian mountains of Transylvania have hidden many legendary figures. One might have been Saint-Germain as a small boy. When Prince Franz Rákóczi lost control of Hungary, his two older sons were placed under house arrest in Vienna. His third son, possibly Saint-Germain, traveled secretly from Transylvania to Florence and the protection of the House of Medici. If this story, one of so many, is true, it would explain Saint-Germain's extraordinary education and appreciation of fine art. According to memoirs, the Count was slim, well-proportioned, and of medium height. His features were pleasant, and his eyes possessed a great fascination. Those who looked into them were profoundly influenced. His sense of humor and courtly manner made him especially attractive to women. Among them, King Louis's mistress, Madame Pompadour.
He was a truly delightful person, and he knew all of the European languages. And he was very entertaining. The king, you know, is easily bored, but never by Saint-Germain. And yet there was a mystery to him. Nobody knew where he came from or his true identity. And there was a strangeness. Some of my very elderly friends at court said they had known him for 50 years, and yet he never seemed to age. If he had a magic elixir of life, I wish he had given some to me.
Casanova, the Italian opportunist, resented his rival's success.
Saint-Germain is a charlatan and an impostor. He thinks he's a prodigy in everything. Oh, he's very clever. And with his tricks, he has the capability to amuse. He can make the women admire him. But then, I know something of the ladies myself. One very mysterious thing. In all of the banquets we have attended together, I have never seen him eat one morsel of food.
While his peers gorged at banquets, Saint-Germain dined alone on light portions of cereal, vegetables, and the white meat of chicken. Was this his secret for long life? Small, balanced meals? Voltaire, France's aging intellectual, expressed great admiration for Saint-Germain.
He is a very learned man and a Freemason. His knowledge of history is so extraordinary, it makes one believe he lived through the events himself. One could believe it would take more than one lifetime to absorb so much knowledge. Thus, the man must be immortal.
He was so knowledgeable in politics and history that I used to send him on secret missions to make peace with England, but that was my mistake. I went over the head of my foreign minister, who naturally was furious. Of course, I had to pretend that I knew nothing of the affair. Choiseul was going to arrest him, but he escaped and disappeared.
Envious of Saint-Germain's influence on the king, Choiseul, Louis's foreign minister, ordered him arrested and shot as an English spy. Choiseul circulated vicious rumors throughout Europe, claiming that Saint-Germain was a Portuguese of questionable parentage who married for money in Mexico and absconded to Turkey with his wife's jewels. Saint-Germain escaped to the English Channel and crossed safely to London. However, Choiseul's ugly stories followed him wherever he wandered, even to Russia. In St. Petersburg, Saint-Germain joined a conspiracy to overthrow Tsar Peter in 1762. His battlefield strategies brought victory to the forces of Catherine the Great. Once enthroned, the new queen rewarded him with the title General Well Done. The legend of the brilliant count preceded him to the distinguished courts and drawing rooms of Europe. Wherever he traveled, Saint-Germain was welcomed as a scholar, a scientist, and raconteur. Most of his activities were shrouded in mystery, but it is known that he formed secret societies dealing with the occult and warned the crowned heads of many nations that the collapse of the French monarchy would eventually doom them as well. His one known manuscript, the Most Holy Trinisophia, written in a combination of modern languages and ancient hieroglyphics, is considered a classic of occult literature. The final years of Saint-Germain's known life were spent in Hesse-Kassel, Germany. He divided his time between experiments in alchemy and meetings of his secret societies. Few people knew Saint-Germain as well as Prince Charles, his last known confidant and benefactor. In 1784, word spread across Europe that Saint-Germain lay mortally ill in the castle of Prince Charles.
I was privileged to be a very good friend of Saint-Germain. In fact, he spent his last years here in this very castle. Some time before he died, he confided in me his true identity. He was the third son of Prince Franz Leopold Rákóczi of Transylvania. When the Austro-Hungarian Empire absorbed his enormous estates, he spirited his third son away to Italy, where he was looked after and brought up by the Medici family and attended the University of Siena. This, of course, was one of the reasons for his very charming demeanor, his aristocratic bearing, his wealth, and his great knowledge. Unfortunately, he died here in this castle.
Did Prince Charles attend the funeral?
No. Now you come to mention it, I didn't. I was away at the time.
There are no records of Saint-Germain's burial. 10 years later, he was sighted in Paris at the height of the French Revolution. Sightings continued well into the 19th century, and for some, continued today. Elizabeth Clare Prophet, leader of the Church Universal and Triumphant in Pasadena, California, believes that Saint-Germain speaks to the world through her.
Who was Saint-Germain is really a very important question for America and for freedom-loving peoples in every nation today. Saint-Germain has embodied again and again over many centuries, as we all have, Our souls continue to evolve and to experience on earth until we perfect our own individual calling. Back in the days of Atlantis, Saint Germain figures as a priest after the order of Melchizedek. He was tending the flame of freedom in an ancient temple. Word came to him from his teacher that the continent would sink, and he was told to travel from the continent by ship to go to Europe in what is now the area of Transylvania, in the Transylvanian foothills, to plant the flame of freedom. Transylvania was in Hungary and is now in Romania. Saint Germain did this, and the placing of that flame of freedom there was the beginning of the House of Rákóczi, the royal house of Hungary.
According to Mrs. Prophet, this is just the beginning of a series of fantastic lives. Elizabeth Clare Prophet believes that Saint Germain has appeared on earth at key moments in history.
After the ascension of Jesus Christ, Joseph of Arimathea traveled by ship to the British Isles with the cup used at the Last Supper. That cup became the spiritual force field for the Knights of the Round Table, the coming of Arthur. In that episode, Saint Germain incarnated as Merlin the magician. Again, the alchemist, again, the great prophet and seer, the spiritual power behind the throne. He gives the vision to Camelot. And so that focus in England begins the opportunity for Saint Germain to bring the teachings of Christ to the New World. And so he incarnates as none other than Christopher Columbus. The master Saint Germain arrived at the New World at San Salvador, very near the ancient retreat of Atlantis, which had sunk when Atlantis went down 12,000 years earlier. Saint Germain then ascended, and he went forth as the immortal, very closely connected with the courts of Europe. A book has been written about him based on the diaries of Madame d'Adhémar. And this book contains the record of the Wonder Man of Europe as he appeared and disappeared throughout the courts of Europe over a period continuously over 200 years. He astonished those around him. He appeared youthful. He wore diamonds on every finger. He precipitated jewels. But his main mission was to warn the heads of state of the coming cataclysm that ensued in the French Revolution. All that he predicted came to pass. Still having the desire to form a United States of Europe, he contacted Napoleon to form that unity. But the power transferred to Napoleon, Napoleon misused. He went power mad, and instead, he met his Waterloo.
Dr. Peter Ryle, professor of European history at UCLA, holds a different viewpoint.
I think Saint-Germain was a typical adventurer of the 18th century. He was a man similar to Casanova, similar to Cagliostro, similar to a whole slew of men who populated the last half of the 18th century, plying the trade of mystical religion, pseudoscience in an attempt to milk as much money as they could from the rich, the wealthy, and the gullible.
Dr. Manuel Oderberg of the Theosophical Society.
I feel personally that Saint-Germain was one of a number of highly trained people who seemed to come before mankind or in different countries from time to time to restate certain ethical principles. He had universal ideas about humanity per se rather than any one particular country. And secondly, that he himself in his own personal life was pitched to what I might call unselfishness.
People like Saint-Germain and Cagliostro could come in and partly use the scientific ideas that were floating about and partly accept them, because they were not totally phonies. I'm not trying to say that. What they really were people who read a little of this and a little of that, took the latest scientific statements, and also made a great deal of money out of it, or at least as much money as they could.
At that time, then, he turned his attention to the United States, where he had already been working behind the scenes with George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, in actually preparing the Constitution of the United States and inspiring that declaration, as well as the revolution, the freedom of those independent colonies. Just at the moment of indecision, at precisely 5 o'clock, July 4th, 1776, Saint Germain appeared on the balcony. The doors remained locked, but he appeared. He gave an impassioned speech to the delegates, and he told them to sign that document. And the energy that he released was so intense that immediately they coalesced, and they all signed the document, beginning with John Hancock.
As to the length of Saint Germain's life, once again, the experts disagree.
Saint-Germain's supposed longevity is again a traditional ploy used by people who claim to be magicians or alchemists to prove that they have discovered the magic elixir of life. The fact of not eating in public, I think, is a very, very, very intelligent ploy of showing that somehow you ingest different types of foods as normal human beings do.
There was a rumor that he had died in 1784, but there are memoirs by the Comtesse d'Ardema, the French lady-in-waiting to Marie Antoinette, indicating that he was seen after 1784, and in fact for some years afterwards. So what I really meant was that it wasn't a fact that he had died in 1784.
Saint Germain, Saint Germain, Saint Germain. All hail the Knight Commander, all hail Saint Germain. Saint Germain, Saint Germain.
During Saturday evening church services in Pasadena, Elizabeth Clare Prophet claims that Saint Germain speaks to his followers through her.
All hail Saint Germain.
I am the keeper of the flame of freedom for every nation. Saint Germain, you have called me, and Uncle Sam. I am he, and I am here. I am in the flame of the holy science, and of that religion which is yours to claim. Yes, I come, a believer and a teacher of the law of reincarnation. The law of the coming again and again of the soul is your cosmic justice. It is that cause of freedom whereby you understand that the goal and the calling of America and every true free nation is to lead mankind into that way of higher consciousness. This is my mantra, which I give to you. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desired. Hail Saint Germain! 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 Hail Saint Germain!
Evidence recently discovered in the library of the British Museum indicates that Saint Germain might well have been the lost third son of Prince Rákóczi, born in Transylvania in 1694. If he died in Germany in 1784, he lived 90 years. The average life expectancy in the 18th century was 35 years. 50 was a ripe old age. 90 was forever. We can account for those 90 years with a reasonable amount of confidence. Saint Germain's lives before and after that, however, are a matter of faith. rivers of molten rock seethe beneath the Earth's crust and erupt with unmatched, awe-inspiring fury. Legend tells us that primitive man thought volcanoes must surely be the home of angry fire gods. Man, still in awe of fire, has learned to tame it. And yet around the world, a bizarre ritual persists. Man knowingly and willingly matches himself against the flames. Practiced in diverse cultures, embodied in several religions, the mysterious and ancient custom of fire walking has intrigued observers for hundreds of years. Two puzzling questions remain unanswered through the centuries. How did the custom originate, and what protects the firewalkers from being burned? In a mountain village in northern Spain, a bed of fire has been prepared. Here, once each year, men bravely face the fire and cross it successfully. Outsiders, they say, are severely burned. What special powers guide these men on their perilous walk?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
With awesome force and brutality, fire destroys all in its way. But historically, fire has also been a creative force, the bringer of warmth, comfort, security. Our early ancestors learned to use fire about 400,000 years ago. Imagine the first brave soul who approached the forest fire or volcano and captured the fearful, awesome giant. Suddenly, light and warmth were his, and with it, an easier, more settled life. But it would be many thousands of years before man would learn to make fire at will. This seemingly simple discovery marked the birth of civilization. When and where man began to walk on fire, perhaps to demonstrate his mastery over it, is unknown. In literature, we find fire walking in the Bible and in Hindu records of the 6th century before Christ. It's likely the custom started far earlier. In the modern world, fire walking is surprisingly widespread. It crosses continental boundaries, cultural and religious heritage. There seems to be at least one common denominator that underlies all fire walking rituals. A firewalker is considered successful only if he emerges unburned, unscarred. How this is done is a mystery that has puzzled observers for centuries. I can keep my skin next to this flame for less than a second before I feel pain. A second or two longer, the skin would turn red and blister. Yet most firewalkers are in contact with searingly hot coals for much longer than I could possibly keep my finger in this flame. They seem to be able to turn off the physiological mechanism that causes burning. But how? Although some skeptics may claim there's a trick involved, a more convincing argument comes from experts investigating the powers of the mind.
I have spent 18 months in India, Burma, and parts of Tibet, and I've observed firewalking on 2 separate occasions.
Psychologist Sidney Walter is president of the California State Hypnosis Association.
And I'm fairly convinced, even though there's arguments pro and con, that's a total state of disassociation. Disassociation simply means that a person allows himself to feel that he is somewhere else. Now look to your left there and notice that bowl of ice water with ice cubes floating in it. Place your left hand in it and tell me if you feel it's cold or whatever you feel.
It's freezing.
Now I know from our talks previously you enjoy the beach at Nice where you spend some time. You're going to completely disassociate yourself from this place and time. You're now at Nice, on the beach. Just let go, let go. No responsibilities, no obligations, no demands upon you. Disassociate yourself completely. No matter what I do, hold your hand and place it in water, whatever it is.
After inducing a light hypnotic state, Dr. Walter helps his subject to disassociate.
Concentrating on the beach scene, your hands very limp. Concentrate on the beach scene. Keep concentrating on the beach scene. Concentrate on the beach scene. Keep concentrating on that beach scene. You feel very good.
Under normal circumstances, the ice water would be tolerable for merely a few seconds.
Totally disassociate now. You're at the beach.
Gerard feels no discomfort whatsoever. His disassociation has turned off the experience of pain.
To letter E. To letter E, you could open your eyes, feeling very, very relaxed and comfortable. A, B, you are very comfortable. C, D, and E. You could open your eyes now. How's the water now, Gerard?
It's cold. Still has ice cubes in it.
I believe strongly that a person could withstand tremendous discomfort and pain if they have absolute belief they're comfortable, and I believe they could experience tremendous torment and pain if they have absolute belief they have it, even though it's not present. An absolute belief, an unquestionable belief, to me, is definitely a state of self-hypnosis.
Can self-hypnosis, however, actually prevent burns and blisters? The remote village of San Pedro Manrique lies nestled in the hills of northwestern Spain. Here, each June, a dramatic nighttime fire walk is the highlight of a festival honoring a Catholic saint. Tonight, in response to a vow made to the Virgin, many of these young villagers will attempt to cross the blazing coals. The day-long festivities of St. John's Day are filled with both Christian and pre-Christian symbolism. The headdresses of bread in the shape of trees remind some anthropologists of the summer solstice fertility rites of pagan Europe. These ancient rites also included the building of bonfires and leaping through the flames. With the coming of Christianity to Spain, the name of the solstice celebration here was changed to St. John's Day. Firewalking occurs nowhere else in Europe except the Basque provinces of Spain and France, and in the mountains of Macedonia in Greece. And then it is night. The fire can now be made ready. Enthusiastic crowds pour into the plaza. Excitement and anticipation fill the night air. The fire bed is now searingly hot, in excess of 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 times the heat necessary to boil water. No one knows who will be the first to walk. Once he is chosen, a sense of danger, expectancy, grips onlookers and firewalkers alike. His success raises the spirits of those who will follow, though each faces the same danger. The Spanish firewalkers believe that the extra weight of a rider helps ensure success. But these deeply religious people firmly believe it is faith that actually protects them. If intense belief does induce a state of self-hypnosis, it is possible that this could bring about physiological changes and prevent burning. But there are those who believe the real answer lies in an even more mysterious realm of the human mind. India, land of ancient mysticism. It is to Eastern thought that many feel we must turn to solve the mystery of how man can walk on fire.
In yoga, we can very definitely experience the existence of what we call the energy body.
Ganja White is director of the Los Angeles Center for Yoga. He has achieved the title Yogi Raj, King of Yogis, and has personally walked the fire.
We are not just this physical body. There are subtler and subtler energy forms animating the body, both physiologically speaking and psychically speaking. And the energy body itself corresponds actually physically to the shape of the physical body. And when walking on fire, what happens is this energy projects itself beyond the physical body for perhaps an inch, creating sort of an insulating effect between the body and the hot, burning hot coals. And this protects one from injury.
A special technique called Kirlian photography has enabled some investigators to photograph this energy, which is invisible to the naked eye. The aura or glow surrounding the finger is believed to be formed by the energy emitted from the body. Although the naked eye may be unable to see the energy, it is believed its powers can be easily demonstrated. Using 2 fingers each, the 4 people are unable to lift the 200-pound man. But according to yogic theory, this placement of the hands will awaken the energy bodies of all 5 people and bring them into alignment like a magnet, thereby increasing strength.
Quickly, 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 now lift.
Nice, that was the best one.
That was really good. Wow. I know there's no trick involved. It works. How exactly it works is something we'll discover as we develop these new sciences.
While Western scientists search for answers with special cameras, the Hindu firewalkers are satisfied that the true answer lies in faith. If one has sufficient faith in the god or goddess, one will be protected from burning. To the island of Bali in Indonesia, many elements of Hindu religion were brought by early migrants from India. In India, this man might be called a yogi. Here he is called a shaman, a priest. Many similarities exist between firewalking here and in India, except for the coconut husks, which replace wood as the source of the fire. When illness strikes, the shaman will use his special powers to exorcise the disease from the village. This centuries-old rite requires that the shaman go into a deep trance. Trance states are a vital part of Balinese culture and religion. A whole repertoire of animal trances exists. In this ritual, the shaman carries a symbolic horse. The Balinese believe that the entranced man has literally become the horse. His own soul has temporarily left his body to be replaced by the soul of the horse. He has made a vow to the Hindu fire god Brahma. Only if he fulfills his vow to stamp out each blazing coal without being burned will the ritual be a success. Although after a time his feet become blackened from the charcoal, he remains totally unharmed. The last coal has died, his magical powers have prevailed, his vow has been fulfilled.
There has got to be some kinds of explanations that have to do with another science, certainly nothing that we know about. And I think that other science is in the area of parapsychology.
Dr. Gerald Feigen is a well-established San Francisco surgeon. Several years ago, while on a trip to the South Pacific, he participated in a firewalk ceremony.
My feelings prior to the firewalk and during the 6 hours of preparation were rather kaleidoscopic. They go in and out into the occult, back to science. My background in science naturally would make me cautious and make me want to understand what was going to happen in this thing.
Traditionally, in Polynesia, the rocks are heated for 2 full days. When ready, the 1,000-degree heat can be felt several yards away.
I was standing away from the firewalk about 10 or 15 feet and watching the natives make their walk across. It seemed to me that the whole performance was extremely eloquent. Now, this is where I began to succumb to the entire metaphysical mood. In that silence, you could almost feel the eloquence of this dignified act of defiance, as if to defy all the great forces that have made man feel somewhat smaller than God. Things like volcanoes and rivers and mountains and so forth. And as they walked across, I began to feel that it was possible. I found myself bending down, taking off my socks, walking over to the priest, and I was conscious of a peculiar paradox. There was an intense heat from my knees upward, but my legs and feet felt cool. And when I stepped off the bed, for that moment I felt that I had had a brief challenge, not only by the mystic and striking forces of the universe, but also there was a slight tipping of the hat to death.
What compels man to tempt death by braving the savage fire? The answer may well be as old as mankind itself. According to legend, fire walking in ancient times was practiced even more extensively than it is today. But no legend reveals the answer to the ultimate mystery. How and when did this bizarre custom begin? What could have compelled so many people at such far reaches of the world to pit themselves against one of nature's most awesome and terrifying elements? Although a definitive answer may never be found, there is a startling piece of evidence that points to a radical new explanation. A careful study of the locations where fire walking is done reveals an amazing correlation to the Earth's volcanic zones. Perhaps long before recorded history, and so long ago in geologic time that the geologic record has been buried, a cataclysmic eruption covered much of the Earth's surface with molten lava, killing thousands, if not millions of people. Imagine the awesome panic of our ancestors trying to outrun the advancing fire, watching bodies disappear forever beneath the seething fury. To those who survived, managing to cross the lava safely, this must have seemed the world's greatest miracle. The gods of the fire mountains had spared them. In thanks, and as an expression of their devotion, the miracle would be reenacted ceremonially down over the centuries. The story passed along from parent to child, but a story from so far out of the past that its original meaning has been lost for all time, except in the hearts of men. Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In search of cameras are traveling the world, seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians. The heart of an average human being beats 72 times a minute. These, however, are not ordinary human beings. They are the Mayans. Their hearts beat only 50 times a minute. Their teeth do not decay. Their skull cavities are different from any other human beings. They are the descendants of an extraordinary people who long ago created an astonishing civilization. Then they vanished. Where did they come from? Why did their civilization flourish, then disappear? This ancient observatory suggests a knowledge of astronomy that rivals anything we know today. Yet it was built more than 1,000 years ago. Who designed it? Where did they get their knowledge? Most puzzling of all, where did they go?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The biblical story of Genesis and the theory of evolution agree. In the beginning, out of the void came light, the great creative force. Eventually, light separated from darkness, becoming the first day. And from this great expanse, the sky was created and dry land emerged from the deep. Earth, the great mother, giving birth to all kinds of vegetation, the marsh and mud landscape was transformed into mountains and lakes. Finally, the expanse of sky was filled with lights, separating day from night. The movement of the stars marked the passage of time, the recurring cycles of the days, the seasons, the years. The waters brought forth life. Swarms of living creatures filled the seas. Birds and other winged life filled the skies. All sorts of beasts and crawling things populated the land. It was into this setting that mankind was born. Living simply at first, mankind grappled with the problems of survival, seeking warmth and the guidance of the stars. Building only the simplest of shelters against the elements. In most cases, civilization developed slowly, but there appears to be an exception. Deep within the jungles of Mexico and Guatemala, a culture emerged unlike any other. At Tikal, the sacred heart of the Mayan world, pyramids stand as ancient links between earth and sky. Why did this ancient people build such elaborate ceremonial complexes? Pre-Columbian scholar and poet Al Urista believes the Maya to be the oldest culture in the world.
The pyramids that these people built were centers of learning. They were places where men and women were to become creators, masters of energy, masters of matter and energy. People who would learn in those centers how to transform matter and energy. They were also initiatory chambers, not open to everybody. These secret societies were dedicated to the study of astronomy based on mathematics.
No evidence has been found to explain the Mayan advances in astronomy and mathematics. The silent sentinels they left behind indicate only the methods they used to mark the passage of time. They could easily compute the exact day of the week a given date would fall 400 million years later. Ancient Mayans devised a unique numbering system. They used dots to signify 1, bars for 5, and a simple stylized shell for 0. Thus, they anticipated our decimal system by thousands of years. In 1947, Giles Healy made an extraordinary discovery. In a small temple in a seemingly unimportant religious center called Bonampak, Healy found a gold mine of information about Mayan ceremonial life. In 3 small chambers, he uncovered a series of exquisite murals documenting the pageantry of a 1,000-year-old religion. The murals tell of a grand processional of music and masked dancers who appear to be impersonating mysterious gods, perhaps in the hopes of winning their favor. There is a raid on a nearby village. Captives are taken. Prisoners sacrificed. Significantly, there is always present one commanding figure, the priest astronomer. The Palace Observatory at Palenque reveals the priests to be preoccupied with the study of the stars and preserving the ancient sacred mysteries. Long before Columbus, Mayan men of knowledge filled libraries with hundreds of books on their history and the complex cycles of the planets. These books were important because the priests believed that history repeats itself. Carefully recorded events were for them a guide to the future. The Mayan written language is still largely undeciphered. One day, it might provide answers to some puzzling questions. This toy crocodile is evidence that the wheel was known to the early Mayans, but they made no practical use of it. Why? The priest scientists directed the building of an elaborate road system. The longest cuts an absolutely straight line, 62 miles through the jungle. One wonders about the spiritual motivation behind the construction of this complex network linking sacred cities. One road ends at Uxmal, the oldest Mayan city in the Yucatan Peninsula. It can be seen as a colossal monument to one thing, the snake. Al Urista explains.
The basic assumptions about life in the universe were that nothing is static on Earth. Everything moves, and everything that moves has a measure. And everything that has a measure moves in a spiral. Nothing moves in a straight line. This is the way they conceived energy, and that's why they call themselves the Chan clan. Chan simply means snake.
In the north, the snake cult reached its greatest power, symbolized by a new god called Kukulkan, the feathered serpent. Mayan folklore holds that Kukulkan was a bearded, light-skinned man who brought a renaissance to citadels like Chichen Itza and provided the Mayans with a highly advanced knowledge of engineering and astronomy. From Chichen Itza's observatory, the Mayan priests, it was said, read the future in the patterns of the stars. In ancient times, Chichen Itza was a thriving ceremonial center, a place of pilgrimage where Mayans came to worship and enjoy society. While the priests were careful to attend to their civic responsibilities, they were forever seeking ways to provide spiritual guidance for their subjects. To that end, Kukulkan erected a perfect calendar temple. A pyramid with 364 steps leading up to the temple, which represents the 365th day of the tropical year. Legend has it that Kukulkan understood the power of the snake. He thus translated this power and energy into a recurring architectural phenomenon. Twice a year, on the spring and fall equinox at precisely 5 p.m., the sun reveals a serpent slithering down the temple's balustrade, dramatically announcing the end of one seasonal cycle and the beginning of another. According to legend, the enlightened Kukulkan disappears and black sorcerers come from the north. At the sacred well, archaeologists have dredged up hundreds of human bones. The Mayans believed that only the most perfect children were pure enough for the gods. Ancient Mayans played the first known team sport in history. For them, it had terrifying consequences. It was played by priests on a huge ball court linked astronomically to a map of the heavens. Without using hands or feet, the object was to send a rubber ball through a small ring set high on the wall. Winning was so rare that victors were rewarded with all the spectators' possessions. Losing meant that the players were put to death. Then it appears that suddenly the priests left the temples. Did Mayan astronomers see a different age in the stars? Was it the end of a cosmic cycle? No one knows for sure. It is a strange and fascinating puzzle. The answer may be found in an incredible drama played out in an obscure place by men who served a different god. The ancient Mayans abandoned their sacred cities hundreds of years before the arrival of the Spanish in the New World. When the Spaniards came, they were awed by the architectural triumph of Mayan cities and at the same time mystified by the radically different people who had built them. The coming of the Spanish friars cemented the Spanish conquest of the Yucatan. The conquistadores came to battle foreign soldiers. The friars came to battle foreign gods. Gathering up all the Mayan archives, all the chronicles of this ancient wisdom, the friars came together at Mani. Alarista laments the occasion.
The Mayan books were burnt during the conquest by the religious zeal of the Christians led by Bishop Landa. This is a terrible catastrophe given the fact that the Mayas constitute the oldest civilization in the world. It's interesting to note that that religious zeal, that antagonism against Mayan knowledge was sourced in the Mayan use of the snake. The Christians associated the snake with the devil. And seeing that the Mayas had the snake in every single one of their sculptures, in every single one of their halls, in their clothing, in their jewelry, they concluded that these people were children of the devil and that any information or knowledge associated with these people was obviously the knowledge of the devil that had to be destroyed.
Now the conquest was utter and complete. The destruction of Mayan knowledge was ruthless and would forever frustrate scholars by its loss. If there was ever a key to the mysterious hieroglyphic writing, it is gone, and we are left to speculate about the strange disappearance of this remarkable civilization. Some scholars have suggested that the Mayan leadership was decimated by malaria and yellow fever, yet these diseases seem to have been unknown in ancient times. Others contend that the priests were cast out by rebellious elements within the empire, but there is no archaeological evidence to support that conclusion. Another possible explanation is that the Mayans moved to escape a natural catastrophe, perhaps an earthquake. The area is known for them. Guatemala City sits on a 40-million-year-old fault. On February 4th, 1976, at 3:04 a.m., the earth shook with such a violence that it resulted in one of the worst disasters to ever hit the Western Hemisphere. 90 times stronger than the quake that leveled Managua, Nicaragua in 1972, it was felt along a 2,000-mile strip of Central America, right through the heart of the ancient Mayan world. The quake fractured the land, reducing a great city to rubble. It destroyed 20% of all buildings and left more than 1 million homeless. In the end, 23,000 died. Yet even with such a history of earthquakes, people do not seem to have been discouraged from building and settling along this ancient fault line. Some believe that the Mayans abandoned their lands because of crop failure. They simply depleted the soil and had to move on. For thousands of years, Mayan peasants have been beating back the jungle, burning out cornfields. Even today, corn makes up 80% of the Mayan diet. Crop failure is a horrendous disaster. But Al Arista is unconvinced. He dismisses such easy explanations as earthquake and crop failure.
The pre-scientists were able to predict earthquakes as well as the kind of weather conditions that would be propitious for a specific kernel of corn. And there were 28 kernels of corn developed for specific weather conditions. These people had developed a socialist, a communistic society where everything that was raised by the people was distributed to the people according to their needs.
Others have suggested that changing climate could account for the sudden disappearance of the ancient Mayans. Al Arista also believes this unlikely.
They also use psychic energy in order to attract clouds in the event of drought, so that the idea of rain dance is not really a very far out idea if you understand it in terms of psychic energy. The Mayas had a very good reason for building their pyramids on these energy grids, because this enabled them to awaken psychic energy within initiates that came to these art centers. The Maya Itzai disappeared mysteriously, but they did not leave the earth. They simply concluded a cycle of civilization and took off to the east. The journey to the east starts right here in the peninsula de Yucatan. It is from this peninsula that they cross the sea, stop in Egypt into the Red Sea, go up towards Nepal. It was there that they started their second cycle of civilization. One of the colonies of the Maya Itzai was to be found at the foot of the Dead Sea, where the monastery of the Essenes was located. It was there that Jesus learned about the philosophy of the world.
Al Arista offers a startling conclusion.
The last words of Christ on the cross were not Aramaic words, they were stylized Mayan words, and they did not mean, "Oh God, why have thou forsaken me?" They meant, "At last I sink in the dawn of your presence."
Today, little survives of the old practices and beliefs. For a civilization once first among all those in the world, there remains only ruins and a cave, an ancient house of worship. The priestly knowledge it contained is lost, forgotten. Perhaps the ancient Mayans anticipated this when they wrote long ago, "All moons, all years, all days, all winds take their course and pass away." The ancient Mayans, men of knowledge, conceived their time on Earth, their cycle of civilization, to be 5,200 years. Beginning their calendar August 12th, 3113 BC, they predicted that on December 24th, 2011 AD, a cataclysmic earthquake would terminate their cycle of civilization. New men of knowledge would then appear to fight the forces of evil and lead the people to create a world government. If the Mayan men of knowledge were right, In just 34 years, we may learn the answers to some of the ancient Mayan mysteries. Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In search of cameras are traveling the world, seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians. When the moon is full, more crimes of violence occur. Arrests have been known to increase, as well as admissions to mental hospitals. Firemen report an unusually high number of fires and freak accidents. Emergency personnel in hospitals brace themselves for increased caseloads. Bizarre statements and traumatic actions by usually rational people are attributed to moon madness. Why? What strange influence does the moon have on the behavior of man? The three wise men journeyed from the east to Bethlehem. According to some biblical scholars, they observed the rising of a star and came to pay homage to a newborn king. In recent translations of the New English Bible, the three wise men, the Magi, are called astrologers.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
I'm in Aries. I have a Libra rising. My Venus is in Pisces. My moon is in Cancer. I know an awful lot about it because every man that I like, I be sure and check out what his sign is first before I get, too involved.
I'm a Sagittarius, and I don't know that much about astrology.
Yeah, I do know I'm an Aries, and I think it's fun to read my horoscope every morning in the paper.
I'm a Libra, and I think I'm not real in favor of it because I think it gives people an out, tells them what to do, and that's just what they want to do.
My sign is Virgo. I don't think it has much scientific fact because I don't think anybody has ever proved anything.
I'm a Leo, and I wish I knew more about it. I really don't. I think it's terrific, very interesting, and I just wish I knew more about it.
And I'm an Aries with Scorpio rising. For most of us, that's as far as it goes. We know our sign, but little beyond that. What is astrology? Why do 32 million Americans express a belief in it? Simply put, astrology is the forecasting of events on Earth based on the relationship between the stars, the sun, the moon, and the other planets. As above, so below. Perhaps astrology began as a form of survival. Cavemen looked up into the night sky, trying to determine when to hunt, when to store food, when to seek shelter from wintry storms. Years passed, and early man realized that the weather, the moon, the sun, and the stars moved in predictable cycles. Ice Age bone markings suggest that prehistoric men were aware of the cycle of the moon over 32,000 years ago. In the more recent past, star groupings were identified by assigning them the names of earthly creatures. Cancer, the crab. Aries, the ram. Leo, the lion. Sagittarius, the archer. Scorpio, the scorpion. The formalized study of astrology originated in Mesopotamia at least 3,000 years before Christ. From there, it spread to Egypt, India, China, and throughout Europe. The Egyptians devised a calendar dividing the yearly cycle into 12 houses. Knowledge of the future was considered a potent weapon. Only those of royal birth were permitted to learn the mysteries of the heavens. The great temples and pyramids along the Nile incorporated astronomical calculations in their design. At that time, astronomy and astrology were considered one and the same. An astrologer charted the movement of planets and interpreted their influence on the affairs of man. 4 centuries before Christ, the Greeks combined mythology, geometry, and Mesopotamian astrology into a complex system. In the 2nd century AD, the Greek mathematician Claudius Ptolemy accurately measured planetary movements. His prolific research dominated both astrology and astronomy for 1,500 years. Meanwhile, astrology flourished throughout the Roman Empire. Moses, father of the Jewish people, practiced astrology. In Bet Alpha, Israel, a synagogue built in the 6th century AD has the zodiac as the centerpiece of its mosaic floor. Unusual celestial activity apparently heralded the birth of Christ. 3 times in the same year, Saturn and Jupiter moved closely together, forming a conjunction in the constellation of Pisces. According to some of the newer translations of the Bible, the Magi were astrologers. The first conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter supposedly started them on their long journey. The second guided them west, and the third occurred when they arrived in Bethlehem. Astrology was condemned by early Christians as pagan ritual. Today, the most extensive astrological library in the world is found, of all places, in the Vatican.
Astrology and astronomy, of course, are very closely related, although there have been many heated battles and debates, and I've been...
Sidney Omar is one of America's leading astrologers. His books on the subject have sold over 20 million copies.
I remember one time when MGM was doing a movie called The Heavenly Body, starring Hedy Lamarr and William Powell, where William Powell played the astronomer, and his wife in the movie, Hedy Lamarr, played the astrologer. Well, they had to hire 2 technical advisors for that movie. It turned out that the astrologer was being paid 3 times as much as the astronomer, and when the astronomer found this out, he stormed off the set. And I suppose perhaps that symbolizes the peak that exists between astrologers and astronomers. But I always compare it in this manner. I think an astronomer is a librarian. He knows where all the books are placed. He knows the positions of the planets. But the astrologer reads the books. He interprets those positions. From the beginning of recorded history, astrology has been with us. And astronomers branched out into their own field. The early astrologers would hire apprentices to do the mathematical work so they could get the proper positions of the planets. Then the astrologer, the master astrologer, would interpret those positions. Well, the apprentices eventually branched out into their own science based on mathematics, and they called that science astronomy. Now, why the 2 should continue to battle, I don't know. That's a psychological study in itself.
Dr. George O. Abel, professor of astronomy at UCLA, has debated the value of astrology with Sidney Omar on more than one occasion.
Astrology is an ancient religion with no basis whatsoever. And yet, in more than 15 years of investigation, I have found that astrologers often try to justify their claims with other kinds of celestial effects, but those are usually wrong. Take a few examples. Moon madness. More than 7,500 murders, suicides, admissions to mental hospitals have been found to have no relation whatsoever to the moon. Or tides. The tidal force exerted on me by all of the planets combined is many tens of millions of times weaker than the force of this book upon me. Or planets and weather. Although there have been unsuccessful attempts to relate planets to solar activity like sunspots, nobody claims to predict Earth weather with planets. If we could do that, the Weather Service would have been out of business many years ago. Yet, many millions of people fall for astrology. It is said that even Adolf Hitler did, but I hope you do not.
Throughout history, however, the misuse of astrology has been legendary. Rudolf Hess encouraged Adolf Hitler to plan battle strategies with it as they approached World War II. Rudolf Hess and Joseph Goebbels pressed the leading astrologers of Germany into service. Their early predictions of victory were propagandized into battle cries. As Hitler's charts grew increasingly pessimistic, the astrologers were arrested and shipped off to concentration camps. Karl Kraft, Hitler's personal astrologer, died en route to Buchenwald. Louis de Waal, originally an astrologer for the Third Reich, followed the advice of his own chart and fled to Great Britain. De Waal served Winston Churchill and Britain's strategists throughout World War II. He knew the methods used by Kraft and other Germans and predicted dozens of astrological strategies employed by Hitler's forces. De Waal saw danger signs in the chart of President Roosevelt in 1945, the year FDR suffered a fatal stroke. He also charted an ominous conjunction of Mars and the star Algol for August 1945. On the day of the conjunction, the first atomic bomb exploded over Hiroshima. Astrologers have predicted many major crises in history. Often, however, their warnings have gone unheeded.
I'm an Aquarius, and it's pretty general. It applies in a lot of situations, but the sign can fit almost anybody or things about the sign.
Aquarius, perhaps, is the most intriguing sign of the zodiac. Aquarius is associated with the planet Uranus. Astrologers call Uranus the planet of surprise. And if you're with an Aquarius person, you can be sure of one thing: you don't know what's going to happen next.
I'm a Cancer, and I'm not quite sure what I feel about astrology. Some things seem to be true, and some things don't. And
Cancer is related to the moon. Cancer people are very emotional, and they're changeable where their affections are concerned, but they're extremely loyal to family members. Cancer persons harmonize very well with Virgo, with Taurus, with Scorpio, and with Pisces.
I'm a Leo, and I found out that Leo is the strongest sign in the world. And we are born to be natural leaders, and that's what I am.
Leo is the showman of the zodiac, very creative. And if you're having a party, you better put a Leo on your invitation list.
My sign is Scorpio, and I don't know too much about astrology, but when people ask me what my sign is, and I say Scorpio, they go, ooh, like they avoid me, so, except for men.
I've found in my experience that the most feared sign of the zodiac is Scorpio. People tend to feel that Scorpios are envious, intense, can be jealous. and the very passionate lovers.
So I think there is something to
A
it.
psychologist at London University, Dr. Hans Eysenck, decided to explode astrology once and for all by taking these basic claims and disproving them. He made up 2,000 questionnaires, and using a computer and other data in the modern psychologist's laboratory, he decided that he would check people who were born under the water signs and people who were born under other signs. Well, much to his astonishment, he found that indeed the water signs were very emotional. He said it can't be, but it is.
At his clinic in London, Dr. Eysenck also tested the zodiac signs for introversion and extroversion.
Well, according to the astrologers, if you range the signs in order from Aries through Pisces at the other end, then the people born under the odd-numbered signs, that is Aries, Gemini, Leo, Libra, Sagittarius, and Aquarius, would tend to be extroverted, and the people born under the even-numbered signs, that's Taurus, Cancer, Virgo, Scorpio, Capricorn, and Pisces, would then be introverted. And this is precisely what, in fact, we found in our sample. Extroversion really refers to outgoing properties of a person. He's sociable, impulsive, happy-go-lucky, likes to mix with other people, likes to go to parties and so on. And the introvert is the opposite of all. He likes to sit at home, read, rather than go to parties, and so on. So these are quite well recognized and quite easy to test in a questionnaire. We put it through the computer and did a statistical analysis of the data. And as it happened, they bore out the astrological prediction very well, which rather surprised me, of course, but there are the results. And that's what got me interested in this.
Astrology has commercial applications in many phases of business, including predictions of stock market trends. According to J.P. Morgan, millionaires don't use astrology, but billionaires do. John Henry Nelson, a weather consultant for RCA since 1926, uses astrological principles to predict storms which might impair shortwave communications. Nelson's predictions are amazingly accurate.
When I announced in 1951 that I had found a positive correlation between planetary angles and the behavior of shortwave radio signals, I started quite a controversy in the field of astrology and in the field of astronomy. Inadvertently on my part, my statement that the planets affect the ionosphere of the Earth was looked upon as a boost for their area of interest. I was amazed shortly after that when I learned through letters I received from astrologers that Ptolemy, almost 2,000 years ago, had said the same things that I was saying. In other words, modern research substantiated his ancient claim. He came way before his time.
Using Ptolemy's principles, John Henry Nelson successfully charted storm paths 15 months in advance for a NASA space launch requiring ideal weather.
The late Dr. Eldon Tice of the Methodist Hospital of California in Los Angeles actually regulated the personnel on the maternity ward by the phase of the moon. He found that when there's a full moon, the maternity ward was very busy. More babies were born during the full moon. Now, Dr. Edson J. Andrews of Tallahassee, Florida, wrote in the Tallahassee Medical Journal that when tonsillectomies are performed during a full moon, there's more chance of post-operative hemorrhaging than at any other time of the month. So Dr. Andrews says, save full moon nights for romance, not for surgery.
The incidents that we have are way beyond normal. We have all sorts of things happen in regards to people doing things a little stranger than they usually do, going out of their way to get in trouble, just really having a problem coping.
As an ambulance driver, I found that you'd see a different type of patient as well as more patients in a given night. You'd see a lot more trauma, and the trauma would be a bit more profound than normal. for some reason or other, medical problems would appear exaggerated. It would be hard to describe. You'd always know it was a full moon.
The cause of lunacy or moon madness is still unknown. It is known, however, that the moon controls the tides in the oceans. Since humans are 90% water, perhaps the moon controls our tides, too. Nations have horoscopes as well as people. Since 1840, in the astrological chart of the United States, the alignment of Saturn and Jupiter has reoccurred at 20-year intervals. Unfortunately, every president elected during those periods has died in office. William Henry Harrison, elected 1840, died of pneumonia 1841. Abraham Lincoln, elected 1860, assassinated 1865. James Garfield, elected 1880, assassinated 1881. William McKinley, elected 1900, assassinated 1901. Warren Harding, elected 1920, died 1923. Franklin Roosevelt, elected 1940, died 1945. John Kennedy, elected 1960, assassinated 1963. A number of astrologers, including Sidney Omar, saw that President Kennedy's life was in danger. In American Astrology, Leslie McIntyre wrote, "In the past, such configurations have coincided with personal danger to our head of state. November is obviously fraught with perils." On October 25, 1963, in the British magazine Fate, John Pendragon stated, "The president may make powerful enemies among his own people, and I would not rule out the possibility of an attempted assassination or worse if he is caught off his guard. Mr. President, I am deeply concerned for your personal safety and would respectfully urge you to strengthen your bodyguard, especially when you're in the streets and other public places." Astrologers have not always been harbingers of disaster. Many astrologers now believe we have entered the age of Aquarius, an era of growing cooperation among individuals and nations, a time when the noblest aspirations of mankind can be realized. I had a brief telephone conversation with Sidney Omar, and I took some notes on what he told me. He asked me my birth date. I told him it was March 26, 1931. He said, "You've spent a year of searching and disillusionment." He said, "You tend to become immersed in a part or a mood." That's probably true. He told me I have a powerful personality which tends to make people afraid of me, although I'm actually quite vulnerable. That's flattering. Finally, he said, "Think mentally of one question." I thought, "What's next?" And he said, "Let go. It's finished. You're riding a losing proposition. Take a cold plunge into the future. Let go of the security of the past." Thank you very much, Sidney. I'll keep it in mind. Time will tell. Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In search of cameras are traveling the world seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians. Among the Osmat people of New Guinea, there exists a way of life that has remained unchanged since the Stone Age. In 1961, it drew the attention of a restless young man named Michael Rockefeller. For the primitive Osmot tribes, life is a continual interaction of ghosts, spirits, and magic. Tribal warfare is commonplace and expected. Death must be met with revenge. Among these fierce Aboriginal men, Michael Rockefeller traveled to study and learn. In their midst, he disappeared and was never seen again. Entranced by a culture he had never before experienced, Michael Rockefeller passionately documented Osmot life. The Osmot was an adventure beyond his wildest dreams, yet one from which he would never return.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Harvard University, June 1960. For Governor and Mrs. Nelson Rockefeller, it was a special, emotional moment. Their youngest son, Michael, had graduated with honors. Ahead of him lay a life filled with promise and great opportunity. At 22, Michael Rockefeller was the most outgoing and restless of the governor's 3 sons and 2 daughters. He loved travel and people, and within 6 months he was half a world away in the remote highlands of Dutch New Guinea. Michael had joined an anthropological expedition to study and record a Stone Age tribe called the Dani. Sensitive and enthusiastic, he took special pleasure in his work. For 6 months, Michael served as the expedition's soundman and still photographer. When his work was over, he was drawn to another part of New Guinea, to a people called the Osmot. Along the coast and in the winding tidal rivers of southern New Guinea, the primitive Osmot tribes lived as they had since primeval times. Michael Rockefeller traveled throughout the region, fascinated by the Osmot culture and way of life. In his journal, Rockefeller wrote, "The Osmot is equal to my wildest dreams. It is a land of great winding rivers, jungle, and mud. Literally nothing else. The people have lived for centuries on little besides the pulp of the sago palm and fish. Some remote areas are still headhunting." A keen observer and gifted photographer, Michael carefully documented Osmot life. In the Osmot people, Michael sensed a nobility that he admired and compassionately recorded. The word Osmot means tree people, and indeed Osmot culture depends almost totally on trees for food, shelter, for their canoes, and for their art. The Osmot even believe themselves to be descended from trees. Their mythology tells of a great magician who wandered their uninhabited land. Out of loneliness, he carved human figures from mangrove wood. He beat softly on a drum and brought the figures to life. Thus, the Osmot came to be. The Osmots still believe that their spirits reside in trees. The felling of a mangrove tree begins an ancient ritual that intermingles art and violence. Before the cut mangrove trunk can enter the village, Osmot women pelt it with mud, exorcising any evil spirits that may still live inside. Once the mangrove is cleansed of demons, the intricate carving begins. Shaped into the head of dead ancestors and kinsmen, the carving becomes a vital link between the material and spiritual worlds. For the Osmot, natural death does not exist. Only evil spirits and enemies account for the passing of life. The finished carving becomes a pledge to the dead that their spirits will be revenged. The beauty of Osmot art completely captivated Michael Rockefeller. In his journal, Rockefeller wrote, "The key to my fascination with the Osmot is the wood carving. The sculpture which the people here produce is some of the most extraordinary work in the primitive world." Full of youthful enthusiasm, Michael Rockefeller began collecting Osmot art. As he journeyed from village to village, Michael observed the subtle details of Osmot life. He wrote, "The rowers placed little effort behind their strokes, allowing the outflowing tide to carry the prows easily along." For weeks, Michael traveled through Osmot territory, often accompanied by missionaries and anthropologists. Gradually, he began to amass a wide collection of carvings. He dreamed of an exhibit that would pay tribute to the Osmots' amazing creativity. On November 18th, 1961, Michael Rockefeller embarked on a native catamaran for a village up the coast. With him was Dutch anthropologist Rene Wassing and 2 native guides. The purpose of the trip was to pick up carvings for which Michael already had bartered. The makeshift catamaran was powered by only a single outboard motor. Michael had been warned of dangerous, unpredictable currents. At the mouth of the Islandan River, a massive tidal surge suddenly drowned the motor and capsized the boat. The natives swam for help. Rockefeller and Wassing clung to the boat, hopelessly adrift. After a night in the water, fearing the natives had failed, Michael decided to go for help himself. Using 2 empty gasoline cans for extra buoyancy, he swam for shore. Michael Rockefeller and Rene Wassing didn't know it, but their native guides had made it back to land. The closest village was only 11 miles away. Yet, in the thick jungle and deep mud of the Osmot coast, the trek for help took nearly a day. When Dutch authorities finally learned of the accident, a full-scale search was launched immediately. Searchers combed over coastal rivers and seemingly endless spans of dense jungle shoreline. The region below was hostile and forbidding. The coastline was a muddy swamp with estuaries where crocodiles prowled. Beyond lay spongy tangles of sago palms and mangroves, alive with poisonous snakes, scorpions, and swarms of mosquitoes. The Osmot had named their home the Land of Lapping Death. Suddenly, a miracle. A flying boat had found Rene Wassing, still clinging to the capsized catamaran more than 20 miles out to sea. Stunned and exhausted, Wassing told reporters of the ordeal. He had tried unsuccessfully to dissuade Michael from attempting the swim to shore. Michael's last words were, "I think I can make it." Now the massive search efforts concentrated on Michael. The news that his son was lost had taken 3 days to reach Governor Rockefeller. Stunned and disoriented, he tried his best to deal with an endless onslaught of questions.
I'm headed out there. Hopefully they'll find him before we get there, but to be there when they do find him, so if there's anything I can do, I will.
In New Guinea, the news was not good. No trace of Michael had yet been found. For the native Osmot, the spectacle of the search was awesome and overwhelming. They had never seen anything like it. Several more days of searching yielded nothing. A pale and haggard father had almost given up hope. Then, the first clue. The red gasoline can that Michael used for extra buoyancy was found at sea. It was strong evidence that Michael had drowned, but at the same time, it offered a faint glimmer of hope. 5,000 natives began searching up and down the New Guinea coast, looking for any other trace of Michael. Nothing was found. After nearly 2 weeks, the search for Michael Rockefeller was ended. For an agonized father returning home, the official conclusion seemed unavoidable. Michael Rockefeller had drowned at sea. Yet it was not long before speculation began that perhaps somewhere in the jungle, Michael might still be alive. New York City, 1968. 7 years after Michael Rockefeller's disappearance, one man was led to begin a personal search for the missing Rockefeller. Milt Macklin, a writer and magazine editor, was met in his office by a secretive man who would call himself only Donahue. Donahue told Macklin that several months before, on a tiny island called Kanapu, he had seen and talked with Michael Rockefeller. Intrigued with the story, Macklin made plans to go to New Guinea. Macklin's information from Donahue was sketchy, but he had decided to follow the difficult route. According to Donahue's story, Rockefeller was picked up by a native war party and taken by canoe on a 1,000-mile journey to the Trobriand Islands. As Macklin made his way through the jungle, he began to understand Michael's attraction to its primitive beauty. After several days' travel, Macklin reached a major village of the Trobriands. A local chief knew of Kanapu Island and described its general location. It was a long journey by native standards, but at last Macklin's destination seemed within reach. By hired boat, Macklin sailed for Kanapu. Even on the best local charts, it was but a speck. Finally, the island appeared, like a vision from a storybook. After a long and tiring journey, Milt Macklin approached his destination with hopeful expectation. The island was a paradise, a beautiful tropical refuge. It was also an eerie place. There were few signs of life. A careful search led finally to a makeshift shelter. The hut was abandoned. There was no sign of Michael Rockefeller. Discouraged and disappointed, Milt Macklin gave up his Kanapu search. The fate of Michael Rockefeller remained a mystery. Yet for Macklin, the unsuccessful search had raised many questions. Was the Donahue story simply a cruel hoax, or did it bear some element of truth?
Milt Macklin's determined search did not end on Kanapu Island. For 2 more months, he traveled throughout New Guinea, looking for evidence that might prove conclusively what happened to Michael Rockefeller. Macklin traced down endless leads, but his final personal conclusion was based on information from a Dutch missionary, Father Cornelis van Kessel.
Van Kessel had heard rumors from natives that Rockefeller was captured and killed near the Osmot village of Oats-Janep. A war chief named Ajam was mentioned in the rumors as the man who might be responsible. Recently, the chief of Oats-Janep was interviewed. He recalled the search for Michael Rockefeller. There were many airplanes and boats. We were afraid and blocked our river with trees. Our enemies in the other villages all say that we killed him. They want us to get into trouble. I am the chief. If we killed him, I would know. The full and true story of Michael Rockefeller's disappearance may never be known. If the answer lies among the Osmot, a nearly impenetrable cultural curtain prevents a final solution. Yet, in the life of the Osmot, the age-old rites that once preceded tribal violence can still be witnessed. After the mangrove ancestor poles are carved, an elaborate ceremony begins in honor of the dead. In the minds of the Osmot, life, art, magic, and death are inseparably interwoven, each continually affecting the other. Members of neighboring villages are ritually adopted by the celebrating tribe. Traditionally, however, they are the first to be killed when an intertribal feud arises. It is an accepted part in an ancient cycle of warfare and revenge. The ancestor ceremony climaxes when the poles are returned outside. In mock battle, the entire village dances around the symbolic poles. Only a generation ago, the ceremony would have led to a revenge attack on a rival tribe. But headhunting has been outlawed. An age-old way of Osmot life has been brought to an end. In his journal, Michael Rockefeller wrote, "The Osmot is filled with a kind of tragedy. They were a ferocious headhunting people, but now many villages are beginning to doubt the worth of their own culture. They crave things Western, even though these doubtful symbols of another world hide a proud form and replace a far finer, if less concealing, form of dress." Perhaps Michael Rockefeller's dedication to the Osmot was part of a larger personal quest for self-understanding and universal values which could guide him through life.
I'd like to just say a word about Michael himself. Ever since he was little, he's been very aware of people, their feelings, their thoughts. He's a person who has always loved people and been loved by people. He had a tremendous enthusiasm and drive, loved life, has always loved beauty in people, beauty in nature and beauty in art, whether it's painting or sculpture. and has been quite an artist himself. I think it's fair to say that he was never happier than he has been out there. Michael had one of the most exciting experiences of his life.
The mystery of Michael Rockefeller's disappearance may never be solved, but his passion and spirit will live on in his pictorial record of the Ozmont. Before Michael Rockefeller traveled to New Guinea, he spoke of doing something romantic and adventurous at a time when frontiers, in the real sense of the word, were disappearing. Today, his tragic loss is underscored by the accelerating demise of the Ozmont people and their culture. While in New Guinea, Michael Rockefeller wrote, "The West thinks in terms of bringing advance and opportunity to such a place. In actuality, we bring a cultural bankruptcy which will last for many years." Tenuously, the Ozmont still hold on, among the last representatives of the beginning of humanity. Hurricane is moving in fast from 100 miles at sea. In hours, it will strike land with devastating force. In the face of a hurricane's fury, we are left completely helpless. From space, a full-grown hurricane appears as a giant pinwheel of swirling clouds. On Earth, they are the most violent and frightening of all nature's storms.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Since the 1930s, the daring work of newsreel cameramen has allowed us to glimpse the violent power of hurricanes. With little warning, they pound against our coastlines like sledgehammers. In their unpredictable rage, they lash against anything that stands in their way. The destruction to property is enormous. Their toll in human lives is massive. Centuries ago, the Indians of the Caribbean worshipped and feared a powerful sky god called Huracan. Today, the storms we call hurricanes demand an equal respect. They remain the largest, most powerful storms on Earth, and their uncontrolled fury can still inspire both awe and terror. Tuesday, August 4th, 1969. An orbiting weather satellite spots a small patch of turbulence in the mid-Atlantic. The rainstorm is one of 100 that form every year over the ocean's tropical waters. The warm sea creates funnels of air that billow up thousands of feet. The clouds gather together. The Earth's rotation gives them spin. A hurricane is born. On Thursday, August 13th, a team of Navy hurricane hunters flies directly into the storm.
Hot bust on. Engineer, maintain my airspeed at 190 knots. Aye, sir. RPM 2600 says. I'm going down to 500 feet. Metro, keep that wind on the wing.
To pierce into the tranquil eye, they fly low, barely above the water.
Approaching 500 feet. Metro, steady. Level 500.
Seagull Metro. Request range and bearing to the eye.
Signal, roger. This is the penetration heading. Eye is dead ahead. Your escape heading remains 300. Crew from pilot, we are starting our penetration run. RPM 2600. RPM 2600. Oxygen on. Engineer, maintain my airspeed at 190 knots. Aye, sir. Silent signal. Go ahead, Nico. We're approaching one of the rain bands. It looks like it's pretty rough. I've got a soft spot. Recommend you come left to 150.
The surface wind is slightly forward of the port wing, 310 degrees, 120 knots. Pressure is dropping rapidly. I read 310, 120 knots down there.
Well, that was a rough one.
Finally, in the eye, instruments measure the hurricane's strength and gauge its size and speed.
Temperature and wind eye.
The early indications are alarming. It is a big storm and still growing. For more than a week, the storm churns across the Atlantic and into the Caribbean Sea. There she lingers, gathering strength. Her final path still unknown. The third hurricane of the season, she is named Camille. A hurricane watch goes up along the entire Gulf Coast. No one knows yet exactly where Camille will strike, but at harbors and marinas everywhere, boaters prepare for the worst. Suddenly, the message goes out. Camille has made her move. She's heading directly for the Mississippi coast. Sunday, August 16th. Advance winds hit the coastline. Everywhere, people start boarding up. More than 50,000 people take the advice to leave, to evacuate upstate and find safety inland. As the hurricane draws closer, there are those who choose to stay behind. The young, the unbelievers, the thrill seekers, the sightseers, the stubborn. By afternoon, the winds begin to roar. Camille is churning dangerously close. Some now attempt a last-minute escape. For most, it is too late. The roads are blocked or washed away. In the drenching rain and wind, levees collapse, flooding entire towns. At dusk, the full force of the storm reaches Mississippi. Wind velocity hits 200 miles per hour. Power lines are falling, starting fires. Tornadoes spin off randomly, blowing homes to bits. At midnight, a final blow. A 30-foot tidal surge smashes the coast. Miraculously, some survive. By morning, it is over. The coastline is in shambles. Entire towns are wiped away. $200,000 are homeless. More than 250 are dead. Dazed, the survivors stumble out. Each in his own way measures his loss.
It's bound to be in here somewhere because all these are the houses that came from in this vicinity. They're all right in here in this neighborhood. But mine was right on the corner and I don't even see it. Yonder! That gray one yonder, that's my house. And my house was under 12 feet of water. And I've seen about all my family has had destruction of their homes. And I hope I never see nothing like this again. I'm mighty young, but it takes this hard blow.
And I lost my shoes and half of my clothes I had on, but the lady lent me some clothes to wear, and she lent me a pair of shoes for me to walk home with, and I'm thankful, and I did a lot of praying. And Junior, darling, we all are right, sweetheart. I love you. Now, don't worry about us. We all right, darling. And hello to all of you. Thank the Lord. Another one will never catch us here, because if we hear of another one coming, we're leaving here and go way upstate like you asked Mama to do. So, okay, now, I love y'all.
In its sheer destructive intensity, no storm in recorded history has matched Camille. It was the greatest storm of any kind to ever affect this nation. Inevitably, there will be others. Miami, 1965. The early winds of a coming storm offered some residents an opportunity to play. Fun, however, was short-lived. Roaring quickly toward the coast was a hurricane named Betsy. It was the first to threaten eastern Florida in several years. Winds built to over 125 miles an hour. The hurricane had arrived. The storm pushed tons of water into Miami Beach. The ground floors of houses and hotels turned into rivers and pools. Before dawn, it was over. A freighter had been tossed onto the beach, but altogether, Miami was lucky. The brunt of the hurricane had hit to the south. Miami had only been brushed. Today, weather scientists use flying laboratories to study hurricanes for their working secrets. A gust probe measures the atmosphere a split second ahead of the plane. Elaborate sensor and data systems record air motion, temperature, and humidity. Linked to airborne computers, the information can be instantly analyzed. We still lack an exact knowledge of how and why hurricanes form, but we are constantly learning more about their complex functioning. Discoveries made on experimental reconnaissance flights may someday save countless lives from the most violent storm on Earth. At the National Hurricane Center in Miami, weathermen keep constant track of storms that may reach our coasts. It is their job to warn us where and when a hurricane will strike. A huge coastal radar net is but one part of the center's hurricane detection and early warning system. A flow of weather data from satellites, ships, and remote ocean buoys is instantly analyzed for potential danger. A special hurricane teletype circuit issues immediate warnings whenever a hurricane threatens. Sudden changes in a storm's path are reported at once to those in danger. Dr. Neil Frank is director of the National Hurricane Center. He heads all hurricane detection and warning operations for the entire United States.
Our knowledge about hurricanes has increased tremendously over the last, say, 20, 30 years. We now got satellites that have come along since the 60s. We had radar as a byproduct of World War II. Another byproduct of World War II was aircraft reconnaissance, and we started sending military airplanes out into these storms to give us information about them. There's been no question about a tremendous increase in our understanding. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to realize that same understanding in our forecast accuracy, so that we're not forecasting that much better today.
Miami Beach, a comfortable place in the sun that in recent years, like the rest of the coastline, has attracted large numbers of new residents. In Miami, as in nearly every other coastal city, there is a potential for hurricane disaster. A huge percentage of its population has never experienced a major hurricane.
So it's been 25 years since we've experienced much activity over the state of Florida, and over 15 years since the people along the East Coast have experienced bad hurricanes. And that's where our greatest population increase is taking place at the present time. Now, the fear that we have is that people might become complacent. Now, in the meantime, the East Coast and even Florida has had some near misses, and we've been brushed by some, and we've had to post some warnings at times, and then the storm went someplace else, or we've gone through the fringes of some minor storms, had a weak storm come by, and we've developed some false impressions. And false impressions lead to poor decisions, maybe in the wake of the next hurricane that comes by that could indeed be a big one. The last major hurricane that we've had here was in 1926, a real big storm.
On September 17th, Miami was devastated by a direct hit. A hurricane of unparalleled power lashed at Miami for 11 hours and left the city destroyed. Based on the damage that Miami suffered in 1926, Dr. Frank has made a projection of what would happen if such a storm struck again. Here on Key Biscayne, the large hotels and condominiums will quickly flood to the second floor. Any structures not built on pilings will be in danger of collapse. As the hurricane sweeps in, the rest of Key Biscayne will go completely underwater. Most smaller dwellings will be flooded or submerged under the churning storm. People who do not evacuate in time will have little chance for survival. In South Miami Beach, hundreds of small hotels and apartments will be smashed and flooded by tons of water. The buildings are occupied mainly by the aged and retired. It is doubtful that everyone could be evacuated. Facing directly into the path that a killer storm will take are the large and famous hotels of Miami Beach. Those that have been strongly built will survive even the biggest storm. Yet staying inside to weather it out could be a nightmare. Water from the huge tidal surge will blast through the ground floors, tearing out walls and stairways. Power will be cut off, leaving those inside trapped in darkness on the upper floors. People with medical problems will be left helpless. In the rest of Miami, flooding, severe winds, and tornadoes will damage or destroy thousands of buildings. The death toll could be enormous. Yet knowing what might happen, will Miamians evacuate if warned?
Oh, well, I think I'd pay pretty much attention to the weather reports, and if I got enough warning, I'd try to leave.
I don't know. I think my instinct would be to hide under a table. But I'm from New York, and I've never been in a hurricane. And I guess I'd probably want to run right out in it.
Well, if they're on the water, they'll evacuate. But if they know they're comfortable and nothing's going to happen, then they'll stay there, and it's a good reason to have a party.
In 1969, despite numerous warnings that Hurricane Camille was on the way, 28 people gathered in a third-floor hotel room to have a hurricane party. The Hotel Richelieu in Mississippi did not weather the storm. Of the 28 partygoers, only one survived. An 8-year-old boy floated out of the third-story window on a mattress.
Camille in 1969, a Category 5 type storm, taught them some very bitter lessons. I hope it doesn't take that kind of a storm to teach the rest of us who live along the coastline those same kind of lessons. You know, an old philosopher once said that those who ignore history are condemned to relive it. I like that word condemned. And there's no reason today why we should have to experience those same kind of bitter lessons. There's a lot of hurricane history around, and if we'll take the time, we can learn those lessons and not have to go through those same kind of experiences.
The recorded history of hurricanes compels us to respect their awesome power. In 1737, hurricanes killed 300,000 near Calcutta. In 1900, more than 6,000 people died when a powerful storm swept over Galveston, Texas. In 1970, on the coast of East Pakistan, a single storm killed nearly 500,000 people. Today, we still know very little about how hurricanes begin and exactly what forces determine their paths. For now, at least, if threatened by their fury, we should heed the warnings of the past. sunny day in July 1977, Aaron Neely was water skiing with Ed Fletcher and his daughter in Canada's Lake Okanagan. As shown in this reenactment, Aaron was an expert and had skied these waters many times. Neither Ed nor his daughter was alarmed when Aaron took a spill, but they were when she started screaming. Safely in the boat, young Aaron told a terrifying story of coming face to face with a huge serpent-like monster. Aaron was not the first person to see such a creature in Lake Okanagan, nor the last.
A long creature about 2 feet wide and about 40 feet in length was on the top of the water.
It was just incredible the way it moved.
His head seemed to be the shape of a snake.
Eyewitnesses claim that a monster rises from the depths and surfaces unexpectedly. They call him Ogopogo.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Many believe that a mysterious monster lives in the depths of Loch Ness in Scotland. This ancient ruin marks the spot where St. Columba first sighted the creature in 565 AD. Loch Ness, however, is not the only place where forbidding monsters are reported to dwell. In British Columbia, Lake Okanagan is reputed to be the home of a giant water creature similar to the one in Loch Ness. Both lakes are remarkably alike, lying at almost the same latitude. Both are long and narrow, having areas of great depth. Both were formed by cataclysmic shifts of the Earth's crust. They have similar temperatures and contain almost identical types of fish. This is a famous picture claimed to be of the Loch Ness Monster. The head bears a striking resemblance to that of a prehistoric creature. Reports of beasts of immense length indicate that creatures like these may still exist. But how could it be possible for them to survive undetected for millions of years? If such creatures unknown to science do indeed exist, what could they be? Fish, mammal, reptile, or some species long thought to be extinct? 40 years ago, the scientific world was stunned by the discovery of a coelacanth, a fish believed to have been extinct for 60 million years. Not only was it very much alive, but many times larger than any of its ancestors. If such a discovery happened once, could it not happen again? On the surface, Lake Okanagan presents a scene of calm beauty, but this view can change in a moment. Winds rise seemingly from nowhere, whipping the lake into a fury. Can it be that below this changeable surface dwells a creature rivaling the famous Loch Ness Monster? The Okanagan Indians have lived near the shores of the lake for centuries, long before the white man. Like all Indians, they hold a deep reverence for nature, believing that all of creation is part of the plan of the Great Spirit. The Indians of Okanagan both respect and fear their lake. Many of their legends are built around it. These legends are passed down around the campfires from generation to generation.
And this lake is like a living sacred thing. In an hour or 2 hours, this lake can be a raging body of water, and very dangerous. In this lake, we have the Nchacha'itk. It's a serpent that lives in the water, and it's been told to me by my great-great-grandfather, and told to him by his ancestors.
In early times, according to legend, no Indian would attempt to cross Lake Okanagan without first offering a small animal to the lake monster. There are stories of those who failed to make such offerings and whose horses were sucked under by a mysterious force. Stories of canoes wrecked and scattered on the rocks. The Indian's offering can be viewed as a spiritual act of sacrifice or as the pragmatic act of appeasing a hungry monster. At the Kelowna Museum near Lake Okanagan, we talked with curator Ursula Surtees, who has devoted years to the study of the local Indian culture.
Nahartik lived about midway down Okanagan Lake in a little cabin underneath Squally Point. And Ogopogo, or Nahartik, was a creature that had to be appeased whenever the occasion arose. Many people have cast some doubts as to whether Ogopogo was really there, but the Indian people have for years known about Ogopogo, and we have learned over a long period of time that Indian legends, for the most part, have a very substantial amount of fact and truth in them.
Mary Moon is the author of Ogopogo, the Okanagan Mystery.
I first came up into this lake country in 1972 as assistant editor of a magazine to write 7 or 8 stories about this area. And everywhere I went up and down the valley, they kept saying this funny word, Ogopogo, Ogopogo. And I said, what's an Ogopogo? And they said, oh, the snake in the lake. And I said, what? They said, the snake in the lake. And I said, please tell me about it. And they rounded up half a dozen people, 7 or 8 people, of stunning respectability and great enthusiasm and great sincerity. And they told me their stories, and they all hung together.
We launched our boat at Peachland.
Harry and Betty Staines have often cruised these waters.
About 1/3 of the way across, we noticed a commotion in the water to our right, and we turned our boat in that direction. When we got near this area, we noticed this huge creature emerge from the water and was swimming in a northerly direction.
When I looked at it, I was just scared to death. It looked so huge. And I remember in particular the fins on the top of it, the bone structures, you know, was just so, really stood out, the white bone structure. And I said, oh, it's got fins, you know, and I said to Harry, let's not go any closer. It just may tip the boat over. It was so big.
We've been holidaying in this area for the past 30 years with our family. We've heard of Ogopogo, but we never believed in it. But Betty and I are real believers now that there's a huge creature in this lake.
Jeffrey Sherwin remembers.
It was a calm day, just like it is today. We were fishing on the lake, my son David, myself, and his 2 friends. Parallel to the shore, we were trolling when one of the boys shouted, "Look at that funny-looking wave." I turned and looked at the strangest-looking thing I'd ever seen in my life. I saw 2 humps sticking out of the water, heading for shore. We watched it for a full 3 minutes. As the object, whatever it was, reached the shore, it was 5 feet short of the shore. I expected to see it walk up out of the water when the whole thing sank. I don't know what it was, but I think I saw Ogopogo. I've been ridiculed about this many times since, But I'll tell you right now, there's no way that I'd make a liar out of my son and his friends.
The first time
Ed Fletcher and his daughter Jill.
Jill and I were idling out in the bay there, and we were about 2 blocks from the shore, and all of a sudden this huge mound came up in front of us. And we shut the boat off, and by the time that the boat had stopped, we had almost coasted up to within reaching distance of it. And that particular day, we chased Ogopogo for about an hour and a half, and out of an hour and a half, we got 5 pictures.
We saw just around 50 feet out, just one hump. There was just one hump there. I guess it would have been around 3 feet high, and it was dark.
And one of the reasons we believe that we've seen it so many times is because of the boat. The boat has an electrical current developed by the motor going through into the rudder. And this creates what they call electrolysis. And electrolysis is a high amperage which attracts marine life. And the first year that we went out, we thought we were chasing Ogopogo, but we find that Ogopogo's attracted to the boat and it's following us. We've seen Ogopogo 40 or 50 times.
At first glance, Ed Fletcher's pictures look like a wave. But a closer look reveals something much more difficult to explain. Intrigued by Ed Fletcher's pictures, our camera team decided to explore beneath the surface of Lake Okanagan in search of the Ogopogo monster. Cal Bevan, in red scuba gear, is a local diver who's made many attempts to find the monster. He agreed to try again. Our cameraman is Barry Heron, an expert underwater photographer. As the lake is over 80 miles long, his chance of filming the monster is slim.
Yeah.
They decided to dive in the area where Ed Fletcher stated he had sighted Ogopogo many times.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll give it a whirl and, okay, let's fire up.
It was near this spot that young Aaron Neely reported a face-to-face confrontation with the monster. The heavy underwater camera and housing becomes buoyant and easy to handle below the surface. Strangely, no fish were found in an area where they are known to feed. And after a long and careful search, no monster. At least none in this section of the lake. Hoping for new information, a public meeting was announced through the local press. We were amazed by the number of people who related unusual sightings.
How many people have seen Ogopogo here? How many people in this crowd have seen? Hold your hand up. Good.
It was a hot summer morning, and the lake was just like a mirror. And when my mother and I saw it, was between Trout Creek Point and Summerland. And this head came up out of the water like a huge horse's head. And the back of it was quite calm. The lake was still there. Then its head went down, and the back of it just lashed like this, and I would estimate it would be about 35 feet long.
And the whole thing I seen, head and all. And boy, he all at once, he went down. He must have seen me. He went down, and the waves all. Another guy by the name of Ed, he's not here anymore. He's in Prince George. He stopped behind me. And he says, what did you see? I just seen the Ogopogo. And all at once he says, gee, look at the waves in there. I says, yeah, I just seen Ogopogo, the whole thing, I says. He didn't believe me. He says, but, oh, it's true, it must be true then. So we says, let's go to the Willow Inn for coffee. And we went down the Willow Inn and told everybody, you're crazy. What have you been drinking? I says, nothing. I says, I just seen Ogopogo. They didn't believe me, eh?
Obviously, these people had seen something. But moving images reflected in the water can be deceiving.
Well, I grow grapes across the lake, and I was sitting on my tractor cultivating my vineyard, and I looked down in the water, and there was a big black, looked like a big black log about 50 or 60 feet long. So I stopped the tractor, and I thought, well, maybe I should go down there and cut that up because I'm looking for some cedar posts. A few minutes later, some little waves started coming from my log, and I thought, well, that thing must be alive. And suddenly, it started up, made a huge circle, and a terrific lashing of water, and then two coils came out of the water about 4 or 5 feet high, and they were the most beautiful green you have ever seen.
We were part of a large group on a family picnic sort of thing in the summertime, and about 6 o'clock in the evening, the water was all quiet and calm, much as it is right now, and all of a sudden it started to churn.
Yes, it was definitely something serpentine about this creature. It made its own wake behind it.
Waves from passing boats often take 5 minutes to reach the shore. Could such waves appear to be large humps moving through the water?
It had 3 humps, and it looked like the shadow of a tail at the back.
One day, our crew was the victim of a hoax. Someone with a sense of humor tied 3 tires together. For a moment, the In Search of camera team thought they'd seen Ogopogo. Even allowing for optical illusions, there's much that is difficult to explain away in the many sightings. One thing is certain, the sincerity of the people interviewed. Ed Fletcher, for example, has spent a great deal of time and money continuing his own investigation.
Do I understand that you saw a creature in the lake that had texture something like the skin of this shark that's swimming past here?
Yes, very much similar, sir. Very smooth and shiny.
No scales?
No, very similar to the shark and very similar to a whale skin.
Have you seen sharks and whales up close?
Oh, yes, I have.
In an attempt to identify what he had seen, Ed met with Willard Bascom, director of the Southern California Coastal Waters Research Project. Beside the tanks at a nearby museum, Fletcher compared the monster he had seen with some of the aquarium's underwater creatures.
Oh, no, it swam this way.
Side to side?
Yeah. This creature we saw didn't have fins. When it was swimming, it would show mounds in the water, only because of the way it was swimming like a snake.
Ed learned that whales are capable of withstanding sudden and extreme changes of depths and pressures. But whales are saltwater mammals, not likely to be found in a mountain lake. Some believe Ogopogo to be a giant eel. Eels are known to grow to lengths of 20 feet, and they do inhabit freshwater lakes. One theory states that eunuch eels with little or no sex drive do not participate in the mating migration, but remain feeding on the bottom of lakes and grow to enormous size. Could Ogopogo be one of these? As their first attempt was inconclusive, our divers decide to try again. This time off Squally Point, where Indian legends tell of the cave-like home of the lake monster. As the divers descended, the water grew painfully cold. Amid the rocks, our divers found many cavernous openings, but no signs of Ogopogo living in any of them. Unable to capture the monster on film, our searchers had one more contact to make. The authoress of Beneath the Depths, Arlene Gall, who owns the only known motion picture footage reputed to be of Ogopogo.
The most conclusive evidence that I personally feel that we have on the Ogopogo is the fold and film. The fold and film actually shows a large animate object surfacing, submerging, and propelling itself through the waters at a very high speed. There is very little doubt in my mind that there is a creature or creatures of massive size beneath the depths of Okanagan Lake.
We optically enlarged the film, and on close examination, there was indeed a large object moving through the water, as shown by the white foam. Professor Willard Bascom comments on the conditions necessary for the development of a monster.
One of the difficult problems is this is in a fairly small lake, which is only 90 miles long and 2 or 3 miles wide. And it just doesn't seem likely that you could have developed any animal quite so large in the relatively short time available since that lake was frozen solid during the ice ages. It just seems very unlikely to me. I do believe that in the open ocean, there's probably lots of very large animals that are so rarely seen by man, sea monsters, if you will, animals of a certain kind which are much larger than any others like that have ever been seen. All animals have certain problems of getting oxygen and of feeding and of living through the winter time and of mating and raising young and all the other things. And all of those things still need to be described about this particular creature, whatever it may be. But there's no question there are very large animals in the sea which are only rarely seen. So anything might be a sea monster if it grew to a very unusual size.
The persistent question remains. What is it so many reliable witnesses say they've seen in the lake? Could so many people be wrong? Whether the creature is something known or unknown, it's difficult to ignore these pictures and the large number of sightings of a creature scientists cannot explain. What it is, we still don't know. Perhaps someday, a scientific expedition will tell us. In the meantime, the fold-in film provides us with the most conclusive evidence that something very large lives in Lake Okanagan. It seems impossible that an empty desert could hide one of the world's greatest secrets. Yet in this wasteland stands a wondrous enigma, the Great Pyramids of ancient Egypt. Some call them tombs, others say they were beacons to ancient spacemen. Still others believe they are generators of energy. The secret of the pyramids has eluded men for thousands of years. If they were merely tombs for the pharaohs, why has no mummy ever been found in one? We do know that the ancients built great temples to the forces they believed ruled their lives after death. In sacred places, near the pyramids, Egyptians prepared the most important of their citizens for a journey into life everlasting. No other ancient civilization lavished as much genius on defeating time, on defeating death. Is it possible the Egyptians succeeded? Seldom do the dreams and wisdom of a civilization come together in a single work. It happened once, a very long time ago. In the pure and simple geometry of the pyramids, ancient Egypt may have found answers to profound mysteries. It is for modern men to rediscover them.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Cairo is often called the intellectual capital of the Arab world. It is a reputation founded in antiquity. Despite the crowding, poverty, and conflicts of the present, Cairo is irrevocably linked to its brilliant past. On the outskirts of the city are the reminders of an incredible dream. From the summit of the Great Pyramid of Cheops, it is still possible, after 4,000 years, to see ruined temples nestled at the foot of its ageless companion, the Pyramid of Khafre. Long ago, a staggering number of people and immense amounts of material were needed to construct the monoliths. The Egyptians must have had a very good reason for sacrificing so much. What was it? In its finished form, the Great Pyramid was gleaming white and was capped with a block of some special material. The cap may have been polished granite or even gold. Higher than a 40-story building, the Great Pyramid was an awesome monument to some higher order in an untamed desert world. It is awesome still, more than 40 centuries later. Through the ages, the mystery of the pyramid has inspired many theories. Among them, the idea that the pyramid is Earth Base 1, remnant of the colonization of Earth by extraterrestrials. Others liken the pyramid to a mammoth radio beacon or a collector of some secret energy source. Whatever it was 4,000 years ago, it is today the single most perplexing monument in the world. What must the builders have been like? There is ample evidence that the ancients were fascinated with time and the rhythm of life along the Nile. Each year, their farmland would be renewed by rich deposits from the flooding river. If the soil could be revived, why not the spirit and body of man? The pyramids may have played a central part in a quest for immortality. Whatever their function, never has history seen such a total commitment of manpower and resources to a single task for so long a time. For each worker in the stone quarries or at the building site, several more would be needed to provide the food and other services required by so vast an enterprise. Unless the ancients had another way. Other great civilizations built artificial mountains. They reach above the jungle canopy of Yucatan and Central America. Steps to the stars. None, however, has inspired the intense curiosity that the pyramids of Egypt have. Part of the Egyptian secret may be that theirs was the only civilization to perfect the true pyramid. That burst of genius apparently occurred in the 3rd millennium before Christ at a place called Saqqara, west of modern Cairo. A pharaoh named Zoser commissioned the first known Egyptian pyramid. If Zoser's pyramid was intended to be a tomb, it was an unusual one. Tombs had previously been simple structures of mud brick. Never had they been translated to stone and stacked one atop the other. The next step in the evolution of the true pyramid was to create a smooth facing on a stepped pyramid. The attempt failed, and the pyramid collapsed. Only the central core was left standing. The disaster occurred as work was advancing on another pyramid. Mindful of the lesson, the architect obviously switched to a shallower angle, creating the so-called bent pyramid. The neighboring pyramid is newer and constructed at the same shallow angle as the upper portion of the bent pyramid. Experiments continued for perhaps 1,000 years. Incredibly, 80 structures survive, providing vivid examples of pyramid evolution. The glory days of the Pyramid Age came around 2500 BC. when the pharaoh Cheops ordered a pyramid built at Giza. The angles were steep and the scale gargantuan. Cheops' successor, Khephren, built another pyramid nearby. It is slightly smaller, but no less perfect in symmetry or design. The orthodox view is that the pyramids were constructed using large ramps of brick and earth. These ramps would be constructed at gentle angles so that huge gangs of workers could push the big building blocks upwards. This traditional view holds that once the interior core of the pyramid was finished, the job of surfacing the pyramid would begin at the top and work down. The ramps would be dismantled along the way. How many years of labor must it have taken to move those blocks? When the Greek historian Herodotus stood at the foot of the Great Pyramid in 450 BC, he was told that it was built in 30 years by a rotating workforce of 120,000 men. Khepren's pyramid must have required a similar effort. It should be remembered that the Egyptians accomplished other feats in their golden age. They developed surgery, plotted the movements of their stars, and worked with advanced mathematics. What the ancients accomplished, they apparently did without benefit of the pulley or block and tackle. It is clear, however, that the Egyptians had developed the powers of their minds to a high degree. Science is only beginning to learn what those powers can mean. The simple and amazing fact is that the Egyptians consistently built on a colossal scale. If we had only their monuments and temples to judge them by, we would have to assume they were a race of giants. What mystery did the Sphinx guard? Was there something inside the pyramid? In the 9th century AD, an Arab prince named Mahmud rode to the pyramids with no thought of their grandeur. It was treasure he was after. His men set to work with gunpowder and battering rams. When they had breached the outer defenses of the pyramid, they found only a labyrinth of passageways and chambers. They were empty. The secret had not yielded to force. The Great Pyramid is unique in the complexity of its interior. Slicing the pyramid from north to south, we get this view. Our scale is exaggerated for a better look at the design. The pyramid rests on a central mound of uncleared earth, perhaps left as a base for constructing the first few levels of blocks. The entrance is in the north face, 55 feet above the ground. A corridor extends 60 feet down into the pyramid, where it joins another corridor 129 feet in length. This corridor leads by another passageway to the so-called Queen's Chamber and to a gallery 153 feet long and 28 feet high. Beyond this magnificent gallery is the King's Chamber, repository of one of mankind's most enduring mysteries. Today, visitors can see the chamber just as it was when it was opened 1,000 years ago. It may indeed have been intended as the final resting place for Cheops. No body has been found, however, and the rough finish of the granite centerpiece may indicate that the builders changed their minds. But here, question piles upon question. Another puzzle is the existence of shafts extending from the King's Chamber and the Grand Gallery to the surface of the pyramid. They may have been designed simply for ventilation, or they may have worked to align the pyramid with some planet or star which could be sighted through the shaft at regular intervals during the Earth's movement through the heavens. Surviving records of the Pyramid Age indicate that the Egyptians had an advanced knowledge of astronomy. This could explain how the faces of the pyramid are so precisely aligned with the cardinal points of the compass. It does not explain why it was so important for the pyramids to be perfectly tuned to the stars. The architectural patterns established so long ago by the best minds of Egypt are still in use today. Although no one knows anything for sure about the origin or purpose of the true pyramid, many believe they can tap its supposed powers. Belief in pyramid power has generated a multi-million-dollar industry. Pyramid models are thought to be able to perform a variety of miracles, from enhancing sexual potency to mummifying meat and sharpening razor blades. Others see in the dimensions of the Great Pyramid a detailed forecast of humanity's future. The future never seemed to be in doubt for the ancients. Scholars have labored for years over the hauntingly beautiful carvings that decorate the great monuments of Egypt. They tell us that the most important qualities of life were harmony with the gods and the permanence of the established order. In the panorama of Egypt's 27 centuries of unparalleled accomplishments, there was not the slightest indication that anyone thought it would ever come to an end. Yet it did. But why? Perhaps a clue lies in the belief that even the lifetime of the humblest peasant could extend beyond the grave. There was one condition: the body must remain preserved and undisturbed. The rites of death were performed in elaborate temples, way stations for the immortal soul. Preparation of the body took 70 days. Internal organs were removed and the shell of the body treated with salts and exotic oils. Enough mummies have been found to testify to the skill of the ancient technicians of immortality. Is it possible the Egyptians dreamed of a day when techniques more advanced than their own could restore vigor to dry flesh? Scientists are using modern techniques on the mummies, not to restore them to life, of course, but to learn something of the remarkable people who built pyramids and dreamed of life everlasting. X-rays reveal that the Egyptian of the period was small in stature and likely to fall victim to the same diseases which afflict mankind today. If the deceased was of noble blood, his funeral would include a symbolic boat. The boat would be borne by priests in the guise of the deities, who would ensure that the spirit was ready for a voyage to the kingdom of the dead. There would be a preliminary voyage across the River Nile to the West Bank, where cities of the dead were traditionally built. After the Pyramid Age, the greatest of these was the Valley of the Kings in Upper Egypt. It was in the Valley of the Kings that Howard Carter discovered the undisturbed tomb of Tutankhamun. The discovery remains the richest in the history of Egyptian archaeology. Tutankhamun was a minor king who died young after a brief reign. Cheops reigned more than 20 years and had the wealth and the power to construct one of the wonders of the world. If the mortuary temple near the Great Pyramid is any indication, Cheops' funeral must have been a far more lavish affair. If he was buried in the pyramid, he may be there still, and with him, treasure beyond anything seen so far. Small wonder Cheops took precautions.
Once Cheops was entombed, the pyramid was sealed by workers inside. Starting with the ascending corridor, they would push or drop large blocks into each connection with another corridor. Did the workers then perish with their dead king? Probably not. A crude passageway has been found, which starts deep beneath the pyramid and eventually leads back outside. The workers charged with protecting Cheops for all eternity apparently protected themselves with a hidden way out.
It may be that the hidden way out provided looters with access to Cheops' tomb. It is just as likely that Cheops' secret is still safely locked inside the pyramid. At Stanford Research Laboratory in Menlo Park, California, a team directed by geophysicist Lambert Dolphin is preparing another assault on the secrets of the pyramid.
The Great Pyramid is an example of a structure beautifully finished on the exterior originally. The casing stones were so perfect. Where you see them in place, they're beautifully, accurately finished, but the interior stones are very rough. When you can crawl inside the interior passages, the tourist doesn't see. The interior construction is rough. That says to me that no astronauts from outer space using laser stone-cutting tools built the pyramids. We put razor blades inside the real pyramids and flowers and fruit. Our experience last time in the Pyramid of Cheops was that the razor blades rusted, the flowers wilted, and rats ate the fruit. So firsthand, we have no evidence of pyramid power operating in the real pyramids. I personally am very skeptical about the power of the pyramids to influence human behavior or sharpen razor blades, apart from the strong powers of human suggestion in a belief system. When people believe in something strongly, they can make it come true, and that's pyramidology, and then that's a lot of other phenomenon as well. I'm skeptical also about lost golden tablets from Atlantis being buried in the area. I don't believe the Egyptians needed some kind of esoteric outer space technology to do what they did. What they did was very impressive. 100,000 men working for 30 years is an awful lot of labor and effort to build one pyramid, and that kind of construction went on for 200 or 300 years.
Dr. Dolphin is pioneering a new technology which may enable archaeologists to peer through the pyramids electronically without destroying them.
Our work in 1974 using radar was unsuccessful because radio signals do not penetrate the pyramids well. The radio waves are absorbed in the damp stone. We went back, however, last February with sound waves, acoustic sounding techniques, and found a number of anomalies. Places in the pyramids, around the pyramids, where there appear to be either chambers, cracks, either man-made or natural. An example of an anomaly which we think needs to be checked further is an apparent cavity in between the king's chamber and the queen's chamber in the Pyramid of Cheops. Our sounder indicates something there where there ought to be solid rock.
If there is a hidden chamber in the pyramid, will it contain unimaginable treasure? Or will it be just another cipher, leaving the long rest of Cheops undisturbed and the secrets of the pyramids intact? As the treasures of Tutankhamun tour the United States, it is clear that interest in Egyptology has never been greater. Perhaps people are responding to a dissatisfaction with the way modern thinkers view the world, a yearning to understand a more ancient and tranquil wisdom.
I certainly believe that Western science has demythologized our contemporary society too much, that there really is mystery all around us. I'm dedicated to the rediscovery of the mystery in life, to the unknown, to the unusual, to the rare. I think that Egypt is a place where there are many exciting discoveries yet to be made. The pyramids still have their secrets. The discoveries to be made in the years to come are likely to be dramatic and sensational as man learns more about himself and his origins. And Cairo itself is a city of mystery, and the East is an exotic place. It stirs the very best in man, and I think we've lost that kind of consciousness in the course of becoming Western civilized man.
Perhaps the ultimate accomplishment of the pyramid builders is yet to be realized. Their monuments may one day lead us to rediscover the greater wonder that is the mind of man. It is the lowest place on the face of the earth. The sea is so salt, nothing can live in it. Yet, in small settlements along the west bank of this Dead Sea, Jewish scholars once sought refuge from the moral decay of their time. The refuge ended shortly after the time of Christ. Roman conquerors were tightening their stranglehold on the Holy Land. Even the suggestion of dissension was intolerable. So, the emperor's legions crushed the desert settlements of the rabbis. A Jewish sect called the Essene apparently knew the end was coming. For generations, they had collected the wisdom of their people and the earliest known versions of the Old Testament. These treasures they hid in the caves that only they knew existed in the mountains behind their settlement. 19 centuries later, the treasure would be rediscovered. It would be a vindication of the faith of millions, evidence of the Bible as a factual history of the birth and heritage of mankind. Young rabbis pursuing their studies in Israel are the latest in a long line of revered scholars. The scripture they recite was written down centuries ago. On a barren desert shelf overlooking the Dead Sea, an ancient wisdom was thus preserved. Only a few fragments have so far been recovered.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
No other city has inspired such passions. Jerusalem. Her ancient walls have seen so much. Pilgrims coming from all over the world, Jews mourning past outrages in prayers before stones quarried 2,000 years ago for Herod. Muslims visiting the site of Muhammad's ascension on a hill remembered by Jews for Abraham's sacrifice. Winding past sacred monuments are streets filled with mystery. The passers-by are a polyglot of creeds and cultures. For the moment, they coexist. Yet Jerusalem is a city wearied by war. Visitors are drawn to the nearby town of Bethlehem. There, commercial banners proclaim the birthplace of the Prince of Peace. From that time to this, Bethlehem has been a trading place for nomads from Judea. In 1947, one of these nomads found his way to a small shop, hoping to sell a rotting parchment he'd found in the desert. The desert beyond Bethlehem is Judea. Green things are rare in the land of the prophets, but a spring emerges from the mountains at a place called Ein Feshka. For as long as history has been recorded here, fresh water has flowed, nourishing vegetation and refreshing wayfarers. In recent times, Ein Feshka was Arab territory, part of the Kingdom of Jordan. In the Six-Day War, Israel pushed Jordan out of Jerusalem, out of Bethlehem, and out of Judea. Now, the Israelis hold the entire west bank of the Jordan River and Dead Sea. Israel's 1967 Blitzkrieg was intended to push Arab forces back to the east bank of the Jordan River and the Dead Sea, thus giving the tiny Jewish state a defensible border with its hostile neighbors. The West Bank is hostile enough without the thunder of competing armies. It is hot and dry and mountainous. The greenery and cool breezes of Jerusalem are only a short drive away, but they might as well be on the other side of the moon. Nowhere is the harsh reality of life on the West Bank more apparent than at an ancient mountain sanctuary 30 miles south of the spring at Ein Feshka. Today, cable cars make the journey to the top an easy one. In the time of Rome's dominion over the Hebrews, the trip meant climbing a trail called the Snake. By whatever route to the top, one encounters an astonishing monument to the human struggle for freedom. The place is Masada. 2,000 years ago, a people called the Zealots lived here. They looked at the corrupt world below and felt safe. Masada was the largest of the West Bank settlements maintained by religious patriots in defiance of Roman authority. On their mountaintop, the Zealots even had room to grow livestock and crops. From their lookouts, they could see the other side of the Dead Sea and watch invasion routes from the north. An elaborate complex of reservoirs was cut into the mountain to store runoff from rare winter rains, enough to quench Masada's thirst all summer. No enemy could approach the walls of the city without being seen. The Zealots were prepared for just about everything. But they had not anticipated the tenacity of the Roman legion. The army was marching south from Jerusalem. Rome was expanding the frontiers of empire. The legionnaires brought engines of war. They were prepared for a long siege. From the summit of Masada, it is still possible to see the outlines of the Roman encampments below. The battle raged 3 years. By then, the Zealots knew the end was near. They drew lots to implement a desperate plan. The Zealots had chosen death by their own hands rather than surrender. The man chosen by lot to see the deed done had fallen on his own sword. The Zealots might have been hardened in their resolve by news of what had happened at Qumran. Like Masada, Qumran was a community of devout Jews who sought refuge from oppression and immorality. Their settlement lay in the Romans' line of march from Jerusalem to Masada. Qumran was much smaller, with none of Masada's formidable defenses. Its people were more disposed to prayer than politics or war. The Romans crushed them and moved on. For perhaps 200 years, the Qumran sect had struggled for survival in the desert. They had dug a canal to carry rainwater from reservoirs in the mountains. The canal led to an elaborate system of channels inside the settlement. These, in turn, fed a network of smaller channels which emptied into large and small cisterns. Use of the precious fluid, both for ceremony and survival, was decided in council debate. Debates took place in a large hall. Only full initiates could speak. Ritual cleansing in special pools was part of an initiation process which might take several years. It was the only way to become a participant in community life. If the new member was favored, he might gain access to another part of the settlement. In a small room facing the sea, Qumran's most important work was done. Here, scribes bent over plaster benches, copying holy scriptures, their work illuminated by a window open to the sky. In another room, potters worked to prepare the jars which would hold the scrolls. Others tanned hides for parchment. Work came to an abrupt halt in the spring of 31 BC. The Roman historian Josephus marks this as the time of a terrible earthquake. Major damage, which might have been caused by that quake, is evident at Qumran. Did the community then scatter to the hills? Open graves at the walls of Qumran may be evidence of the heavy price exacted by nature. New construction on the site of cleared wreckage indicates the settlement slowly came back to life. The dedication of the community was not to be thwarted by a catastrophe of God's making. Perhaps the Qumran settlers felt their faith was being tested. When the final crisis came, the people of Qumran would be ready. The flocks of goats and sheep grazing on the hills between Jerusalem and the Dead Sea belonged to nomadic desert Arabs called Bedouin. They are a clannish people, hardened to life in the wilderness. Few outsiders ever get close to them. Since the 17th century, the Ta'amira tribe has eked out a living near the banks of the Dead Sea. The terrain is harsh, and tending the livestock is hard work. On a hot summer's day in 1947, a young Ta'amira goat herd went chasing a stray. His name was Muhammad Adib, and he was about to make history. 2,000 years before Muhammad, others had followed the same path into the wilderness. The young Bedouin, who couldn't read and knew nothing of history, was walking in the footsteps of scholars who had devoted their lives to preserving the past. The adventure Muhammad was embarked on would soon vindicate their labors. Cool blackness had caught the boy's eye. It was a cave. Playfully, Muhammad dropped the stone. He had found the hiding place of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
When the news of the discovery reached me in Jerusalem, I was a fellow of the American School of Oriental Research in the year 1947-48. On February 15th, a few days before,
Professor John Trevor was the first scholar to see Muhammad's discovery, as agents for the Bedouin quietly sought to determine its worth.
it was Wednesday, the 18th of February, when the Syrians called to the American school to get some information about some manuscripts that they had. I was amazed by their description. It didn't make too much sense to me. So I said, well, the only way I can give you information is to see the documents. So they agreed to come over the next afternoon. And when they arrived, they had a satchel with 5 documents wrapped in Arabic newspaper. They handed me one very small one, and I tried to open it, and it was very brittle. Before I had a chance to do more than simply notice it was in Hebrew, then they drew my attention to this large scroll. And when I began to look at what was before me, I was puzzled. And immediately when I began to compare this script with the Nash Papyrus, I saw evidences of great antiquity. The Nash Papyrus had been dated in the 2nd century, 1st century BC. And I thought to myself, well, perhaps then this could be as old as the Nash Papyrus, which would make it 1,000 years older than the oldest known biblical manuscript in Hebrew. But then I suddenly realized that I had not checked the manuscript for authenticity. Could it be a forgery, was the question that plagued me all that night. So the next morning I made arrangements to get into the old city and go to the monastery. And then they brought out the scroll again, and I began to unroll it very carefully, looking for evidences of corrections, particularly that might give an indication of authenticity. And I finally came to column 33, and there suddenly was the evidence that I was looking for. For here on this column are 2 corrections made by 2 different hands, and no forger could possibly have produced the phenomenon of those corrections. Then I knew that I was looking at a manuscript that was 2,000 years old, the oldest biblical manuscript yet discovered.
News of the discovery touched off a stampede. Jordanian authorities called on the famed desert police for help. The Bedouin weren't about to tell anyone where the cave was. It would be up to the police to find it before more scrolls got into the wrong hands, and bidding climbed too high for scholars to compete with private collectors. In time, the police succeeded. They found not one cave, but a virtual honeycomb in the hills behind Qumran. The Bedouin, however, had found them first. They were picked clean. No one could be sure how many of the caves had actually contained anything of value. Scroll hunting had become the full-time occupation of the Ta'amira tribe. Every likely crevice was explored. The Bedouin had approached the task with the same cunning that had made them successful smugglers and highwaymen. Clearly, the only choice authorities had was to deal with the Bedouin. Government archaeologist Joseph Saad checked into the Winter Palace Hotel in Jericho, posing as an agent for a wealthy collector. There, Saad met secretly with his superior to fix the price they were willing to pay. They settled on a maximum fee of £1 sterling per square centimeter of scroll fragment. Negotiations were set to take place in a rundown hotel on the other side of town. Representing the Bedouin was a Bethlehem merchant named Kando. It was to him that Muhammad had brought the first scrolls. Eventually, the bargain was made. Although neither side really trusted the other, a relationship now existed that could enable scholars to unravel the mystery of the scrolls. Kando and his young Bedouin friend Muhammad even traveled to Amman, Jordan, to dine with the director of antiquities. There, for the first time, officials heard the full story of the amazing discovery. By now, experts had a much clearer understanding of the importance of the scrolls. Basically, the scrolls provide a 2,000-year-old verification of the accuracy of the Old Testament as known to modern men. The uniformity of the versions was astonishing. In 1952, another amazing discovery was made. 2 rolled strips of copper were found near Qumran. When cut apart, they revealed an inventory of buried treasure. The wealth represented in the list was enormous. Gold and silver bullion, huge quantities of coins and sacred artifacts. Could this be the treasure of Jerusalem, lost in the Roman attack of 70 AD? If it is, the Jews must have hidden the wealth in secret places throughout the city. What has become of the treasure? Why would the list be hidden at Qumran? The ruins are mute. Clearly, however, the settlement was recognized in its own day as far more important than the size of its membership would suggest. Some scholars believe John the Baptist lived here as a boy, watching the scribes work at their writing tables. Jesus was certainly at least aware of the community and of the scripture being copied and sealed away in the large clay jars unique to Qumran, time capsules to be opened in a distant age. From the other writings of the sect, we know that the community believed it was living in the last days before God's judgment, the ultimate triumph of light over darkness. Even as they labored to accumulate and preserve the Jewish scriptures, they prepared for the final struggle with the forces of evil and the new age to come. In this way, the Qumran settlers anticipated the apocalypse. When it came, they were unprepared for the result.
The Qumran community continued for over 200 years to live here in this site with that daily expectation that the new age was about to begin and they would be involved. But instead, exactly the opposite happened. Instead of there being the sons of light who would destroy or defeat the sons of darkness came down in the form of the Roman Vespasian army and defeated the sons of light.
The written contributions of Qumran live on in Jerusalem's Shrine of the Book. Qumran's spirit is alive too. Many of today's Jews are following the traditions established there so long ago. All who value faith are in some way indebted to the people who labored in the desert to preserve it. Qumran was destroyed and its inhabitants put to the sword. Perhaps, however, the ultimate victory they prayed for was theirs after all. We know that the Essenes sent emissaries to Masada when they saw the end was near for Qumran. Perhaps they sent them elsewhere. The map will give us a clue. The east bank of the Jordan and Dead Sea is in many ways a mirror image of the west. For Jerusalem, there's Amman. For Eilat, there is Aqaba. Why should the Essene and Zealots not have established settlements on the east bank also? The political boundaries of today meant nothing then. The east bank has been untouched by archaeologists. What treasures may lie in these hills? Qumran was created to rise above the corruption and violence of its age. Peace has not yet come to the west bank of the Dead Sea. If it ever does, perhaps men can concentrate on finding more of the treasures Qumran left behind. There are people who claim to remember events that happened in a former lifetime. It is a strange phenomenon called reincarnation. There's the story of Maria, a little girl who lived a long time ago in a coastal village of France. Maria had a special touch with living things. It was said she could cure animals and people of illness. The villagers called her a witch and hunted her down in the night. A girl living now remembers every detail of that horrible night as though it had happened to her. Perhaps it did. Ruth McGuire is convinced she has lived before. She remembers a specific place where this other life began. The smallest details are clear in her mind, though she has never been there. Ruth McGuire remembers more than where her past life began. She remembers how it ended.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Men of vision are rare in any time. In the pioneering days of American industrial expansion, Henry Ford was such a man. In his later years, Ford would be acclaimed as the father of the assembly line. Ford's genius embraced another idea, He believed he was immortal. Ford thought that his essential being or soul would be reborn into another body. Reincarnation is a belief that has been expressed by every civilization known to man. The principles governing the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth are called karma. Karma means that a soul progresses from body to body, life to life, until it achieves perfect harmony with the universe. Thus, one who suffers in this life is assured of at least the possibility of a better break in the next.
All right, now lie down and make yourself as comfortable as you can.
Dr. Helen Wambach is a clinical psychologist doing reincarnation research in San Francisco.
Stretch the jaw.
Using the technique of hypnotic regression, she will be the guide on a remarkable journey through time and space.
And all discomfort leaves your body. And you're floating on a cloud, and your body is very, very heavy now. We're going to float back all around the world, back into past time. When I call out the name of a place, let images come into your mind. An image for the Far East, an image for Central Asia, an image for Europe, an image for the Near East and Africa, or an image for North, Central, or South America. Now choose. You have chosen.
I'd more or less picked Scandinavia. I couldn't get out of the snow. The only real scenery was just rolling snow-covered hills, frozen ground. And it seemed like we traveled by foot most of the time from one fishing hole to another, it seemed. And my death was an accident in, one of the journeys, and it was like, it seemed to have something to do with a sled, and it sort of got thrown over, and I was just left laying in a snowbank. It seemed to be on the foot of the steps of a pyramid, a temple. The ceremony that I was going to attend was attended by all the members of the village, all the surrounding villages, and it seemed to be a healing. There was some type of a healing going on what seemed to have been maybe the chief of the village. And I remember I had very strong belief that this was going to be helpful and very great interest.
Dr. Wambach has regressed more than 2,000 persons in her search for scientifically valid data on the reincarnation experience.
Well, actually, I've been searching for 5 years now for evidence that we may have lived before. What I found is what many researchers have found, that there's a tantalizing mix of fantasy and checkable reality in past life recall. My belief was that if we have lived past lives, all of us have lived past lives. And therefore, I ought to be able to explore this phenomenon in the same normative way that a psychologist would go about exploring any other kinds of phenomenon. So I evolved a technique of taking people to past lives that I found to be both safe and reliable, and where I could get repeatable evidence. Elbows down.
Simply put, Dr. Wambach's technique is to plant a post-hypnotic suggestion in the subject's minds, which enables them to fill out an elaborate questionnaire after the session is over. The questionnaires are important because Dr. Wambach finds that during regression, patients are reluctant to have their journey to a past life disturbed by conversation with the hypnotist. However, Dr. Wambach will occasionally use the standard question and answer technique to explore an unusual case.
All right, now, Bob, I want you to go to a time when you are listening to some of the people around you talk, and you will hear the syllables. And you will be able to repeat them.
Nainu Rakakani kum ta Nainu Rakakani kum top.
All right, that's fine, Bob. Can you tell me what these words mean? What is being talked about?
In regard to the day's labors, the dissatisfaction with the task, dissatisfaction with the job.
How do you feel about this? Do you feel dissatisfied?
I feel it's all in a day's time, and I'll soon be on my way away from it.
Now, Bob, I want you to move in that lifetime to a time when you are seeing something written. Do you see anything? You will be able to open your eyes without coming out of the hypnotic trance. You will focus intently on the hieroglyphs, and you will be able to copy them.
Dr. Wambach has had an expert at Stanford University study Bob's strange writing. She says the expert has been able to identify 80% of the characters as authentic Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Very good, Bob. Can you tell me now what these hieroglyphs mean?
In reference to a new trade route and treaty of free movement and protection from the highest power for such a venture.
Hi, Bob. Oh. How was it?
Not bad.
Not bad, huh?
Bob is a retired stockbroker.
Yeah.
How could he write and converse in a language that vanished tens of centuries ago, along with the builders of the pyramids?
At the very least, it's a fascinating exercise, this probing of the unconscious mind for scraps of information about past lives. There are more practical aspects to the study of reincarnation. Trauma from a past life sometimes seems to spill over into the present. It is possible that many physical and emotional problems which defy medical science can be cured through an understanding of this principle.
In this lifetime, for instance, I've had a series of, since early childhood, seizure type of things that occurred that doctors and priests couldn't explain. That
Shirley Krepp eventually described her problem to Dr. Wambach.
The sensation of going 1,000,000 miles an hour and weighing at least a ton, and it was pretty terrorizing to have that occurring because I couldn't make it stop. During the session where I was regressed to the lifetime as a girl named Maria, this particular seizure started to occur while I was under hypnosis. And it was then that Dr. Wambach took me to that point where it first started to occur.
Under hypnosis, Shirley described herself as a healer in a village on the coast of France. She said her name was Maria, and that she'd been summoned to the constables to help his sick child. The child died.
One evening, after the child had died, on my walk home through the forest, out of the bushes, out of the trees, with torches, the whole village seemed to appear, and they were going to burn Maria as a witch because they thought she'd killed the boy. And they came towards her, they'd get the witch. And I ran as Maria. I didn't want to get caught, and it was then that the sensation started, the sensation that I had been experiencing in this lifetime of absolute stark raving terror. And they chased me, screaming and yelling, and I ran and I ran. And rather than to be caught by them and burnt, I jumped off a cliff. And that was the feeling of weighing 1 million pounds. And as Maria dropped that body and came out of that body, the weight, the speeding sensation stopped completely and abruptly, unlike any of the seizures that I'd had.
It could be coincidence that Shirley's symptoms disappeared after she confronted the nightmare of a prior life. Or it could be just what it appears, using an understanding and karma to calm the restless corner of Shirley's mind that is still Maria. Dr. Wambach's collection of 2,000 apparent reincarnation experiences has yielded some fascinating data. Between 70 and 80% of her subjects remember lives as working-class people or peasants. If these prior lives were imaginary, wouldn't more people think of themselves as royalty rather than accurately reflecting a cross-section of society? In another experiment, a group of white Californians was regressed to the 1850s. An extraordinary number said they were Asians then. Could they have been the Orientals who were imported to build California's railroads? Could they still be with us in new bodies? How many pasts can a person have? The work of other investigators may suggest an answer. The Old Chestnut Inn in Kent, Connecticut has a history as rich as its setting. Ruth McGuire has quite a history of her own. It appears she may have a number of histories.
I've had very strong feelings about the year 1857 and India. When I was just a child, I picked up a 10-cent piece. I felt terribly depressed. The date meant something to me.
Ruth had heard of Professor Hans Holzer, parapsychologist and author. She invited him to probe her mind for a meaning to the date that bothered her. Using hypnotic regression, Professor Holzer had enjoyed success with similar cases before.
Your name is Ruth McGuire. I want you to go back with me 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Where do you live?
In Manhattan.
You are now 10 years old. You are now 9 years old. You're now 7 years old. You're 7 years old. You're 7 years old. You are Ruth McGuire. You're 7 years old. Where do you go to school?
St. Nicholas at Tolentine.
What is your favorite teacher's name?
Sister Bonaventure.
What does she teach you?
Oh, poetry. She declaims poetry.
You are 7 years old. You're 6 years old. You're 5 years old. You're 4 years old. You're 3 years old. You're 2 years old. You're 1 year. You have just been born. I want you to go back beyond the threshold of birth. You're -5, -10, -20. What do you see? Look around you. Where are you?
It's all vapory.
What do you see?
Thick clouds and vapors. Cold. Oh, yes. I know where I am now.
Where are you?
I'm in England.
Where are you? What place?
Sussex.
Where did your father come from?
Hordon. It's in the North Riding area.
And your mother?
Durham. That's near Newcastle.
Did you ever get to the New World?
No, I died in Leiden at the age of 13. It was like a dam breaking. The bodies screaming, shouting, pillaging. I ran and hid.
Next, Ruth recalls another life and a crisis in a distant land.
I always dreaded being sent away.
Where were you sent?
We went to India.
Where in India?
Calcutta. And then another place where there was an uprising. The natives were very angry. They didn't want us there. And they came in a body, screaming, shouting, pillaging.
Professor Holzer feels he can probe even deeper into Ruth's multiple past lives.
Now, I want you to go back further, beyond your life in India, beyond your life in England. Go back, another incarnation, another life. And what town are we in?
Now we are in Holland. The year is 1613. Smoke in the room.
What sort of smoke?
The fire. It's smoking the fire.
Where are you to begin with? Where are you now?
Oh, I'm in a room in a cottage, and the fireplace is smoking. It burns my throat. My aunt and my mother are both there, and we have to wait and wait and wait. And there's something about the New World and Passage. There was this large man, and he pinned me against the wall. I was miserable, and I fell overboard. For a moment, I struggled, and then a strange feeling of happiness came over me. I must have been on shipboard. I saw the coffin and the people passing by, and I wanted to tell them, I hear what you're saying. I hear. And I tried to move my arm. I tried, and it was like lead. I couldn't move. I couldn't wiggle. I couldn't even move my nose. I couldn't indicate that I was there and I was listening. I seemed to be moving on a ribbon towards a great light.
What was the next sensation that followed?
There were people. I saw shadows and presences and people I didn't know. But my mother, yes, I saw my mother, and there was a comforting feeling that I had found her at last.
For Ruth McGuire, the session was a revelation. The controversial concept of karma made sense to her and seemed to explain so many things. Whatever she might have suffered in past lives only seemed now to increase her chance of serenity in this one. Dr. William Yaney is a psychiatrist who has devoted years to the study of reincarnation and the laws of karma.
Where I sit, I really see life as really a schoolroom. We're living in a very, very narrow spectrum, a very narrow dimension, as our parapsychologists are beginning to describe to us, tell us. I really see what we've got here is a soul utilizing an expendable body, so to speak, in a lifetime, a given span of time and space, to learn something.
Dr. Yaney believes the vast and complex cycle of birth, death, and rebirth must be controlled by a higher order of intelligence. Someone must be minding the store, so to speak. Who or what that force is remains one of the great puzzles confronting mankind. dumping day at a tuna cannery in the Solomon Islands. Hundreds of hungry sharks surround a canoe, devouring bushels of fish scraps. To fall overboard now would mean certain death. While photographing this awesome feeding frenzy, the In Search of camera boat is attacked by several huge sharks. A wooden paddle is bitten in half. Children at play in a tropical paradise, the remote island of Lulaci. At play in shark-infested waters. Yet these children are unafraid. What protects them from the jaws of the killer shark? The Lulaci love the sea monster others fear and harness its power in ways unknown to civilized men.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Whoever enters the sea risks the remote yet ever-present possibility of shark attack. With sharp teeth, abrasive skin, and powerful jaws, sharks can strike anyone at any time and in any waters. The lucky few escape with only cuts and bruises, survivors of a close encounter with a curious predator. But the unlucky majority suffer ghastly injuries. In these tragic cases, man becomes the helpless prey of a wild animal, a killer that sometimes attacks from hunger, but more often from pure aggression. If so inclined, they will attack groups of swimmers, even boats, with sudden fury. Mamie Macera spotted a shark circling her children. Armed with only a piece of driftwood, she managed to rescue them. Spear fisherman Floyd Pear nearly lost his leg. Pearl diver Iona Asai nearly lost his head. Without any warning, something hit me with tremendous force, recalled cameraman Henri Bourse. The shark had taken his leg. Swimmer Albert Cogler lost an arm, a shoulder, and his life. These tattered remains were all that was found of Navy Lieutenant James Neal. Whoever searches for the shark must realize that he places his life in great jeopardy and cannot predict the outcome of a confrontation. To the untrained eye, this shark might appear to be retreating. Just moments after these pictures were taken, however, it suddenly attacked. Marine biologist Dr. Walter Stark managed to escape, but his submarine was severely damaged. Whoever plays with wild sharks soon learns that they have been known to bite the hand that feeds them. In dangerous waters, survival means protection. The shark cage, standard equipment for divers. The shark bubble, underwater observation in comfort and safety. The shark bag, effective camouflage for victims of air and sea disasters. It has replaced old-fashioned shark repellent, which was distributed more for morale purposes than in any realistic hope of thwarting an attack. Imaginative inventors have even gone so far as to propose striped wetsuits to confuse sharks, electric wetsuits to shock them, and underwater parachutes to slow them down. The most widely used protective device is the simplest, a stick. A clout on the nose or a poke at the body is often sufficient to discourage an overly curious shark from getting too close. If a shotgun shell is attached to the end of the stick, it becomes a lethal weapon called a bang stick. Even the bravest diver, armed with a bang stick, is in mortal danger, however, when a shark signals it is about to attack. Arched back, downward pointed fins, erratic swimming, it means that the animal's territorial borders have been violated. It is shark body language for attack. The trigger that unleashes a shark attack is a mystery. Scientists are only beginning to understand how a shark finds its target. All living creatures radiate minute electromagnetic fields, usually detectable only with the most sensitive instruments. Even a small electric current passed through water in which a shark is swimming is sensed by the animal. Thus, the shark may be able to navigate by the Earth's gravity and stalk its victims electronically. The shark's eye is a highly sensitive organ. In the dimmest light, it enhances contrast and detects fast movement, an ideal adaptation for locating prey in dark, murky waters. Sharks are also able to detect vibrations very quickly and from a great distance. Marine biologist Dr. Donald Nelson lowers a loudspeaker into the water, over which he broadcasts a tape recording of struggling fish. The low-frequency, intermittent sound soon attracts a horde of excited sharks. The men in this canoe are dumping bushels of fish scraps, the waste of a tuna cannery. Called by some the swimming nose, the shark is the bloodhound of the sea. Its sense of smell is legendary. A large part of a shark's brain is devoted purely to interpreting odors. Sharks are able to detect even minute quantities of blood. Soon the water churns with the giant fins of hundreds of hunger-maddened sharks, ranging in size from 5 to 12 feet. At times like this, sharks will strike at anything. If a man fell overboard, he would be ripped to shreds in seconds. This is the savage spectacle of shark frenzy, the image of certain death. The ancient Hawaiians knew him as Kamahoali. In the Gilbert Islands, he was Bakoa. In Fiji, Dakawanga. In the Solomons, Bekwa. Throughout the South Pacific, the shark was worshipped as the greatest god. Less than 50 years ago, sacrificial victims were strangled on coral stone altars and thrown to the sharks. But the missionaries who filmed these headhunters in 1900 waged all-out war on the pagan shark god. Countless human lives have been sacrificed to the shark god. His followers have dwindled to a handful of true believers. The shark worshippers, however, can still be found by those who search beyond the frontiers of civilization. The shark god Dakawanga, if properly appeased, is the benevolent protector of shipwrecked sailors, ally of fishermen. His name is still remembered with reverence in modern-day Fiji. Tradition says Tuvu Harbor is the sacred ancestral home of Dakawanga. Now, it is an exclusive resort. Tourists, however, never see the shark god. But the women of Yanuda Island claim that the spirit of Dakawanga still lives. It is said that he protects the villagers from attack in this coastal river. The only person ever killed by a shark here was a visitor from another town, a woman who did not believe in the shark god. On another island, a tourist fell overboard and was immediately attacked by a huge shark. A policeman prayed to Dakawanga before jumping bravely into the bloody water to attempt a rescue. Miraculously, it seemed, the shark released its victim and swam peacefully away. Rather than relying on the shark god's mercy in the future, authorities are building guardrails. In still another village, a bricklayer claims he was saved by the shark god when his boat sank far out at sea. He says for 2 days and 2 nights, he rode on the back of a huge shark, which carried him to shore with an escort of smaller sharks. A few witch doctors occasionally include the shark god in their incantations. Condroya, one of the most powerful witch doctors, regularly toasts Dakawanga as he drinks a native potion. Twice a year, he and his apprentice perform the ritual of the sacred tooth. They believe the shark god appears at midnight to accept the offering. Fables and symbolic ceremonies are all that remain of what was once the all-powerful religion of Fiji. Missionaries and other newcomers have toppled Dakawanga from his throne in most of the South Pacific Islands. In the tiny village of Laulasi, however, the shark god still reigns supreme. In the Solomon Islands, the people of Laulasi cling precariously to the Stone Age. Adventurer Terry Hannigan is returning to the mysterious island where pagan priests once accepted him as a brother.
When I first came to Laulasi in 1973, I was lucky enough to witness a lot of occurrences that frankly defied my ability of explanation. Shark calling, particularly the totemic shark, which they were able to call with the performance of a certain rubric. Now, on 2 occasions, Boscaranone, the shark priest, was able to call these in virtually on order. This was quite amazing to me because the animals came from down current where they couldn't have scented the blood from the sacrifice that was put in the water. And it was just one of those things where you say to yourself, there certainly are some new things under the sun. Here, the people's 2 main cultural backbones have been the worship of their ancestors through the spirit shark and through the making of shell money. Now that I've come back, I notice a lot of the old ways changing. A lot of the familiar faces are no longer here. A lot of the people have moved away. Well, the general tenor of village life is missing. The young people all seem to be drawn to the capital where dollars and bright lights seem to beckon them. And it's really saddening for me to have to witness it.
So, Rana? Yes? What kinds of something happened in our village now since time before we come here? We had a story now of someone, some white man.
The Australian has a talk in pidgin English with the villagers. His friend Ramo tells him that the people are bitter and confused. A group of unscrupulous businessmen and corrupt officials from the capital persuaded them to deposit all their worldly wealth in a bank and then embezzled the money, leaving Laulasi destitute. Sios tells another sad story. The young people are moving away for jobs on the mainland. Even worse, they are abandoning the shark god Bekwa. Sios fears a terrible curse has been put upon Laulasi by enemies, Only the strongest magic can save them. Bosikuru None feels that he should make a special sacrifice to summon the shark god. If Bekwa answers, the curse will be broken. If not, the people must assume their shark god has deserted them. Before the sacrifice can take place, the living dead must be consulted. A 90-year-old holy man who calls himself Moses will play a key role. He lives alone in a hut, taboo to all but a few lesser priests. His days are spent talking to the ghosts of the dead. He will pray to the shark spirit for the blessing of his ancestors for what is about to occur. If a loved one dies in Lolasi, the body is fed to the sacred sharks. Only the head is preserved, wrapped in leaves. When Moses chants to the skulls, he believes he is talking to the dead whose spirit lives on in the body of the shark. In a sacred glen behind the taboo hut, a pit 20 feet deep has been dug to hold 17 generations of Lolasi skulls, ready to be consulted in times of crisis. The spirits have given Moses approval to proceed with the ceremony. Men dance in honor of Bekwa, he who helps them to find fish and shells, he who guides their boats to safety. Bosikuru delivers the ceremonial pig. A few generations ago, the sacrifice would have been human. The shark priests prepare the offering according to the secret ways of their faith. Women call on Bekwa to protect their men and children, to keep any renegade sharks from attacking them. This is a village where everyone spends at least several hours a day swimming in waters full of dangerous sharks. Yet, the Lolasi claim that no villager has ever been attacked by a shark, except one man who denied the power of Bekwa. The sacrifice is about to begin. Mysteriously, sharks have gathered in the waters near the taboo hut just moments before the shark priests appear. Terry, Ramo, and the male villagers are now participants in a religious communion which has been shared by the Lolasi people and the sharks for hundreds of years. The sacrifice is placed in the water by Bosikuru with a prayer to the spirit shark. 20 yards away, children play unafraid. The great spirit shark appears, an awesome 10-footer. According to Bosikuru, it is essential that this shark be the first to take the offering. Only then may the lesser sharks follow. The spirit shark circles the bait, but does not bite. Through age-old secret prayers, Bosikuru calls to the sharks. Other sharks move in expectantly, ready for their part in the drama. Now Bosikuru must pray to Bekwa. Let the spirit shark be the first to strike. Suddenly, Bekwa takes the sacrifice. Faith has been rewarded. The devil has been defeated. The others move in quickly, finishing off the sacrifice in a sudden frenzy. The ancient bond between man and shark has been kept alive. But for how long? Songs of praise to Bekwa now ring throughout Laulasi. The shark god has answered.
These people will always have a special corner of my heart all to their own. I've got a lot of good friends here, people who'll still be friends of mine in a lot of years to come, even though their way of life may not outlive the friendship. Luckily enough, Bosikuru None, the shark priest, is still able to call sharks and still able to call the particular shark they worship. But one wonders that with his passing, will this continue? It saddens me to think that this centuries-old way of life may very soon shudder to a halt.
The Laulasi people represent the final spiritual link between man and shark. They alone swim in dangerous waters unafraid. They alone call on the shark god and have their prayers answered. If they possess mystical powers over the sea monster we fear, their secret will be lost forever with the passing of the ancient religion. When their culture dies out, there will be nobody left to love the shark. In 1917, Tsar Nicholas and his royal family were on the brink of catastrophe. The sudden violence of the Russian Revolution stripped the Tsar of his power. The entire royal family was brutally murdered. A legend endures, however, that the Tsar's youngest daughter, Anastasia, escaped the massacre and is still alive today. History tells us that the Grand Duchess Anastasia was murdered by Bolshevik soldiers in the summer of 1918. Yet a single woman has for over 50 years claimed that she is Anastasia. She has been the constant focus of a romantic and baffling controversy, but her claim has never been disproved.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In 1913, Russia proudly celebrated 300 years under Romanov rule. Tsar Nicholas was probably the richest man in the world. The Tsarina, Alexandra, was a German princess whom Nicholas married against his parents' wishes. They have an ailing son, Alexei, and 4 daughters, Olga, Titania, Maria, and Anastasia. Born in 1901, Anastasia is the youngest and most exuberant of the girls. Life for the royal family was happy and carefree.
Roller skating on the royal yacht was a favorite pastime for the Tsar's daughters. A continual flurry of extravagant social events kept the Tsarina happily occupied. A reluctant ruler, Tsar Nicholas found contentment in the frivolous world of family and court. He stayed completely isolated from the poverty and ferment of his land. In much of Russia, food was in short supply. Hunger, a daily reality. 85% of Russia's people were peasants. Tsar Nicholas' father, Alexander II, had freed them from serfdom, and now they wanted to own the land they farmed. Workers were demanding higher wages and to be treated as other than slaves. Yet Tsar Nicholas remained aloof in a royal world of privilege and established order. By 1917, the disastrous war with Germany had cost Russia uncounted millions of lives. Soldiers deserted by the thousands. There were threats of revolution. In the streets of St. Petersburg, angry demonstrators demanded immediate change. Workers went on strike. Soldiers joined the people. In a desperate attempt to restore order, the Tsar's generals asked Nicholas to renounce his throne. On March 15th, 1917, Tsar Nicholas abdicated. To ensure their safety, Nicholas and his family were held as prisoners. Their fate remained uncertain. Everywhere, the once sacred symbols of Tsardom were torn away. St. Petersburg became a hotbed of political struggle among several revolutionary factions. All were determined to wrest control of Russia, to create a new social order. The radical Bolsheviks, led by Lenin, won the ruthless battle for power when they stormed the Winter Palace. A Russian film heroically dramatized their conquest. The royal family was now taken to the small Ural mountain town of Ekaterinburg. They were housed in a mansion under strict Bolshevik guard. According to history, on July 17, 1918, the entire royal family was brought to the basement of the mansion and murdered. Their bodies were then hacked apart and tossed into a mine shaft. More than 50 years after the Romanov massacre, two British journalists, Tony Summers and Tom Mangold, uncovered startling new historical facts about the fate of the Russian royal family.
We got started on this in the way that most journalists start a story, which is reading somebody else's story or reading the Mail or reading newspapers. In our case, we read a letter in the Times of London which asked what had happened to the relics of the last Tsar of Russia. Where were they now in Europe? And we thought that was vaguely interesting. Where indeed were the relics, and what had really happened to the last Tsar of Russia and his family, and the Romanovs? We thought it was an interesting area which had never been fully investigated, and we set about it. We thought it would take about 2 weeks. It turned out to take about 6 years. But the high point of the investigation was finding the original files of the white Russian investigator Sokolov, who gave history the version of what happened to the Romanovs. We found these files at Harvard University in the States, and we found very quickly that he had cheated in what he had given to the world. In other words, the truth was not as everybody thought the truth had been.
A devout anti-Bolshevik, Nikolai Sokolov, explored the mine shaft where the Romanovs were said to be buried. Numerous bodies were unearthed, but none were those of the royal family. Yet, based on scant and tenuous evidence which included fragments of bones, several sets of corset stays, a denture which may have belonged to the Tsar's physician, and a dismembered finger, perhaps the Tsarina's, Sokolov brashly concluded that the entire royal family had been slaughtered by Bolshevik soldiers.
Our evidence collected from a mass of testimony in many different sources, in Germany, Britain, and in the Harvard files, suggests that the females of the imperial family, that's the Tsarina and her 4 daughters, including the famous Anastasia, did not die at Ekaterinburg, but were taken away by the retreating Bolsheviks to a town about 300 miles northwest, and that there they were held for 3 or 4 months after their supposed deaths. We know they were alive from the evidence of relatives, of guards, people who'd been able to catch glimpses of them, but apparently reliable witnesses, witnesses whose evidence was completely suppressed in the official inquiry in the 20s. These witnesses tell us how the family were kept alive. Anastasia was with them up to a certain point, and then sometime in the fall, probably the 1st or 2nd week of September 1918, Anastasia made 1 and possibly 2 escape attempts.
In February 1920, a half-dead person was dragged from a Berlin canal. It was a young, unidentified woman who appeared about 20 years old. She was admitted to the Elizabeth Hospital for observation. She seemed frightened and bewildered and refused to reveal her identity to the doctors. After 2 years of silence, she claimed she was the Grand Duchess Anastasia. Dowager Empress Marie, the Tsar's mother, heard of the girl and sent relatives to investigate. None could say absolutely that the woman was Anastasia. They reported that at best, the ailing girl had only a few years left to live. Yet others recognized the girl immediately. Grand Duke Andrei, the Tsar's cousin, identified her as Anastasia. Titania Botkin, a childhood playmate, positively recognized her. For them and others, there was no doubt that the woman was Anastasia.
The identity of the woman who claimed to be Anastasia became the subject of a vicious feud among the surviving Romanovs. Political intrigue and the prospect of a huge inheritance played a major role in the dispute. For the next 20 years, her life was unpredictable and erratic. She spent much of her time in and out of hospitals. She was pursued and celebrated by American high society. She lived for years as a guest of European royalty. Yet still, she had no official identity.
Trapped in a Russian zone during World War II, the supposed Anastasia was rescued by a former German prince and given a small house in the Black Forest. There she lived in determined seclusion under the assumed name of Anna Anderson. Plays and movies based on her life had brought unwanted attention. She resented any intrusion, and in 1968 she abruptly left her hideaway to marry an American and thereby achieve her first legal identity. Today, she and her husband are respected members of a prestigious country club in Charlottesville, Virginia.
I am John E. Manahan of Charlottesville, Virginia, and this is my wife, the Grand Duchess Anastasia of Russia. We were married on December 27th, 1968. And we've been living here in Charlottesville and have made a number of trips around the country since. I know a lot of people are wondering, how are we to believe that you are Anastasia?
How shall I tell you who I am? In which way? Can you tell me that? Can you really prove for me who you are?
I can prove who I am.
You can believe it or you don't believe it. It doesn't matter. In no any way whatsoever. Those people who hear these mass, they get up in the bed or go to sleep when they're sleeping. They don't know what to hear or what to see, and they are not interested.
Recently, compelling new evidence has added support to the claim that Anna Anderson Manahan is the Grand Duchess Anastasia. In a house nearly concealed by untended bushes, the Manahans live a slow and rarely interrupted life. Her numerous cats are now Mrs. Manahan's main concern. Mr. Manahan is a retired history professor with a passionate interest in royal genealogy.
This is a picture. She's coming, I think. Here is Anastasia, as she was in 1929. And these are the parakeets that were brought from Honolulu by Princess Xenia of Russia after she came on the Berengaria the year after the Prince of Wales had come on the same ship. And this is the calendar, the Russian imperial calendar, showing the four sisters, the Tsar, the Tsarina, and the Tsarevich. This is about 1913 from Russia.
My kitchen is right for all these.
It's dirt, absolutely. Come on, sit down. This is the book, Russian America, about the sale of Alaska. Just have a seat.
In the fire.
Don't put the hat on. Take the hat off.
I don't. I keep that hat on.
Sit in the yellow chair, if you will.
In which chair?
Take the hat.
That's dark.
No, sit in this yellow chair right here.
I don't sit there.
You're going to sit in that chair. All right, that's her favorite chair to sit in. But can you see her in that chair?
Yes.
Take the hat off.
I won't.
All right, now let me see what else we have to show. Now over here are Maria and Tatiana, and I think this is Maria. And I think this tall one is Tatiana. Now actually their hair was all closer to the red that you see of the... Without your glasses, can you tell these apart? It's not very easy to do, is it? This is a rather unfamiliar thing, and it's in color. But I say Maria, Anastasia, Tatiana, Tsarina, the Tsar, the Tsarevich, and Olga seated. And I'm pretty sure that's Olga. Although she looks smaller than the others, she was actually the oldest. I believe that's the way. We've gone over this quite often, and I think that's what we settled.
In 1967, the now Mrs. Manahan made a rare public appearance outside her Black Forest home. A German court was expected to rule at any time on her long-standing claim to be the Grand Duchess Anastasia. Her court case alone had made legal history. Lasting 32 years, it was the longest-running legal battle of the century and drew much attention. She was represented by some of Germany's most eminent lawyers who virtually donated their services. Members of European aristocracy spent small fortunes trying to disprove her claim. In the end, the verdict was unsatisfactory to both sides. The Supreme Court finally ruled that her identity as Anastasia had been neither proved nor refuted. Ian Lilburn, a research historian, was present at much of the Anastasia trial. He is the acknowledged expert on the case.
Yes, I have studied the case now for 14 years, and although I began from a completely hostile attitude, I have, in the course of time, come round to believing absolutely in her identity as the Grand Duchess Anastasia. It's not so much the evidence. There is a vast amount of circumstantial evidence in her favor, but the little details and anecdotes, which in themselves mean nothing in a court of law, are vastly impressive to anyone who has experienced them in her presence, the spontaneity of her remarks and her whole bearing and manner. And her character is not the character of an impostor at all. She never cooperated properly with her lawyers. She is ready to quarrel most of all with the people who've done more for her than anyone. An impostor would bend over backwards to try to help her friends and her lawyers. She's done quite the opposite.
Today, Romanov relatives live scattered throughout the world. Grand Duke Vladimir spends part of each year in Paris. He is the assumptive heir to the Romanov throne.
I think that it's highly unlikely that Anne Anderson could be Anastasia. Because, of course, you can imagine that the question interested me very much indeed, and I went into it in great detail, and for many reasons, I think, which would be rather too long to enumerate here, I eventually came to the conclusion that she couldn't possibly be my cousin Anastasia.
I'm Prince Frederick of Saxe-Altenburg.
Prince Frederick of Saxe-Altenburg has been a consistent supporter of Anna Anderson Manahan.
My both parents were related with the Romanovs, and my own cousins have been assassinated 1918. I know Anna Anderson for 46 years and have been very often and very thoroughly with her together, and am absolutely convinced that she is a real Anastasia.
We will another time.
In the film Anastasia, Ingrid Bergman and Helen Hayes performed a fairy tale scene of recognition, which in real life never occurred.
You'll say it was all acting. She was some cheap little actress they hired for money. And in a way, they did hire me. I was starving after I ran from the last asylum. I had nowhere to go. Bunin found me on the bank of the Seine. Well, maybe I should have run away from him, too, but I was so tired of running.
You are ill.
No. I cough only because I'm a little frightened. It doesn't mean...
Say that again.
That I cough when I'm frightened?
When you were a little girl, you coughed when you were frightened.
Marienkaia. Marienkaia. You have come from so far away and I've waited so long.
No, don't cry. There's no need to be frightened. No, don't speak. You're safe, Anastasia. You are with me. You're home.
Recently in Munich, fresh scientific evidence about the identity of Anna Anderson Manahan was made public. It is information which 20 years ago might have changed the course of her life. One of Germany's leading identification experts, Dr. Moritz Furtmeier, has made a careful anatomical comparison of Anna Anderson Manahan and the historical Anastasia. By matching the cardinal points of their faces, he has discovered an overwhelming degree of physical similarity. Based on facial comparisons alone, Furtmeier believes that they are one and the same. Yet more compelling evidence has come from the comparison of their ears, which, like fingerprints, are unique to each individual. A photograph of the historical Anastasia's ear was compared with the ear of Anna Anderson Manahan. Furtmeier concluded that the two were identical. The Grand Duchess Anastasia was absolutely the woman known as Anna Anderson Manahan.
I would like to see Anastasia to live and have some reputable historians in the world say, yes, they believe that this really is the last surviving daughter of the Tsar and the Tsarina. Would you like to see a happy resolution of this matter in your lifetime?
I spit on
And the fact remains with Anastasia, or Anna Anderson, or whoever the hell she is. We will never know. It is now too late. Even if she were to become and tell the full truth, supposing she is the Grand Duchess Anastasia, it could never be checked out. It is too late. And all we have is the dry evidence and the hunch, and that's all we're going to have.
For over 50 years, this single woman's battle for recognition has captured the public's imagination. Her plight has been one of history's most beguiling mysteries. Yet still today, only she knows for certain if she is the Grand Duchess Anastasia.
Today, for Mrs. John Manahan, the 50-year quest to establish her true identity is coming to an end. Weary and frustrated from a lifetime of claims, countercharges, and court cases, all she now asks is to be left alone.
In ultraviolet light, a technician purifies the very essence of life. Scientists have acquired profound new abilities. They can read the secret code of life and change its genetic structure. The greatest of mysteries may soon be solved. We could discover how a human being develops from a single egg. We might even find out what causes life. In a laboratory in San Francisco, 7 scientists have joined forces on a fantastic quest. They are seeking to penetrate the mysteries of life. They can take the stuff of life out of cells, dissect it in a test tube, and begin unlocking its deepest secrets.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Beyond the outer planets of our solar system, space curves off into the vast abyss of the universe. Scientists believe our universe exploded into being some 15 billion years ago. It formed countless galaxies of 100 billion stars. On our planet, life developed over 3 billion years. It evolved from simple virus-like particles to plants, animals, and the incredibly complex organism that is man. Since the dawn of history, people have wondered, what is the essence of life? Several hundred years ago, pioneers with microscopes discovered the basic building block of life, the cell. Cells are the primary unit of life. 100 trillion cells comprise a human being. Billions of muscle cells, skin cells, nerve cells, and blood cells, all working together to orchestrate our every movement. The most remarkable ability of the cell is its capacity to grow and divide. Fertilized egg cells begin the process of development that in 21 days will culminate in the birth of baby mice. What marvelous control system governs this miracle of growth? What mysterious forces cause the development of a heart? Since the early 1950s, the science of biology has undergone a revolutionary change. Scientists have begun to unravel the innermost secrets of the cell. Within each cell are tiny structures called chromosomes. They contain the information cells need to live and grow. Just before cells divide, these chromosomes copy themselves exactly. They transmit the blueprint of life from generation to generation. The chromosomes are composed of thousands of incredibly small units called genes. The genes order the cell to make molecules which are vital to life. Genes are made of a molecule called DNA. Its twisted strands store the genetic information in a simple code. DNA is composed of only 4 chemical units, endlessly repeated in various combinations. The magic of DNA is how these simple units determine all the forms of life we know. The wonder of DNA is most obvious in the phenomenal likeness of identical twins. Each girl has inherited precisely the same set of genetic instructions. They are what they are because of some 100,000 genes written in the language of DNA. So incredibly precise is this genetic code that Lisa and Ingrid are alike down to their freckles and the tiny nicks on their ears. As scientists expand their knowledge of the code of life, it is becoming easier to change life, to alter its genetic structure. Chromosomes, genes, and DNA are tiny chunks of matter. They can be engineered, cut up, and rearranged in endless combinations. The technology can be developed. Some of it already exists. In dealing with human life, biologists are much more limited. Once a child is born, its genetic structure is fixed, unchangeable. If the genetic instructions are faulty, little can be done. The result could be a crippling disease. It is possible, however, to detect some genetic defects during pregnancy. Because her risk increases with age, this woman has decided to have a test. An obstetrician withdraws some fluid from the sac surrounding the growing fetus. In the fluid are a few of its cells. The cells are added to a nutrient broth in which they can live and grow. Placed in an incubator, the cells multiply until there are enough for the test. A technician searches for cells in which the chromosomes are easy to see. She checks the size and shape of each one. In this case, the chromosomes looked perfectly normal. However, when the genetic structure of healthy cells is damaged, the result may be cancer. Normal genes switch off, while malignant genes switch on. Renegade cells grow out of control. They invade the tissues around them and form tumors. The fast-growing tumor on this mouse's back will rapidly kill it. At the Lawrence Livermore lab, some of the tumor cells are removed. Their DNA is stained with a special dye. When the blue laser beam hits the DNA, it causes tiny flashes of light. These flashes are detected electronically. Their pattern is typical of cancer cells, which have more DNA than normal cells. The scientists have another extremely sensitive way to check chromosomes. An electronic scanner hooked up to a computer forms pictures which show the precise amount of DNA in each chromosome. So exact is this system that it tells the difference between chromosomes inherited from the mother and those from the father. With such computerized technology, we begin our journey into advanced genetic research. To probe the mysteries of cell division, a powerful laser beam is used to perform surgery on cells and chromosomes. Dr. Michael Burns of the University of California at Irvine has developed this remarkable technique of genetic engineering. A lens focuses the laser light into a tiny beam, which cuts through cells like a microscopic scalpel. The beam is so precise that it can be aimed at individual chromosomes and even used to snip off pieces containing a few genes. Dr. Burns finds 2 chromosomes and hits them with the laser. The cell is not destroyed. It continues to divide, but the chromosomes hit by the laser are expelled. Their messages will not be passed on to other cells. What comes next is another amazing feat of microsurgery, the manipulation of cells 1/1000th of an inch across. Carefully, all the cells around the one hit by the laser are scraped away. A nutrient fluid is added so that the single cell remaining can reproduce itself. Over the next few weeks, that single cell will divide into a colony of identical cells. Mysteriously, the destroyed chromosome is replaced by the remaining ones, thus restoring normal chromosome number to the cells. Other biologists have developed more precise techniques of genetic engineering. They can chop DNA molecules into pieces without destroying the molecule's ability to play the game of life. If they could link up these pieces in the right combination, they might solve the mysteries of the gene. If they could insert bits of DNA into living cells, they could create forms of life with new genetic structures. Their testing ground has been a tiny bacterium called E. coli. It lives in the human intestine, where its functions are largely unknown. The molecular biologists have found a way to splice genes from animals and plants into E. coli's well-known genetic structure. So cooperative are these bacteria that they willingly accept the foreign DNA and copy it as if it were their own. A revolution in medicine may be on the horizon. Already, gene splicing is being used to attack the human disease of diabetes. Scientists' long-time dream of genetic engineering is at hand. They are getting closer to the secrets of life. Since the discovery of DNA, biologists have been manipulating the very essence of life. Today, they can take DNA out of one cell and insert it into another. They can even mix the genes of different species. By transplanting animal genes into bacteria, they hope to find out how these genes work and are controlled. The process begins when a strain of bacteria is given an ample supply of food and gently shaken. In less than 24 hours, each bacterium can multiply 100 billion-fold. After the bacteria are harvested, a detergent bursts open their cell walls and sticky DNA strands spill out. Most of the DNA clumps together in a disorderly tangle. But nearby are tiny loops of DNA called plasmids. They are the key to the new technology of gene splicing. They will accept any genes the biologists can stitch into them. A fast-spinning centrifuge separates the plasmids from the rest of the DNA. Under ultraviolet light, a fluorescent dye makes the plasmid band visible. Carefully, the precious plasmids are removed. Now come the most crucial steps. In this simulation, a special enzyme is added to the plasmids. Like a pair of microscopic scissors, it snips open their DNA molecules at specific points. Other snipped genes can now be added to the open plasmid loops. The foreign DNA joins the plasmids, creating a new DNA molecule. The resulting loops, called recombinant DNA, combine animal genes with bacterial genes. They will be reinserted into other bacteria, giving those bacteria new genes. When the bacteria multiply, their new blueprint is copied over and over. Thus, science can make life forms with new combinations of genes. Dr. William Rudder is chairman of the biochemistry department at the University of California, San Francisco.
The possibilities for recombinant DNA technology are simply enormous. Not only are we going to revolutionize the understanding of the human genome and for genetics in general, but we will have profound effects on many aspects of biomedical science.
Over 40 million people are affected by the genetic disease called diabetes. In the United States alone, more than 1 million people inject insulin each day in order to stay alive. This insulin comes from the pancreas gland of animals. It is in short supply worldwide and often produces undesirable side effects.
My colleagues and I have been studying the expression of the insulin gene in the embryonic rat pancreas for several years. Then one day I attended a faculty meeting in which Herbert Boyer and Howard Goodman were discussing their work on recombinant DNA. This excited me a great deal, and I cornered these two individuals after the meeting and said, Herb and Howard, we just must clone the insulin gene.
What the scientists proposed to do would have seemed impossible 10 years ago. Of the thousands of genes in each cell of the laboratory rat, they wanted to isolate the single gene that makes insulin in the rat's pancreas gland. Then they would transplant this gene into bacteria, hoping to create a microbe with the insulin-producing ability of a mammal. If they could make it work for the insulin gene, it might become possible to make dozens of important hormones and drugs. A group of scientists at the university began to collaborate on the experiments.
So we obtained the insulin-producing cells from several hundred rats and extracted from them the chemicals from which we could get the DNA. Axel Ulrich took this material, inserted it into a plasmid, and placed the plasmid into a strain of bacteria that could only grow in the laboratory. These steps of the experiment were carried out under strict conditions of containment.
Howard Goodman is professor of biochemistry at the University of California, San Francisco.
Various methods. We had been working on the cloning of rat insulin for about a year. We had many technical difficulties and we began to overcome them. But it wasn't until the moment I saw this film, which was the analysis of the gene that we had cloned, that we really knew we had the rat insulin gene in the bacterium.
The next step is to show that the genes which we have transplanted to the bacterium can actually work and produce insulin. We'll then try to insert human genes into bacteria instead of the rat genes. If we can get these genes to work, this would provide a virtually inexhaustible supply of human insulin, much better than animal insulin since it would have no undesirable side effects. Eventually, in a generation or so, we might be able to do something which is really fantastic. It might be possible to rejuvenate the defective cells in the diabetics so that they would produce insulin in a normal fashion. Thus, the disease would be cured.
In the future, bacteria modified with recombinant DNA may be grown in industrial amounts. The bacteria could produce hormones like insulin and other important drugs. New, fast-growing strains of bacteria or algae could be used in vast amounts as animal feed or fuel. A whole new technology will be needed to pick the desired bacteria. Automation will be used to inoculate, incubate, and photograph bacteria. The system produces thousands of photographs under computer control. These could be used to select the most productive bacteria for industrial use. Breakthroughs in genetic engineering may open up a whole new realm of biology. Until recently, it has been very difficult to identify specific genes on animal chromosomes. But with new techniques of gene splicing, scientists have begun to map the uncharted terrain of the chromosome. Stanford University biologists have made a remarkable photograph of fruit fly chromosomes. While trying to locate a certain gene on one chromosome, they found to their surprise that the gene's DNA code was repeated dozens of times. To explain this important finding, the scientists came up with a new idea. Just as each letter of the alphabet is found in many different words, each gene copy may play a different role in the life process of the fly. Biologists are now busy testing this idea. It could be the key to the miracle of growth, helping explain how a human being develops from a fertilized egg. The new molecular biology is leading to cures for genetic diseases. It may enable us to engineer our own genes and influence our destiny. It might even lead to complete knowledge of the secret of life. But is it possible to explain life in terms of chemicals and molecules? Or are there profound mysteries beyond the gene? While raising hopes of great advances in medicine and biology, recombinant DNA research has also created a major controversy. Tinkering with the stuff of life is not without its risks. Some people are afraid that a bit of DNA spliced into a harmless bacterium could create a deadly germ. Others fear that mixing genes from different species could have unpredictable effects on evolution. Government agencies have enacted strict controls for recombinant DNA research. Most scientists say that if these guidelines are followed, genetic engineering is not dangerous. With today's technology, we can only add a few foreign genes to bacteria. But 100 years from now, we may be able to mold genetic structure as freely as a sculptor shapes clay. The question is, will we be ready for the power to change life? Most of us will live for 1 billion heartbeats. Within that span of time, we will have reached old age. Today, however, aging and death are becoming less inevitable. We are moving closer to the dream of immortality. Laboratory mice appear young and healthy. They are, by human equivalent, over 100 years old. Experiments indicate that our lifespans might also be greatly extended. We have sought forever to understand the mystery of why we grow old. Now, that goal is coming within our grasp.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Like distance runners on a measured course, all of us will move through time in a roughly predictable pattern. In the first stage of our lives, we develop and grow, reaching toward an ultimate peak of physical vitality. As we mature, however, the body begins an irreversible process of gradually wearing out. A new awareness of physical fitness may help prolong our years of health and vigor. Yet nothing we do will work to halt the inevitable force of aging. Most of the changes of aging take place deep inside the body. The lungs become less able to take in vital oxygen. Powerful muscles gradually lose their strength. The heart loses power and pumps less blood. Bones grow ever more brittle. Valves and arteries begin to harden. Blood no longer circulates as well. As our lives continue, the symptoms of deterioration grow worse. The body becomes more and more vulnerable. Finally, we encounter a stress that is greater than our physical resistance. Often, it is only a minor accident or chance infection, but this time, it brings life to an end. Each of us must at some time confront the grim reality of growing old. With every passing year, the visible signs of wear and decline become more and more apparent. Try as we might to hide the fact, our wrinkling, sagging, and loss of strength tell us undeniably that we are aging. Since our earliest history, we have been obsessed with the idea of prolonging life and recapturing lost youth. We have endlessly searched for ways to vanquish the physical toll of passing time and a means to unlock the working secrets of the clock of aging that ticks inside us. Alchemists sought for centuries to brew an elixir of life that would reverse the effects of age. In 1919, a rejuvenation treatment was introduced by a Russian-born surgeon named Serge Voronov. Using the sex organs of chimpanzees, Voronov grafted their tissue into the bodies of aging men. Voronov claimed amazing results, and his therapy made him a millionaire. Yet the popular treatment met a sudden end when numerous patients became accidentally infected with syphilis from the chimps. Nevertheless, Voronov's work was a pioneering step in medicine. Today, near the warm waters of the Bahamas, a youth spa offers perhaps more modern techniques of rejuvenation. Dr. Elliot Goldwag is the spa's executive director. It is a place that he describes as being devoted to the study and application of revitalization therapies. Here, the often wealthy or famous clientele receive an array of treatments which the center's staff believes can reverse many effects of aging. To open pores and renew the skin, faces are bathed in a warm mist of steam.
This is a general relaxation training procedure. Rest your arms beside you.
Clients who have problems sleeping are taught techniques to induce relaxation.
I feel the tightness going out of my chest.
The skin is carefully checked for flaws and signs of unusual wear. Regular cosmetic facials remove debris and other dead tissue from the skin. A facial mask is said to improve color and texture and to restore youthfulness. High-pressure sprays are used to stimulate the body, reportedly alerting and invigorating millions of tired cells. Inhaling atomized seawater mixed with aromatic oils is prescribed to aid respiration. Regular massages are provided to relax and tone tight muscles and to stimulate circulation. Warm seawater baths are said to allow natural minerals to absorb into the skin. A day of revitalization is often ended with a live chicken embryo cocktail. The egg is believed to act as a biological catalyst to stimulate healthy cell growth and revitalize tissue. Cell therapy is another treatment offered at the center. Cells from unborn lambs supposedly revitalize aging tissue when injected into the body. Dr. Ivan Popov is the medical director of the Revitalization Center.
You have two kinds of troubles which we call premature aging. Some of them are irreversible. If you have intoxicated yourself and ruined your liver, very often it's practically impossible to correct it. But you have many reversible phenomena. And those reversible phenomena, by stimulating our own body to react, to fight against aging, we can't make anybody one day younger than they are. But we can make them function and look younger. Because the majority of the people does function and does look older than they should. And this is one of our aims, to put them in their right age.
The magic elixir of life has not yet been found, but compelling new discoveries may be bringing us closer. In 1932, a classic experiment nearly doubled the lifespan of rats simply by cutting back drastically the calories in their diet. The reason for the effect was then unknown. Today, at the University of California at Berkeley, Dr. Paul Siegel has also greatly extended the normal lifetime of rats. The result was achieved through a special protein-restricted diet, which had a profound effect on the chemistry of the brain. Siegel showed that within the brain, specific chemicals control many of the signals that influence aging. By altering that chemical balance, the clock of aging can be reset.
Since the mechanism of aging may not be very much different in rats than in humans, it implies that we're no longer stuck with the idea that we have to get old. It means that we can now devise treatments that can alter the rate of aging, not only in rats, but eventually in humans.
For the first time, the mystery of why we age is being seriously challenged. Scientists in many fields are now making dramatic and far-reaching discoveries. An average lifetime lasts 75 years, yet in each of us lies a potential for near immortality. If we could retain the vitality and resistance to disease that we have at age 20, we would live for 800 years. At UCLA, Dr. Roy Walford has linked aging to the body's complex immunity system. Dr. Walford believes that aging may not be a slow wearing out of the body, but rather an active self-destruct process. When a germ or foreign tissue has entered the body, a special blood cell of the immunity system quickly moves in to destroy it. Dr. Walford believes that with time, the immunity system loses its ability to tell the difference between the body's own cells and foreign invaders that should be destroyed. As the immune system becomes less able to distinguish self from non-self, the body slowly ages. Experiments with mice have supported Dr. Walford's ingenious theory. When injected with drugs to suppress their immune systems, their lifespans were greatly increased. Special experimental diets designed to affect the immunity system have also been shown to have dramatic effects on aging. Two mice are the same age. A lifetime on a normal diet leaves one tumored and ready to die. The other, whose diet has been carefully controlled, still appears young and healthy. A new experiment in Dr. Walford's research involves a technique called parabiosis. A young and an old mouse are surgically attached to share a common bloodstream. Perhaps the younger mouse's immune system will extend the lifespan of the older mouse. Dr. Leonard Hayflick, an eminent biologist working in aging research, has made a revolutionary discovery about the reasons we grow old. It was long thought that individual human cells could continue living indefinitely. Yet Dr. Hayflick found that our cells have a maximum lifespan. They can divide only about 50 times before they wear out and die. If indeed the clock of aging lies deep inside each cell, there may be an ultimate limit on how long we can ever hope to live.
I think the goal of extending our useful lives for longer periods of time within the normal lifespan is certainly a possibility and a probability. But I think that increasing the absolute lifespan for man is very improbable.
Nevertheless, Dr. Hayflick continues his search, deeper into the mysteries of the living cell, probing for the secrets of why the body grows old.
It's pointless to have as our goals in gerontological research increasing the length of time we spend on this planet simply for the sake of increasing the time. I think what is important to consider and what's essential to consider is how that time is spent. If we're to spend it with an additional 10 years of infirmities of old age, I don't think that's desirable. If we're to spend it with additional 10 years of vigor and activity, both physical and mental, then that is the kind of goal we should strive for. To understand the mechanisms of aging, to the extent that people will live a full and productive life, until the stroke of midnight on their 100th birthday, at which time we would all drop dead.
Today, even the finality of death does not necessarily mean an end to life. A technique called cryonics may offer a hope of immortality. A California cryonics facility is operated by Art Quaife.
Cryonics is the science of low-temperature preservation of human life. Cryonic suspension is the freezing procedure by which we preserve patients after they've been pronounced dead in the hope that at some future date, medical science will be able to cure whatever they died of, repair the damage caused by the freezing procedure itself, and restore them to life. Now, in this capsule, we have two human patients, a 65-year-old man and a 75-year-old woman, both of whom died on the same day 3.5 years ago. Their families arranged to have them placed into cryonic suspension. They're being maintained at the temperature of liquid nitrogen, which is minus 320 degrees Fahrenheit. At this temperature, there's going to be virtually no change or deterioration or decay for literally eons. These patients are not immortal now. They won't be if and until we can restore them to life. I think that if indeed that does prove possible in the future, it'll be at a time when it'll be very likely that almost all the afflictions of man will be treatable, and people living at that time will have the expectation of living indefinitely into the future.
Under careful laboratory controls, a hamster is painlessly put to death. The animal is packed in ice, maintaining its body temperature at freezing level. It is completely lifeless. Its heart is motionless. Clinically dead for over 4 hours, the hamster's frozen body will now be allowed to gradually thaw. Dr. Paul Siegel will carefully monitor its temperature and other vital signs. So far, there is no indication of life. The hamster is still dead. Dr. Siegel now uses a simple desk lamp to help warm the hamster. There is still no sign of life. Suddenly, a faint heartbeat registers on the EKG. The hamster may be coming back. Artificial respiration aids the animal with its first attempts at breathing. Its temperature is now rising, its heart beating stronger.
Yeah, that was her, wasn't it? That's her. Yeah, she's doing it. She's doing it.
To breathe on her own a little bit. She starts to take her first few attempts at breathing. You can see her abdomen every once in a while, about every 10-15 seconds. She'll take in a deep breath. She still needs some help, though.
There it goes. That's her. See? See it? See the reflexes? Okay, remove the nose cone.
As the hamster returns to life, Dr. Siegel carefully watches its breathing and muscular reflexes. Though the hamster's body temperature is still very low, it will quickly return to normal. Soon, the hamster is almost completely recovered. For this particular animal, its amazing experimental voyage through death and back has already been taken 5 times. Today, for some laboratory animals, the boundaries between life and death are becoming less distinct. It may not be long before we ourselves can venture safely through death and return to catch at least a glimpse of immortality. Though aging and death may be what nature planned for us, science is at last unraveling some of the mysteries of growing old. The process is no longer beyond our understanding and is quickly becoming controllable. We may be on the way to realizing one of our fondest dreams, to live forever and never grow old. swamps inspire fear in many minds. Dark and damp, they are full of mystery and creatures that slither in the mud. An experienced guide entered Louisiana's Honey Island swamp one fall day in 1973. The outing would become the stuff nightmares are made of. Normally, the trek held few terrors for the guide. Even the lethal alligator was rarely a problem for an experienced outdoorsman. The guide would discover something else lurking in these quiet waters, something that struck his boat. Is it possible that an unknown creature lives on the edge of man's civilized world? The Honey Island swamp is only an hour's drive from New Orleans. Once entered, however, it is the forest primeval. Deep within the Honey Island swamp, a creature described as half man, half beast has been tracked. For the hunter, as well as the hunted, the search is a dangerous game.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
There is a land of endless winter where the air is thin and clean, with peaks soaring 5 miles high to form the icy roof of the world, the Himalayas. The nomad Sherpas who tend their flocks on harsh alpine meadows believe they are not alone in the wilderness. They know the mountains are gods, and that the gods have spawned good and evil spirits who keep watch from the highest crags. The most frightening of these spirits is the man-beast the Sherpa call Yeti. Western men call him the abominable snowman. Abominable because legend says he kills those foolish enough to enter his frozen world. Sir Edmund Hillary had heard of the abominable snowman, but along with Sherpa Tenzing Norgay, he challenged the elements and the unknown to scale Mount Everest in 1953. Hillary would bravely return years later to search for the monster, but would find nothing. Other places in the world have secrets to tell, and there are other men fascinated by mystery. One such place is America's Pacific Northwest. One such man is Peter Byrne. Like the Himalayas, this is a high and lonely land, as yet unvanquished by the steady surge of humanity called progress. Byrne once hunted game in the foothills of the Himalayas, where he became fascinated with accounts of the Yeti. Now he roams the Northwest, substituting camera for gun, in search of another man-like beast, Bigfoot. Men of strong character have challenged this wilderness before. In 1924, a group of rugged miners staked a claim near Mount St. Helens in Washington state. They reported that early one morning, they were attacked by giant rock-throwing beasts. The battle lasted hours. The miners thought they had killed one of the creatures, but no trace was ever found. Bigfoot and the abominable snowman have much in common. Perhaps Bigfoot migrated here across the ancient land bridge that once joined Asia with North America. A world away from the mountains is the urbane and colorful city of New Orleans. Yet less than 40 miles from the Superdome, concrete and steel give way again to wilderness. Called Honey Island Swamp, 27,000 acres of sluggish streams, still ponds, and dense subtropical forest make up another of the world's great remaining primitive areas. Life on the edge of this vast Mississippi Delta bayou seems prosaic enough, with comfortable old homes punctuating lush farmland. In the little towns and farmhouses, however, stories are exchanged about a creature said to lurk deep within the swamp. Few outsiders ever hear them, perhaps for good reason. Ted Williams farms a small plot of land near Honey Island. He also traps muskrat and mink. One day, it appeared he'd been trapped himself.
The first time I ever saw it, was standing plumb still like a stump. Went on a trap line, and I stopped after I realized it wasn't a stump. I knew it wasn't supposed to be there. And it run. When I stopped, it run. And it was a dark gray, about 7 foot high. And it jumped a bayou. That's the first sighting I ever saw. Well, the next time I seen them was they swimming the river, 2 of them. And one of them was bigger than the other, and one of them was faster than the other, and they swim just like a human. Them long overhand strokes. I tried to get one of them to look at me, and the other one run off, got out of the way, and the other one never would look at me. And I could have shot it, but I wouldn't do it on account it wouldn't look at me. It looked too much like a human to me. Broad shoulders, with arms hang down below its knees. Hands looked almost like a human. Well, I don't like to talk about it because people don't believe what you say, what you've seen. And I don't like to be called a liar. Nobody does.
There are those who scoff at Ted Williams and say his story is beyond belief, beyond comprehension. The swamp is undeniably vast, however, and still largely unexplored. It could hide an incredible secret for a very long time. Ted Williams is not the only one to confess seeing something frightening in the swamp. While some still prefer to keep quiet, others have begun a systematic search for the creature.
At this time, we're well within the interior of Honey Island Swamp, and you can tell by our surroundings here, it's a pretty desolate area. This is one of the main spots here that we're at now. When we came through going to the camp and we first encountered this creature was in this very area right here.
Harlan Ford is a retired air traffic controller who has lived near the swamp for 20 years.
Going to the camp, pitching through this ravine right here is where we found where it had been leading off of this ridge, coming right through this little ravine bottom on this wet ground. And this is where we first found its tracks, and it was watering about 50 yards over at this creek over here. And at no time did we find any tracks where it had gone in the water. But once it would get to this water's edge, just as a bear would do or something, then I guess it would let down to drink. And that's when we would find the heavy clawed front feet of this creature. One evening late, just about dusk dark, a friend of mine, we encountered eyes. They were yellow or amberish color and real wide apart. So this friend of mine, Jim Hartzog, he took a gun, went into this area and to try to kill whatever it was. And he says that he came face to face with this thing. It looked something like 8, about 7 foot tall. And he fired on it with using a headlight. But he said when he did, the eyes went out. Well, probably what happened, it turned and ran, and he shot at it one more time, and So, but we went back the next day and checked for sign and blood, but we didn't find any. So we figured Jim missed it that night. The last sign that we've had, or anybody has had, of this creature, and this is within the last 4 months, was on the sandbar where the thing crossed the river, crossed the sandbar, and left footprints on it. That was found by a member of the Louisiana Wildlife and Fish Commission. And that's been the very last contact we've had with it in this area.
Men are hunting the creature with guns. It seems unlikely the next encounter will be a peaceful one. If finally cornered, what will the creature do? Honey Island Swamp has been largely ignored by men and seemingly forgotten by time. Monster hunter Harlan Ford is among those who believe a prehistoric relative of man may have been isolated here ages ago, developing in its own way, unmolested by the winds of evolutionary change. Ford is pressing his search deeper into the swamp. He's walking where few men before him have gone. Traditional scientists have largely ignored the reports of monster sightings. Ford hopes to come up with evidence that will change their minds. A track, obviously fresh. It resembles nothing that is known to inhabit the swamp. Clearly, the track was not made by a man. Ford believes he must move deeper still into the swamp. Darkness is approaching, however, and Ford is a prudent man. The tracks ascribed to the monster give Louisiana state naturalist George Stevens a clue to its size.
From what we can find out, from the tracks we've found in the woods, I would say that he's about, well, from the young to the old. It's hard to estimate how large the young are, but if something like this has a 10 or 12-inch track, and if he puts enough weight on that track to bury in the sand or the mud so deep, then you can estimate something about what he might weigh. So I'd say a full-grown male adult probably would weigh better than 400 pounds, stand about 7, maybe 8 feet tall, and be almost completely covered with hair.
A frightening picture, but it will take more than plaster casts of three-toed webbed feet to convince the skeptical. Michael Nahey has his own ideas of what the monster might look like. Nahey is a professional makeup artist in New Orleans. He was commissioned to study the available evidence on the creature and devise a model to match eyewitness accounts. The feet were constructed to exactly match one recent set of tracks. The face mask couldn't be as accurate. It does, however, match the descriptions of several eyewitnesses. We still don't know where the creature came from, how it has avoided man for so long, or how it survives in the hostile world of Honey Island Swamp. If a man can survive in the bayou without tools or fire, it follows that a man-like creature can. Major Gavin Storter is an Army Ranger and specialist in swamp survival. We challenged him to spend some time in the bayou and evaluate his chances of lasting very long.
As long as you can overcome your fear of it and try to understand what's there, you usually have very little problems as far as the food sources go, or negotiating, moving, or anything else. The biggest thing I would be concerned with would be the plant life. What plants could afford me an obstacle, or would afford me an obstacle should I have to move around or try to move around after dark. I would also look for food sources, both animal and plant life, and the feasibility of catching animals. To live and remain healthy, you'd have to spend almost all waking hours, just like an animal, gathering food. Most of the plant life is edible, if you can get it past your mouth. There's palm hearts, which are very good, very tasty. There's a lot of lily-type plants that have large roots that are very edible. Taste a lot like radishes or turnips.
If the swamp monster does exist, it must have had a long time to adapt to its environment. Major Storter's experience suggests that the creature would be omnivorous, including everything from ants to leaves to large animals in its diet. It is clear that only with great cunning and strength could a large creature endure very long.
As far as the insect life goes, there would be a lot of insects that could be eaten. And animals are in abundance, both turtles, snakes, possums, armadillos that could be captured and eaten.
Major Storter teaches that a man's inhibitions can be overcome, that whatever he needs for basic survival is available to him in the swamp. The monster would have no problem with squeamishness. It would, however, have to roam the swamp almost constantly in search of its next meal, and would be roaming even now. The incessant need to hunt might explain the creature's apparently aggressive behavior. There are other large predators with which the monster would have to compete for food. It is difficult to imagine, however, that a creature supposedly 8 feet tall and cunning enough to outwit humans would have natural enemies. Man alone seems capable of posing a serious threat to a creature as clever and aggressive as this one is supposed to be. Men are clever and aggressive too. The threat becomes more real as interest in the swamp mystery increases. Nature's balance is delicate. So far, however, only a few men have penetrated deep into Honey Island swamp. Man and monster are not in direct competition for food. It is possible to assume that as men slowly encroach on the swamp, these legendary creatures will be in retreat. There are those who have reason to believe that someday someone will get hurt.
My wife and I were going on a fishing trip about 4 years ago. And about 9 o'clock that night, well, I heard this peculiar noise that screamed out down the river, I'd say a half a mile away.
Perry Ford and his wife were about to spend the most terrifying night of their lives.
My wife wanted me to build a fire, so I was out gathering up wood, you know, to build a big fire. And it screamed again. This time it was closer. I'd say it was maybe 300 yards from us this time. This really scared her, and it scared me. I tried not to let her know it scared me, you know, but so I went ahead and kept on building fires. And less than 10 minutes later, it squalled again. And this time it was right on top of us, you know. It almost shook the leaves off the trees.
Or what was it that terrorized the Fords that night in the swamp? No one really knows. If we are on a collision course, man and monster, then it will be tragic for both. It would be a pity if it took such a tragedy to finally solve the mystery of the Honey Island monster. Mankind may have evolved from a swamp like this eons ago. Perhaps we left a part of ourselves behind.
I know what I saw, and I know what we got on. And since then, we don't sleep in that camp without a nylon rope on the door or without a loaded gun. From my standpoint, I'll relate it just like it is. And if people believe it, they believe it. If they don't, they don't. We can't control what people think. But whatever it is still in there. You can take and walk in there today, and where you walk at today in there, I would say that there's spots in there no man has ever walked on before. It's that remote. And therefore, that whatever this is that exists, I don't say it's a monster. I don't know what it is. But whatever this is, if it prowls and continues to prowl at night in a swamp area this huge, it could stay in there another 200 or 300 years and not be located.
It is easier to explain the existence of a hitherto unknown creature in Honey Island swamp than to understand the apparent indifference of scientists to evidence and eyewitness accounts. What is needed is a thorough, objective search for the man-like creature that has been reported here. It will not further our progress to turn our backs on what may well be our past. Amid the tension and concentration of an operating room, a woman's life is on the line. Doctors and nurses work intently to bring her through. A routine enough occurrence, except that this woman is allergic to any form of anesthesia. She is undergoing her operation using hypnosis as the only anesthetic.
Heavier until it comes to rest at your side.
Can she rely on the power of her mind to transport her to another place, a place without pain?
Open that door. Get in the back of the bus.
A man is plunged into a frightening ordeal. Crucial details become buried in his memory. Details he will recall with the help of hypnosis. What strange force enables a policeman to recall the face of an assailant after living through the trauma of being shot? He will draw on the hidden and mysterious powers of the mind.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
You shall see nothing, hear nothing, dream of nothing. but Svengali. Svengali. Svengali.
Svengali. Svengali.
One, two, and three. You're all chickens at the party. Stand up and walk around. Let's go.
Many people think of hypnosis as frivolous because it is often used that way.
Hey, look at those chickens, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is a new dance.
Hypnosis. For hundreds of years, a word connected with charlatans, evil magic, and stage shows. Today, doctors, scientists, police, and others are finding hypnosis an increasingly important tool. Hypnosis gives us startling new insights into ourselves. It gives us a shortcut, a threshold to that mysterious, elusive area we call the subconscious mind. Dr. William Kroger has pioneered medical uses of hypnosis.
It is not a trance. It is not a state of unconsciousness. It is not remotely related to sleep. Rather, it's a state of super alertness. It's a process.
He believes the key to achieving a hypnotic state is the misdirection of attention.
I could show you what I mean by misdirection of attention by holding this coin here. I take this coin and I get you to look over here. So as I get you to look over here, I do something here.
All we really know is that it works. Through trial and error, hypnotists have learned that there are many ways to reach into the mind and unlock the vast unused powers of the brain.
Deeper and deeper, more and more relaxed.
Dr. Ira Greenberg elicits responses typical of most hypnotized persons.
Your left hand and arm are becoming lighter and lighter.
As their arms float upward, so does their conviction that they are experiencing the altered consciousness we call hypnosis.
I'd like you to let yourself go back to a happy period in your childhood. Go back in time. You're 5 years old. And where are you right now?
Backyard.
And what are you doing in the backyard?
King of the Hill.
Playing King of the Hill. And who's playing with you?
I was in the backyard with my brother. There's a lot of snow on the ground. And we dug out a circle around the backyard. And we just ran around it on our bicycles.
Ah, that's marvelous. Start coming awake now. I'm going to count backward. 5, coming awake now. 4, even more awake. 3, more and more awake. 2, 1, 0. Open your eyes, wide awake.
I could recall all the details. I could see my backyard and it had a big hill of ice plant.
It took a while for my arm to get up there. I remember it. I just sort of was more comfortable laying there, and then it just sort of went up by itself.
And yet I always felt as though I knew where I was.
As you know, Don, what we're going to do is provide a demonstration of you going into a hypnotic state.
Dr. Joseph Barber, director of UCLA's Pain Control Clinic, uses hypnosis.
Okay? Okay. And I'd like you to let yourself begin right now, slowly, comfortably, and to go deeper and deeper with every breath you take. An individual who's experiencing a state of hypnosis, which can be characterized as a somnambulistic state, appears in certain respects to be wide awake. And although Don can talk, a hypnotic subject tends not to talk unless it's really necessary. When
we compare the brainwave activity of a normal waking state to a hypnotized condition, no difference can be seen.
Is the alpha wave.
Scientists still don't really know what forces are at work, only that something does happen. Under hypnosis, this subject has the ability to control body activity beyond his reach in a normal waking state, providing a dramatic demonstration of mind over body. Under medical supervision, this man's skin is pierced in 2 places.
No bleeding from this side, and just the right amount of bleeding from this side.
He has been asked to bleed from only one of the 2 puncture wounds. In spite of the fact that he has never been hypnotized before, he will attempt to control his body in a way that seems impossible.
Okay. It looks like this side is warmer and this side cooler. Is that right?
Right.
Make this side even cooler and this side even warmer.
Okay.
And what you can notice is that of the 2 sides, one is bleeding more than the other, although...
Incredibly, a single drop of blood appears.
From a hypodermic puncture. During surgery, for instance, if you want to have the patient bleed less, there is a mechanism which the patient has control of. We don't understand the mechanism, but it's obviously there.
Eastern yogis have shown similar control, but after lifetimes of study, could hypnosis be a shortcut to powers beyond our imaginings?
It's important that the public realize that very often what they see on the stage is not hypnosis, but entertainment.
Mark Yellen was 24 when he learned he had a form of cancer known as Hodgkin's disease. Seeking to gain back control of his own body, he turned to hypnosis as an adjunct to traditional therapy.
I turned to hypnosis as a way of keeping my attitude together and giving me a positive outlook going through my treatments.
Take a deep breath.
Working with Jean Campeau of the Newton Center for Clinical Hypnosis, Mark uses a technique called guided imagery to spur on his body's defense system.
You are going to take a tour of your body, and you're going to inspect your lymph glands. What is it you are seeing?
I see myself kind of walking through my body.
I walked into this room, found myself in a room with lymph nodes flying all over the place. So I proceeded to get all the lymph nodes fired up. Their attitudes changed.
If we have a patient who is sick with something, and he can imagine the reverse of that, in some mysterious way, he's apt to get better.
I do a lot of camping up in Yosemite. So I basically took a waterfall I had seen and then envisioned myself standing under this waterfall. And then all of a sudden it went from seeing myself under the waterfall to seeing the water rushing through my neck and down through my chest and into my abdomen, through the lymph system, and just flushing it clean. Through hypnosis, my attitudes have changed immensely. I've become much more confident than I ever was. I've been able to accomplish things I never thought I could. I now feel I'm a winner instead of a loser.
After the treatments, doctors operated but found no signs of the cancer. Mark now walks on the road of life. Could hypnosis be a signpost pointing us toward a new and better way of living? In the late 1700s, Franz Anton Mesmer formulated his theory of animal magnetism to explain the remarkable phenomena we call hypnosis. Mesmer established clinics where he used magnets, passes of the hand, and strange magnetized tubs to get people into a hypnotized condition. As word of his successes grew, so did controversy, until finally he was characterized as a fake and driven from scientific circles by a group headed by Benjamin Franklin.
I had great difficulty getting my colleagues to accept hypnosis.
Dr. Ron Katz, chairman, UCLA's Department of Anesthesiology.
Mrs. Strom came to see me over a year ago. She needed to have a breast biopsy and possibly a mastectomy. Since she had previously been anesthetized and literally been in a coma for days after the operation, we decided to go ahead and attempt the operation under hypnosis. Just imagine a giant mold filled with ice surrounding your breast, making your breast colder and colder.
I had a mental image of it being sort of a mystical, magical type of a thing, nothing that was really useful to normal people like me.
The colder it becomes, the number it will become, till it becomes so cold and so numb that you're barely aware that your breast is there. And since you like to ski, you can imagine yourself at Mammoth or somewhere where you've been. You just concentrate on that skiing. Bits of snow float up, which reinforces the cold sensation on the breast.
At first, Kay was skeptical, but in spite of her doubts, she found herself being transported to a new and separate reality.
I could hear the doctors and nurses talking. It was like a radio was playing in the background, but really didn't have anything to do with me. People on the slopes moved out of the way to just watch me coming down.
Hypnosis took her to a distant place, a place without pain, a world that had apparently existed all along, deep within her mind.
If I ever had to have surgery again, that's the only way I would consider doing it at all.
The person has a greater ability to experience fantasy, and to experience that fantasy as real. The person also has the ability to remember things that are otherwise not so easily remembered.
When a burglary call set Officer Jim Van Pelt and his partner rolling, as dramatized here, he had no idea how far he was to go. Captain Mike Nielsen, Los Angeles Police Investigative Unit.
The trauma of the incident, the physical damage that was caused by the bullets, the speed with which things transpired, all served to lock these events into Van Pelt's subconscious mind.
TV set being turned on.
With a police artist keeping careful notes, psychologist Dr. Martin Reiser hypnotized Jim and then had him watch the crime again, as though seeing a documentary on a TV screen within his mind.
2, 3. Okay, the screen is lighting up.
My partner and I are working the midwatch in the Northeast Division, and we're the first ones out of the parking lot when we receive a call to see the man, a burglary suspect there now.
11 Adam 31, Roger, on the call 459 there now at 2230 at Verify.
My partner and I both exit out of the car. I look over and I see a male Negro. My partner talks to the individual.
Let me see your identification.
And gets no response to any questioning at all. He pats him down, which is a normal procedure to check for weapons. And I'm standing directly in front of the suspect, and something seems amiss. Suddenly, the suspect let out a blood-curdling scream.
Yeah!
I found myself laying on my back. I raised up in an effort to bring him down. I fall back and I hear him running down the street. I was suddenly alone.
Relying on his notes, as well as experience and training, the artist narrowed in on the details crucial to an accurate composite drawing.
His hair is cut short.
Look again, as you did before, at this corrected composite drawing and tell me what you think.
Well, that's good. That's the man that shot me.
By watching a mental movie, Officer Van Pelt reached into his clouded memory and furnished a precise description that aided in the arrest of the suspect. Details of astonishing clarity retrieved through hypnosis.
We can introduce information obtained via hypnosis. It's up to the jury to decide how much credibility they will give that information.
For most people, life is rarely so dramatic. Children go to school, adults go to work, life goes on. Routine. Unless the town you live in is called Chowchilla and you happen to be Ed Ray.
On my afternoon run, I made about 3 stops, and I was going down Road 16, and I turned on Avenue 21, and I saw a white van down there, and when I got up close, the front door was open over the white line.
Open that door. Get in the back of the bus.
Deep in a nightmare, many of the events became confused and blocked in Ed Ray's mind.
Well, in the case of Ed Ray, just as in other cases that we've had, after he'd been hypnotized, instead of asking him to remember the license plate, we prepared him with an appropriate image involving the use of the imagination. The world comes to you in 5 senses, and all that data is stored in the 5 senses. Nothing is ever forgotten. The brain stores everything, forgets nothing. It stores all information in 5 senses, and it can be tapped. In cases of this type, we give them an image that involves the 5 senses. They're walking along a beautiful beach. It's a warm, hot summer day. There's a blazing sun overhead. You feel the hot, dry sand. See the waves as they're thrashing and smashing. Step in the cool, wet, squishy sand. Taste the salty spray.
Gently guided from the beach back to the crime scene, Ray was told he could see through the lens of a camera and could zoom in to study in detail what his conscious mind had blocked. Under hypnosis, he gave the FBI all but one of the crucial license numbers of his abductor's van.
Si je meurs, je veux qu'on m'enterre dans une cave où il y a du bon vin. Dans une cave, oui, 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 dans une cave.
A remarkable experiment in teaching is underway in a San Francisco classroom.
Dans une cave, oui, 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 dans une cave.
Alors je vais lire le dialogue. Et toi? Bon, alors faisons ça 5 fois, 5 cycles. Bon, commencez. Sans la musique, et après, avec la musique. 8 jours après, dans la voiture, en route.
These people are increasing their learning speed by using a technique which is enhanced by hypnosis. Breaking through learning barriers, controlling pain, psychotherapy, and behavior modification are just a few of the current uses of hypnosis. Every day that passes, hypnosis is becoming a more important factor in our lives. What about 50 years from today? Possibly we'll find self-hypnosis being taught in schools for everyone to use. Possibly motion pictures will become unnecessary, obsolete, when compared with the vivid pictures in our own minds. For if the mind is truly the gateway to the heavens, hypnosis may be the key that unlocks that gate.
desirable woman in the world, the fabled Helen, wife to the Prince of Sparta. So beautiful was she that a rival prince stole her away to the kingdom of Troy. Thus, Helen became the face that launched 1,000 ships, each ship carrying 100 Greek warriors bent on revenge. For 10 years, the ships were beached while the army laid siege to Troy. The great walls of the city could not be breached, but the Greeks found another way. Were Helen and the Battle of Troy just the dreams of an ancient poet? Homer wrote that Achilles chased Hector around the walls of Troy. 3,000 years later, a man of flesh and blood would relive the chase. He was a man possessed. His mission, find the fabled city and the Trojan hoard of gold.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The place where Europe ends and Asia begins is as mysterious as its mountains are imposing. Where they meet the sea, rich farmlands were for centuries protected by great stone battlements. The ancient Greeks called this land Ionia. Modern men call it Turkey. Relatively few Westerners travel to Turkey these days. Fewer still venture into the exotic countryside beyond the graceful minarets of Istanbul. A long time ago, things were different. What we now call Turkey once seemed to be the great crossroads of the known world. Adventurers from all over the Mediterranean sailed for her shores. What were they looking for? 10 centuries before Christ, the Greeks were just beginning to probe the strange seacoast that lay to the east. The inhabitants of Ionia were said to be rich in precious metals and trade goods from even more distant lands. Eventually, the Greeks would establish colonies, new cities, and a new civilization. Even as the new cities prospered, however, mainland Greece was on the brink of collapse. For a time, the colonies represented the only real hope for the future. The Greek settlers had brought with them their pantheon of gods. Clearly, the Greeks of this troubled period wanted to keep alive the glories of the past. With their gods came mortal heroes, somehow bridging the gulf between heaven and earth. Of these heroes, it was said, each could do what 2 men could not do, such as now live upon the earth. No one helped preserve these illusions more than the great bard, Homer. Some scholars believe Homer traveled through the great cities of Ionia in the 8th century before Christ. As he would pass through a city, he would pause to recite a tale or hear one told. Under graceful columns and along busy thoroughfares, storytellers would gather to recite verse. Perhaps it was in this way that Homer first heard the story of Troy. He may have visited the place where the great battle was supposed to have happened. Whether Troy's location was known to Homer or not, he certainly drew inspiration for his retelling of the story from the countryside of its birth. The result was Homer's epic poem, the Iliad. describes the invasion of the Greeks, but nowhere does it mention the gift horse filled with soldiers. By the 18th century, most scholars had concluded that the fall of Troy described by Homer was pure fiction or related to something that happened somewhere else. Many felt that Homer never lived at all, that the work ascribed to him was merely an anthology of folk tales told by many writers. There were a few eccentrics, however, who believed otherwise. The most remarkable of these was a self-made millionaire named Heinrich Schliemann. As a boy, Schliemann had taught himself to read the Iliad in Greek. His fascination with Homer's poem was to become a lifelong obsession. By 1870, Schliemann had made 2 fortunes in Russia and another in the California gold fields. He arrived in Turkey determined to spend every penny of his great wealth, if need be, on realizing his dream, the discovery of ancient Troy. When Schliemann committed himself to an objective, it was with an all-consuming passion uncommon in average men. As Schliemann began his search, he looked over the plain that might once have played host to the armies of Hector and Achilles. Schliemann came armed with the Iliad and took up residence in the small village of Bunarbashi. The few scholars who were prepared to even consider the possibility that Troy once existed generally placed it here. So he began his survey of the Turkish countryside, looking for landmarks mentioned by Homer. Schliemann had given himself a good layman's education in archaeology. An examination of the area others thought likely revealed nothing to his eye that could possibly relate to Homer's Troy. The springs which Homer described weren't of much help either. Surely their course must have changed dozens of times in the 30 or more centuries since Troy. Before giving up on Bunarbashi, Schliemann decided on another test. Homer had said precisely how long it took Achilles to chase Hector around the walls. There was only one thing for Schliemann to do. Wrong. The time was wrong. Bunarbashi just didn't fit Homer's facts. Schliemann's detractors had a field day, more convinced than ever that he was a fool or simply crazy. Even Schliemann had to admit he'd picked a big haystack in which to search for his needle. But a grocer's apprentice who had the brains and energy to make himself a multi-millionaire doesn't quit easily. He began to search again, a short distance north of Bunarbashi. There, he would encounter his destiny on a hill called Hisarlik. The site was less than an hour's march from the sea. If well fortified, it could command the whole plain below. Even an eye less astute than his couldn't miss the archaeological evidence. Schliemann was convinced he had realized a 40-year-old dream. In his journal, he wrote, "I have set foot on Trojan soil, at last." He selected the highest mound on Hisarlik and ordered his men to dig. Homer had said the Temple of Athena stood on the highest ground in the city, ringed by walls built by the gods. Still, the critics scoffed. Although Schliemann had taught himself to read and write 18 languages, the scholars of the day dismissed him as an unlettered boor, living in a fantasy world. Schliemann only worked harder, driving his men to dig deeper into the mound. Surely now he would find the proof to quiet those who laughed. Find it he did. Here, indisputably, were the remnants of a lost civilization. But were they the fabled walls of Troy? Schliemann's trove of artifacts shook the academic world. What must the builders of this city have been like? What hands made these beautiful things? Clearly, the ancient craftsmen used techniques more advanced than many in use today. Why did they vanish after accomplishing so much? Schliemann discovered hundreds of spindle whorls, just like the ones still favored by local residents for spinning wool yarn. Other implements were found, similar, if not identical, to those in everyday use by villagers along the Turkish coast. Schliemann might have been struck by how little some things change in 3,000 years. But he would need more to prove his city was the Troy of Homer. Heinrich Schliemann's life had been one long love affair with the legend of Troy. It had taken 4 years to excavate the ruin he thought was Troy. Now, as he walked its ancient pavements, he believed he was following the path Homer had taken so long ago. Schliemann seeing, as through Homer's eyes, the skilled Trojan craftsmen at work in their stalls. Touching a dish that might have been set before Helen, the hostage princess who spawned 10 years of war. Admiring a lion's head carved in crystal. What great warrior might have carried it as a charm into battle? Schliemann could place on his own hand a ring made 30 centuries ago. Restore a brush whose bristles had turned to dust in the age of gods who walked with men. Still, Schliemann was not satisfied. He had in fact discovered 9 cities. He had no way of knowing for sure which one was the city of his dreams. Some early inhabitants imported bronze cast in ingots the shape of ox hides. There were ship's anchors of chiseled stone and ship's cook stoves of bronze. These Schliemann found in the ruin he called Troy too. But was this Homer's Troy? The answer was obscured by evidence of a great catastrophe. Violence more terrible than war had seared the very masonry of the walls. Jewelry was fused into shapeless blobs of metal. The whole countryside must have been laid waste by the disaster. Those who survived lived in squalor, the floors of their huts built on compacted garbage. If nothing else, Schliemann had unearthed a monument to the tenacity of man. Fire and sword had raged. Again and again, a city of the living had been raised on a city of the dead. Schliemann numbered the ruins from 1 for the oldest to 9 for the most recent. He assumed his objective was among the older ruins, possibly Troy too. Yet in Troy 6, he found massive walls that could have been the ones described by Homer. If they were the walls that hid Helen from the armies of her betrayed husband, it would be easy to see why the battle raged 10 years. It all seemed to fit Homer's description. A city fashioned by the gods. Yet the design of houses in Troy 6 was remarkably similar to those of the more ancient second city. A major difference among the various ruins seemed to be evidence of the increasing influence of outside cultures. By the time of Troy 6, newcomers from the north were introducing a completely new kind of pottery. The other arts were also affected by the immigrants. Alexander the Great was a latecomer to Troy, but among the first to build an altar to the old gods. From inscriptions, it is clear Alexander read Homer as fact. More years passed, and the Romans became masters of the Ionian coast. The poet Virgil took up in Latin where Homer left off in Greek, embellishing the story and giving it new credibility. Rome made Troy a sacred city. Emperors came to worship and be entertained. Augustus even considered making Troy the capital of his empire. Through it all, minstrels kept alive Homer's poem of glory. This was the world Heinrich Schliemann felt he had rediscovered. But was he seeing only what he wanted to see? So complete was Schliemann's dedication to Homer's Troy that he had taken a young Greek woman to be his bride. He thought she had Helen's blood coursing through her veins. And in a way, all this effort had been intended to restore her heritage. The greatest prize he had not been able to give her. Yet as he was about to give up, Schliemann made his most fantastic discovery. The glint of metal had caught his eye. Schliemann ordered his wife to send the workers away. Sophia was confused, but she had come to trust her husband's uncanny instincts. She did as she was told.
Paydos, paydos. Gidebilirsiniz. Kocamın yaş günü bugün. Hey, paydos, paydos, paydos.
In 4 years, Schliemann's men had moved 325,000 cubic yards of earth. Now, he was moving alone, deep into the excavation of the ancient second city. 28 feet down was the lower level of the walls Schliemann identified with Homer's Palace of Troy. It was here he had seen the flash of treasure. Schliemann had chanced everything for his dream. Even with all he'd accomplished, scholars still considered him a fraud or a madman. Now, he knew they would have to believe him. The treasure of Troy was surely only inches from his grasp. Then, his fingers touched it. There were 31 large objects of beaten gold. Had this once adorned Helen, daughter of the gods? The workmanship was unmistakable. Surely this was all the proof the world would need. The hoard included 9,000 small pieces, rings, buttons, and charms. It was wealth beyond imagining. More important, it seemed that a lifetime's quest had finally been realized. In spite of promises to share the treasure with the Turkish government, Schliemann smuggled most of it out of the country. He held onto it long enough to dress Sophia in splendor. Somehow, Schliemann knew he had fulfilled his destiny and hers by finding the lost treasure of Troy. The collection eventually found its way to the Berlin Museum. Schliemann would go on to other triumphs in archaeology. The Trojan treasure, however, would vanish. In the closing days of World War II, the Americans and the Russians marched on Berlin from opposing flanks. The museum fell under Russian control, but the treasure was already gone. Someone may have hidden it from the bombardment, then died without revealing the secret of its location. It's possible the Nazis stole it for their own use in the headlong flight from the advancing Allies. No one really knows. Happily, perhaps, Schliemann didn't live to see the day that the prize he struggled so hard to win would vanish again without a trace. Little has changed in Turkey in the 100 years since Heinrich Schliemann came here to play out his dream of finding Troy. Caravans still follow trade routes that were ancient even in Homer's day. Old men still sit in the shade and tell stories. It is the custom here, and was so long before Homer's time. Tragedy and disaster are also familiar in this fabled land. In 1976, an earthquake killed hundreds of people and left thousands homeless. There was no warning, just sudden and savage destruction. A dazed and heartbroken people began to rebuild, even as they mourned their dead. Modern archaeologists believe the same fate overtook ancient Troy. That around 1300 BC, a violent earthquake leveled the mighty city. Before the city could be rebuilt, barbarians attacked from the north and put the survivors to the sword. Perhaps we can be forgiven for preferring to believe that Troy met its end gloriously and for the sake of love. With the magic powers believed to dwell inside a cloud of smoke, a Mayan healer performs an ancient cure. The rising smoke will lift away the patient's evil spirits. In an age-old Inca ritual, the fertile power of a tiny rodent is symbolically transferred to a troubled patient.
Los sapos, como siempre, nos acudirán tanto a ti como a mí.
To us, this kind of medicine may seem primitive and strange, for it is the work of people we call witch doctors. In remote places throughout the world, ritual and magic play a vital role in treating illness. Though ancient forms of healing may appear bizarre, they are often successful, even today.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
According to many old movies, witch doctors are fierce-looking natives frantically performing strange rituals. Based on their apparent healing ability, however, witch doctors should not be shrugged off lightly. Among the Zulu of Africa, he is the Ganja. The Tungis tribes of Siberia call him shaman. To the North American Indian, his name means medicine man. In Latin America, he is the curandero. The familiar term witch doctor was invented by European explorers to describe the role of healers in foreign cultures which they did not understand. If we are tempted to scoff at the work of witch doctors, we should remember that throughout history, witch doctors have enjoyed as much success in their respective cultures as physicians have in ours. In the Yucatan region of Mexico, an annual religious ceremony intermingles the strong traditions of both Spanish and Mayan culture. A holy procession invokes the power of the Mayan rain god, Chac. The culmination of the ceremony, however, takes place in a Christian cathedral. Adorning the cathedral's face are ancient Mayan signs for the gods of the sun and the moon. Here, where Mayan culture is still alive, ideas about illness and health are often strikingly different from our own. At 86, Felipa Chu is a respected Mayan witch doctor with a reputation for possessing especially strong powers. Today, a mother has brought her daughter to Felipa for help. The young girl wishes to marry a man her mother does not approve of. The mother hopes that Felipa's powers can dispossess the girl of her seeming obsession. She has brought several special plants and a strong local alcohol, which will aid Felipa in her cure. Using the potent alcohol, as well as herbs believed to have curing properties, Felipa concocts a powerful potion. Felipa is renowned for her use of so-called white magic, ridding people of spirits or hexes which they believe can afflict them.
Dios está alma y tienes gracia contigo, entre todas las mujeres y bendito fruto tu vientre, Jesús.
In her native Mayan language, Felipa chants to the spirits that are believed to affect the girl, urging them away.
Dios está alma y tienes gracia contigo, entre todas las mujeres y bendito tu fruto tu vientre, Jesús.
Rubbed directly onto the skin, the potion purges the spirits from the body.
Credo valerosa, rosa y blanca, color la rosa, son pero tres hermanos, son el Padre, Hijo, Dios, Espíritu Santo. Amén, Jesús. Credo valerosa, rosa y blanca, color la rosa, son pero.
When the unwanted spirits have been completely driven away, the potion is given a final blessing. To ensure that the spirits will not return, the potion must be swallowed. Whether the result of Felipa's magic or merely the power of a mother's persuasion and concern, the cure was successful. The girl decided to give up her plans for marriage, at least for now. In the lush jungles of the Yucatan, Anciana Santana stalks a valuable quarry. The objects of his hunt are berries, herbs, and plants with medicinal power. Santana is an herbalist, familiar with the special properties of hundreds of different tropical plants. With them, he will make an incredible variety of folk medicines. Santana's knowledge dates from ancient times. Both the Aztecs and Mayans had a highly developed medicinal pharmacopoeia. Cactus contained chemicals still used for the treatment of burns. Ipecac roots provided a cough remedy. The Dioscorea plant relieved skin disease. Every day, outside his simple hut, Anciana Santana is called upon to provide treatment for the ill. A troubled man complains of persistent headaches. Santana often determines if he can indeed provide a cure by divining the nature of the illness with the aid of a small glass ball. Once having decided that a cure is possible, Santana carefully prepares the proper plants and herbs. Often the leaves are cooked to enhance their medicinal power. Finally, the herbal medicine is ritually sealed in a bottle. Santana prescribes the dosage and tells his patient to return if the remedy is not effective. A surprising number of present-day drugs owe their discovery to primitive herb doctors throughout the world. Common aspirin has its origin in the bark of willow trees. Digitalis from foxglove leaves still is used to stimulate failing hearts. Quinine from cinchona bark provided the first cure for malaria. There is more to ancient medicine than a knowledge of healing plants. We are now beginning to understand the other forces at work in the witch doctor's rites of healing, rites that are still performed with astonishing results. The Peruvian Andes, jagged domain of ancient Inca civilization. The magnificent city of Machu Picchu perched at the edge of a world filled with magical forces. In the cool mountain winds, there coursed hundreds of spirits whose powers affected all aspects of life. The power to cause illness was thought to reside in the spider. The spirit of health lived in the sun. With an old Inca witch doctor, or San Coyac, Dr. Fausto Aguilar practices an ancient Inca ritual. Leaves from the sacred coca plant are offered to the sun god in request for the power to cure. Dr. Aguilar holds degrees in both medicine and psychiatry. Yet, Aguilar has found that with many of his patients, he must also use traditional healing rituals which are deeply ingrained in Peruvian culture. In his offices on the outskirts of Lima, symbols and customs serve as powerful medicine. Dr. Aguilar still performs the ancient ceremonies which are believed to ensure protection from the powers of evil spirits. His patient is a woman who was infertile. Though the patient is technically cured of her physical problem, Dr. Aguilar must also take into account the effect on the patient of cultural beliefs. And so the cure begins. A long wooden rod symbolizes the healer's divine power.
Apus, espíritus superiores.
The rod will create a protective barrier to guard the patient from the return of malevolent spirits.
Esta limpieza.
A final prayer invokes the curing powers of the gods of the sun and the moon.
Bendito Padre Celestial.
¿Tú qué has hecho?
¿Tú qué has hecho?
El sol,
El sol,
la luna,
la luna,
las estrellas.
In the early 19th century, when Western-trained physicians began to practice their skills in Africa and Asia, they found that patients often did not respond to treatments and therapy that were effective in Europe. Increasingly, we are discovering that cultural tradition and belief play a powerful role in healing, that a patient often cannot be understood or cured away from his culture. Today, in Los Angeles, a unique program recognizes the power of culture in healing. At the Metropolitan State Mental Hospital, certain patients receive regular care from a witch doctor.
Para ayudarte no solo aquí a este hermano, solo
Leon is a Mexican curandero.
los lleven a un descanso y estar feliz en el mundo de las almas.
Before each curing ritual, he appeals to a great master for the power to heal and exorcise evil spirits. His patients are Mexican Americans with strong ties to their native culture. The ceremony begins with prayer.
Oh Padre Celestial,
Afterwards, Leon ritually exorcises each patient's evil spirits. His first patient, Pedro, suffers from a kind of cultural shock. Raised in a small Mexican village, Pedro's first exposure to the urban world of Los Angeles was emotionally overwhelming. Out of fear, he detached himself from reality and lapsed into a catatonic state. With all the powers he can summon, Leon concentrates on the particular spirits which he perceives to afflict each patient and works to drive them away. When Leon has completed his spiritual exorcisms, each patient receives a cup of water, which is ritually blessed and imbued with beneficial power. The water is a universal symbol of cleansing and health.
que estén de nosotros para proteger y llevarse a los espíritus que han venido aquí entre los hermanitos.
The curing ritual ends as it began, in communal prayer to the spirits of health.
Hermanos, ponga todos estos hermanos que están aquí, también los hermanos que están aquí haciendo la...
Ignacio Aguilar is the founder and director of this remarkable clinic named Zipetotec, after the Aztec god of spring and rebirth. In treating people who believe that mental disorders are often caused by curses or bewitchment, Aguilar uses ancient curing ceremonies to augment conventional treatment.
Gracias por tu padre.
Maria suffers from a severe loss of identity and self-esteem, and a crippling sense of personal guilt.
Madre mía, en el monte Santa Lucía estaba la Virgen María con su librito de oro, la mitad ofrecía, la mitad no daba. Llegó el niñito Jesús y le dijo, ¿qué haces ahí, Madre María?
Eres una mujer limpia, eres una mujer nueva. Vas a ir al baño.
As part of his efforts to treat Maria's complex emotional problems, Aguilar performs an age-old Aztec healing ritual. Smoke from fire, The visible form that all spirits take symbolically draws malevolent forces out of her body.
¿Tú que eres un hombre bueno? El humo te acabamos de limpiar. ¿No crees tú que eres un hombre bueno? Vamos a quitar de ti y a barrer para siempre.
Aguilar commands that Maria's evil spirits go away.
Vas a arreglar, te vas a ver como una muchacha bonita.
The leaves on a branch represent these spirits still clinging to her body. As each leaf breaks off, an unwanted spirit is symbolically cast away.
Todos tus males han salido.
Aguilar tells Maria that she has been cleansed, that she is no longer possessed.
Vas a ir al baño. Vas a ir al baño, te vas a arreglar y vas a salir completamente diferente.
Papacito.
Completamente diferente. Todos tus males salen. ¡Fuera! Ya no hay nada en ti. No hay nada en ti ya.
Now he tells her she is a new woman.
O dentro de un momento te quitamos esta protección que tienes aquí.
No.
For Maria, the ancient ceremony has a powerful cathartic effect.
Padre mío, perdóname. Mi mamá te estaba esperando, ya nunca hizo tanto.
Symbols are very important things in our lives. And it's very important that we surround a patient that comes to a hospital where everything is alien to him in terms of his culture, that these symbols be a vivid connection in order to establish a therapeutic relationship. Hence the importance of having symbols like what you see on the walls and what you have seen throughout the ward. And what we're trying to do here is to provide treatment that in effect works to the extent that the person gets well. And when a patient comes with this kind of a problem to the hospital, and we provide the proper mediums, he leaves, and he leaves well.
Familiar music is another powerful cultural tool that Aguilar uses. For the once totally withdrawn Pedro, it has provided the first step back into reality.
Más fuerte que se oye. Acuérdate que ya estás vivo, acuérdate que ya estás bien.
When viewed outside of their cultural environment, the magical art of the witch doctor can be easily dismissed. Yet, in places where beliefs about the causes of illness are different from our own, the so-called witch doctor can function as an effective healer. A mastery of natural herbal remedies and the fact that most illnesses are overcome by the body's own defenses greatly aid the witch doctor's power. Perhaps more important, however, is the fact that many illnesses are psychosomatic. The ability to inspire confidence, trust, and faith is one of the most potent medicines of any doctor. strange apparitions haunt the countryside of England. Spirits, it is said, lurk in the meadows that once rang with the sound of life. There are those who swear that the dead have risen. Some hear the sounds of ghostly horses hurtling up the stone stairs of a castle. Others bear witness to the cries of an African prince, outraged because he was buried on English soil. The ancient ghosts of England, it would seem, are the scariest spirits of all. Author-investigator Francis Hitching placed television equipment in a London cellar supposedly haunted by a 17th century cavalier. On a flickering black and white screen, he may have found the last vestiges, the final earthly remnants of a 300-year-old warrior.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The English countryside has been populated by so many people for so long a time that it has acquired a rich legacy of spirits and ghosts. A 200-year-old monarch may pace the library of a great fortress. Henry VIII, we are told, still drags his gout-ridden foot through broken cloisters and cobwebbed passages. Long-dead prisoners plead for mercy in empty dungeons. Ancient druids still haunt Stonehenge. Guillotine victims ride across the rolling plains carrying their severed heads. Every generation has added its ghostly collection of vampires, phantoms, and monsters of the netherworld. Today, a roll call of specters stretches the length of the kingdom. Perhaps it is the willingness of its citizens to believe in the supernatural. Whatever the cause, Great Britain, wrote one expert, is the most haunted place on Earth.
Ghosts have a tendency to stay in one place, usually the location of their demise. Since most English castles were built many centuries ago, the apparitions that haunt them have had enough time to scare enough people to become legends. The people who own these castles continue to live in them. Strange sights and hideous noises are considered part of the bargain, along with poor plumbing and drafty rooms.
Ghosts are accepted as eccentric members of the family, and in many cases they were just that before they died. At Wolverton Manor, for example, we encounter the very rowdy ghost of Lord Thomas Trenchard. His story is told by his descendant, Captain Thimbleby.
In the early 18th century, Thomas Trenchard, after, no doubt, a very good dinner party, with a lot of port in his belly, had a wager with his friend that he could take a horse and carriage up the great stairs, which he indeed did. And in fact, some of the stairs have been repaired where the edges have been chipped off. How on earth he got down again, one doesn't know, but he won his wager, and we hear him going up the stairs every now and again over the years.
strange part of Wolverton Manor's ghostly carriage is that it has never been known to return down the stairs. So much for noisy apparitions. Authentic English ghosts are not known to physically attack people. On numerous occasions, however, they have frightened someone to death. This happened on a lovely country estate in Dorset, and the story is told to us by Emma Leavesley.
My family had owned this house for more than 400 years, I think, and there were legends that something monstrous appeared in the middle of the night and was so frightening that two of my ancestors had actually gone mad after they'd seen it. I hated sleeping there. I used to dread going to bed because I would always have nightmares there, and I'd wake up in the middle of the night and think they were real, and there was definitely something horrible about it. Anyway, one night when my grandmother was a very little girl, which was about 1880 or 1890, she and her sister were living in this house. My grandmother at one end of a corridor, and her sister at the other end, probably the same room that I was in, maybe even the same bed. One night, they went to bed perfectly normally, having said goodnight to each other. And what happened next, no one knows for certain, but it was obviously absolutely horrifying. My grandmother rushed down the corridor to see what was happening. As she opened the door, she thought she caught a glance of something so horrible that she nearly fainted. But it disappeared almost immediately. The worst thing was that when she looked at the bed, her sister had stopped screaming and she was just lying there dead. I hate it as a story, and I wish she'd never told me, really, because I still have nightmares about it, and I'm sure I feel something that poor girl went through when I've slept in that room.
In most hauntings, sounds are more common than sightings, and ghostly rituals are usually performed by a single figure. But in our next dramatization, both sights and sounds occur, and two 18th century Englishmen are locked together for eternity. Robin Wordsworth owns Baglake House and keeps alive the story of the double tragedy that took place in 1759.
There was a man who lived here once called Squire William Light, and he had the front of this house built onto an older house in 1719. This we know for a fact. The rest of the story is really legend. The idea is that Squire Light came home from hunting, perhaps a little drunk.
The water was shallow, but deep enough to drown a drunken squire. The squire's groom went searching for his long overdue master.
Squire Light!
groom's wife found him near the pond. He told her his monstrous tale, then died.
That's the story, and it's still believed in the village. People don't care to walk past this house at night, the younger people. And during the 40 years I've been here, quite a number of level-headed people have felt disturbances of various kinds and seen things and heard footsteps which can't be accounted for.
After years of horrible, unexplained sounds, the local priest attempted to exorcise both Squire Light and the groom from the household. His efforts were partially successful. Local citizens believe that the squire is now confined to the chimney and moans complainingly when the wind blows. The groom, however, lingers outside and faithfully calls his master. Those who share the squire's taste for whiskey claim that they see his specter rising from the pond when the moon is full. As we shall learn in our next story, they should be thankful that he doesn't scream. Most castles are haunted by murky, intangible apparitions. In Marshwood Vale, however, Bettiscombe Manor is haunted by a very tangible human skull that refuses to be buried. When provoked, the skull's angry screams reverberate for miles. Michael Pinney, the current owner of Bettiscombe Manor, is a direct descendant of Azariah Pinney, who was exiled to the West Indies in 1685. While there, he purchased a slave and inadvertently acquired a haunt.
The legend of the Screaming Skull of Bettiscombe is the legend of a Negro slave. There's no doubt about that. And that is how it first grew up. It was the legend of a prince from Africa who was exported, went through the horror of the slave trade, became a slave, came back as a body servant, and he then said to his master, the restitution you've got to see is that I am buried in my own land, not here. I'm a prince in my own country. Well, the legend says that he wasn't buried in his own land. He was taken and buried in Bettiscombe churchyard.
Once buried, horrible screams rose from the grave. Louder and louder they grew until the skull, according to legend, worked its way to the surface. Every attempt to dispose of the skull has brought misfortune to those living in Bettiscombe Manor. As recently as 1914, local witnesses claim that it has sweated blood. Today, it resides on an attic shelf in silence, at least for now. The ghosts of England are not restricted to drafty castles and lonely country estates. In the very heart of London, a 17th century cavalier, replete with plumed hat and pantaloons, resides in, of all places, a wine cellar. In some form, a tavern has operated here for at least 3 centuries. Currently, it is called the George Inn. Bill Grundy is a documentary filmmaker for the British Broadcasting Corporation.
It was the summer of 1975. I'd just finished making a series of television films about the ghosts of London. And I came in here for a drink, and the landlord came over to me, and he said, like the films, pity you didn't do our ghost. I said, you got one here in the George Inn? He said, yes, we have. I said, do you believe in ghosts? He said, no, but my wife does. I asked him to explain. He said, well, we've been here for years, and there'd been no trouble at all, but one day, between 10 and 11 in the morning, anyway, before we opened, he said, my wife went downstairs into the cellar, and she came rushing back up, all white and trembling, and said, I'm never going in the cellar again. She said, it's the fella down there. I said, we're not open yet. There can't be a man down there. And she said, no, this isn't an ordinary fella. He's dressed like a cavalier, and he's standing in the corner of the barrel vaulting there. My wife still doesn't go down that cellar.
Grundy contacted Francis Hitching, an author and investigator of strange phenomena. Hitching placed a camera and a videotape recorder in the supposedly haunted cellar.
I've been investigating ghosts and other related phenomena for a number of years now, and this sounds to me a particularly good and typical example of a ghost. That's to say, we're here in a very old building, one of the oldest basements in London, certainly part of the old London. Up there is the street itself, and I dare say you can hear some noises which come across it from time to time. And the stories that we've heard, the 2 people, the witnesses, talking about somebody in Stuart costume, this is typical of the kind of appearance that you get. Somebody in costume appearing in an old building, sometimes at the same time, sometimes not. And I feel that it's one that's worth investigating with modern equipment.
Hitching sealed the doors from the inside and remained alone in the cellar throughout the night. He focused his camera on a dark pillar in the middle of the room.
Much to my surprise, we have found something. I'd like you to have a look at it. It's a very surprising image which is coming on the screen in just a few moments. Now, I was here at the time that this was taken, and I saw nothing myself. I think I was looking at the pillar at the time that it was there, but look, coming up on the screen is a most extraordinary something. What is it, a light? It may be, if it's a ghost, is that what a ghost looks like? As I say, I think I was looking at the pillar at the time, but there it is emerging on there. Nobody else was here, and it's not an earthly thing. It's nothing that could be created with a torch. It's got curious images which goes up like that. I think it's one of the most remarkable ghostly manifestations that's happened in my experience looking for them. Whether or not it's something that can be the same ghost that's gone away now, whether or not it's the same ghost as they saw, whether it's one of these manifestations that happen sometimes when people go out trying to look for things, and instead of specifically what they're looking for, some other thing appears out of the fabric of the building, I just don't know. Until today, my theory was that under conditions of extreme emotion, that's to say great pain, great anguish, even great happiness, that somehow this emotion imprinted itself in the solid fabric of buildings, and people were able to recognize it, and it came out in the same way that clairvoyants and psychometrists, dowsers, can pick hold of a solid object and tell you a lot of things about the people who were last there. That's until today. But today I've seen this thing, and I can't explain it. And so my explanation yesterday has been torn away. What I believe tomorrow, I just don't know. I'll have to look at that again and again, and perhaps one day I'll find out.
What are ghosts? And why do they keep repeating the same actions over and over again? One theory is that a haunting is a violent release of energy, somehow frozen in space and time. When weather conditions are exactly right, the action is played back, like a recording. Impossible? So were Xeroxing and holography just a few short years ago. In fact, so were videotape replays, like the one you're watching right now. People have been seeing and hearing ghosts for thousands of years. Soon, we may know how and why. What a tremendous gain that would be for science, and what a tremendous loss for storytelling. South America, 1909. According to this famous film, a gun battle claims the life of Butch Cassidy. If the film version is right, who was the mysterious stranger who appeared on a Wyoming road 15 years later? A mysterious stranger who bore a strong resemblance to Butch Cassidy. Much has been recorded of the life of Butch Cassidy, how he rode the outlaw trail with the notorious Wild Bunch. But mystery still surrounds his death. Now, those who have kept their silence for years are ready to reveal the true ending to this remarkable story.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The vast panorama of the American West has always bred large legends. Tall tales abound of outlaws and lawmen who rode into history across the open landscape. Among them, Billy the Kid, Pat Garrett, Cherokee Bill, John Wesley Hardin, Wyatt Earp, and Blackjack Ketchum. Time and distance have clouded the truth, but one thing is certain. Few on either side of the law would venture here unless they knew the country well or had good reason to hide. It is August 13th, 1897. Bank robbery is not an unusual occurrence here. But these are no ordinary bank robbers. Known for their speed and daring, they're called the Wild Bunch. Leading them is Butch Cassidy. He has herded cattle here and knows every canyon and mesa. For Butch, it was a short step from rounding up strays to rustling and then to robbing. A stretch in jail for a minor offense has settled the direction his life will take. A life he will one day admit was wasted and hurtful to those he loved the most. Butch becomes master of the fast getaway. Relays of horses have been staked out before the job. On fresh mounts, the Wild Bunch can outdistance any posse. In this way, they have robbed bank after bank over a wide area of the West. Montpelier, Idaho, Winnemucca, Nevada, Telluride, and Denver, Colorado.
$16,000, $17,000, $21,000, $30,000. The separate hauls added up to more than $200,000. By morning, the outlaws have left their pursuers miles behind. Expert horsemen, they climb the ridges into one of their several hideouts, the notorious hole in the wall, or the rugged area known as Robber's Roost. Here, safe from pursuit, a few men could hold off an army. They will rest up for the next job, confident that no lawman will follow them here. These rugged areas of Wyoming and Utah became fortress sanctuaries. Not only did bandits join Cassidy's gang, there were men who turned to rustling because they felt their independence was threatened by big cattle outfits crowding them off the public range. Into hidden canyons went stolen cattle, security against the excesses of the big ranchers. Butch Cassidy became a legend not only because of the mystery surrounding his death, but because his special character inspired a comparison to Robin Hood. During his career as an outlaw, a fortune in gold passed through his hands, but he seldom held on to much of it for very long. He seemed to delight in the chase more than the rewards. He gave money to ranchers and townspeople who were in need, and they, in turn, helped him with their silence. Today, ranchers in the area feel that Butch was one of them. An expert cowhand between robberies, he was respected for his hard work and skill. They don't condone what Butch did, but with their own independence threatened today by big mining interests, they understand some of the forces that drove him.
And I found out later that it was Butch. I worked with his brother right here. His brother Joe, him and I herded cattle together. They wasn't killed in South America, I know that.
Our search for where and when Butch did die took us to the remote Wyoming town of Baggs. Galloping down Main Street, guns blazing, they headed for the Bulldog Saloon, where they would cut the road dust out of their dry throats with strong whiskey. Restored, they would roust out Tom Vernon, who played fiddle and owned the local hotel. Then, rounding up the available ladies, they would dance all night. Sheriff Ross Moore, today's successor to frontier lawman, sums up his town's attitude.
People around here thought old Butch was all right. He was a real nice fella, as far as they was concerned. He never done anything to anybody, and he always treated them right and never cheated them.
Even though they were outlaws, these people on Snake River would do about anything for them.
They'd stop at your place. If you had a saddle horse and their horse was tired, they'd take your horse and leave their tired horse and go on, but they'd always come back.
And they never did anything wrong because they knew that if they rode in to this country, they could get a place to stay all night or a fresh horse. He was a good-hearted old feller. He wouldn't kill you. He'd just steal your money.
They was good to these people on Snake River. But money in here, you know.
Damn it, they was all good guys.
For the most part, outlawing was hard and dangerous work. As an outlaw's reputation grew, so did the odds of getting caught. Alan Pinkerton's powerful detective agency assigned famed manhunter Charlie Siringo to take on the Wild Bunch. Though only 5 feet tall, Siringo could rope, tie, and ride with the best of them. Having spent a lifetime on the Western Range, he was well equipped to track his quarry. The Wild Bunch reacted to this pressure by moving into another lucrative field, train robbing. With Butch's masterminding, they continued to prosper. The Denver and Rio Grande Railway, $8,000. The Colorado and Southern, $45,000. The Union Pacific, $55,000. The Union Pacific responded by forming a special train-borne posse, transporting horses in a baggage car. About this time, Butch started working more closely with Harvey Longabaugh, known as the Sundance Kid. They shared a wry sense of humor. One day, after a particularly good haul, Butch and Sundance posed for a family portrait with the rest of the gang. It was a joke that would backfire and force them to flee the country. Sporting store-bought clothes and new derbies were cool killer Harvey Logan, polecat Bill Carver, and Butch's pal, Sundance. Butch could barely suppress a grin at what he thought was a private joke. However, the proud photographer displayed the picture in his window, where it was spotted the next day by an amazed but delighted Pinkerton detective who spread the alarm. Hearing this and sensing their luck had run out, the bandits bought tickets on the very trains they once robbed. An elegantly attired trio, Butch, Sundance, and his girl, the beautiful Etta Place, headed for South America by way of New York. The big city in 1902 must have been a dazzling sight to these now rich but still countrified Westerners. They mingled with the elite on Fifth Avenue, and Sundance and Etta had their portraits taken at a fashionable salon. With queenly grace, Etta proudly displayed a new and expensive gold watch. A few weeks later, the trio sailed for South America. In Argentina, they worked as cattlemen until they were tracked down by a Pinkerton detective. Once more on the run, they returned to a life of crime throughout Chile, Bolivia, and Uruguay. In 1909, the story got out that Butch and Sundance were dead, killed in a gunfight in Mercedes, Uruguay. The Pinkerton agency eagerly accepted the story and closed the files on an old and frustrating case. But our research in Mercedes revealed no evidence that such a gunfight ever took place. Butch and Sundance's death a hoax? Perhaps still another way to outdistance pursuers? One day in 1924, 15 years after the alleged gunfight, a lone figure was seen driving up a Wyoming road. As he came closer, he seemed somehow familiar. Could it have been Butch Cassidy returning home after all those years? Many believe Butch Cassidy returned long after he was supposed to have died in a South American gunfight.
Well, Butch wasn't killed in South America. He came back here in 24, and my grandmother seen him and talked to him. So I know he was here. He stayed a day and a half and then left, but he was here and talked to everybody.
He come back from there and went down in Utah. He stopped in Baggs one night.
He went up to some of these old places and visited before he left. So I know he's here in 24.
One can only imagine what might have gone through his mind if he had revisited the places of his raucous youth. Most of his companions were gone. Harvey Logan, dead in a gunfight with a posse. Ben Kilpatrick, killed attempting to rob a train. Bill Carver, outdrawn by a sheriff in Texas. And the ladies who danced had vanished or settled down. Only memories remained. The memories live on in Baggs. Recollections of those still alive who remember Butch's nostalgic homecoming. In an old house on the outskirts of town lives a man who was a contemporary of Butch Cassidy's. Now, Alfred Brazel is surrounded by his animals and his memories. The dates he gives might be questioned, but he is positive about what he saw.
He was not killed because in 1916, as sure as I ever stand right here, that I seen him right here in this store. I seen him with my own eyes. Now, Butch had 3 pack horses and 1 saddle horse. They were tied right out right at the side of the store. And he said, Ed, that I want you to go and get me 3 or 4 quarts of whiskey. Ed says, why don't you do it? No, he said, I want you to go get it. And Ed only had to just step out at the door and go about 50 feet to the saloon. I'd seen him before. It wasn't the first time I'd seen Butch.
Author-historian John Rolfe Burroughs has interviewed others who were even closer to Butch.
I came through here in 1959 researching a story on the Wild Bunch. Among other people I talked to was Tom Vernon. Tom at that time was 80 years of age, but his mind was just as clear as a bell. And among other comments I happened to make at that time was that I had read an article by Arthur Chapman to the effect that Butch Cassidy had been killed in Bolivia, in South America. Tom looked me in the eye and he said, killed in Bolivia? He said, Butch came through here in the early 20s and stayed with me 2 days. We talked over the old times, said there's no mistake. I knew every one of the Wild Bunch well.
Now an expert historian has found evidence placing Butch Cassidy in this building in the early 1920s. John Burroughs has still more support for his conclusion.
I met a man in Rock Springs by the name of John Taylor who had known Butch Cassidy when Butch Cassidy worked in a butcher shop in Rock Springs, and that's where Butch incidentally got his nickname. Mr. Taylor owned the Ford agency in Rock Springs, and he said one day he was out in the shop, and here came a Model T, and it was Butch Cassidy. This was in the early 1920s. He said Butch didn't recognize him and didn't say anything, but he said there was no mistake, that he knew him well. Another person who saw Butch after he returned from Bolivia, who knew him very well, was Josephine Bassett Morris. She was his girlfriend.
In an old log cabin where she lived alone, Josephine Bassett talked with Burroughs in 1965. Still showing signs of the beautiful girl she had been, Josephine told him that one night in the early 1920s in Rock Springs, Wyoming, Butch and his old friend Elza Lay knocked on her door.
Said they were both a little out of condition, but we sat around and had a few drinks and reminisced about the old times.
Josephine said that was the last time she saw Butch alive. We had one more important stop to make, 300 miles away. In southwest Utah is the wild and beautiful country where Butch spent his childhood, where he learned to ride, where he roamed free, when his name was still Robert Leroy Parker, and he lived on the ranch his father homesteaded near Circleville. Lula Parker Bettinson, Butch's 93-year-old sister, remembers.
When Butch came home, he went straight to the ranch, up at the Parker Ranch, because he thought we lived there. And how he wandered around. He loved the place. He had grown up there, and he was happy there. Disappointed to find no one there. He came to town.
Hoping to see his aging father once more, Butch picked up his brother Mark and drove to the Parker house in town.
His father and Lula came to the door.
When Butch drove into the yard, he and Maury got out of the car and walked over to the house. First, of course, he was a stranger. He just thought somebody come home with the boys. But as they looked at each other and got closer, they knew each other. And what a greeting it was to have him home again. When I first saw Butch, I looked at him and I thought, oh, he belongs here. He's ours, he must be, you know. And yet I didn't know. And my father said to me, he said, I'll bet you don't know who this is. He said, this is your brother, Robert Leroy. And of course, then it was just really, but I felt like my feet, I couldn't stand. I was shocked, you know, in a way. So I didn't have it very long because he's so warm and so wonderful. And was so tickled to see me that it all turned out just right. When he came home, he could talk of nothing but Mother. No matter what we would be talking about, he would go back to her. He felt so terrible because he felt that he'd hurt her so badly. And he really did. And he felt it. He couldn't live it down. He said it was his heartache. And my father said to him, he said, you know, my boy, he said, you could have been most anything. He said, I know. And all I've done is make a wreck of my life. He wasn't a bit happy. I think he paid the debt over and over for what he done. Butch died in 1937 in the Northwest. And where he is buried, that is our secret. We do not tell it. My father gave us to understand when the word came of his death that there would never be told, because they had chased him. He said they have chased him all his life, and now he's going to rest in peace. No matter what, I would never tell it.
There are many theories about Butch's later years. In Billings, Montana, author Larry Pointer, after years of study, believes that this man, William T. Phillips, who moved to Spokane, Washington a year after Butch's supposed death, is Butch Cassidy. And the resemblance is remarkable. Phillips died in the Northwest in 1937, and his ashes were scattered over the Spokane River. An added irony is that for years, Phillips tried to sell the Butch Cassidy story to Hollywood. There were no takers. And what of Sundance and Edda? They seem to have disappeared completely from history. Only the legend remains. But legends die hard. We usually believe what we want to believe. Somehow we prefer to see Butch young and vigorous, falling in South America with guns blazing, rather than living out a mundane life. But wherever or whenever Robert Leroy Parker died, in our minds, he lives on as Butch Cassidy. Millions of years before the dawn of man, ants had learned to live in large, complex societies. They had also mastered the art of war. Since their sources of food were much larger than themselves, they killed their prey by strategic attack. Today, a highly aggressive, often deadly breed of ant threatens to spread like a plague throughout much of the United States. ants. They are named for their painful, burning sting. Fire ants will quickly devour nearly anything. Fire ants attack their victims only in large groups. They are multiplying quickly, and there is no known way to stop them.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In the tropical jungles of Central and South America, everyday reality can have the appearance of pure illusion. Animated leaves seem to march down a hanging vine. In truth, each leaf's movement is the work of a tiny but powerful ant. They are known as the leaf cutters. Leaf cutters are the farmers of the jungle. One colony transports over a ton of leaves a year to its underground city. The leaves themselves will not be eaten. A fungus which will grow on the stored leaves provides the entire colony with its single source of food. Leaf-cutter ants have tremendous strength. Held by the ant's powerful mandibles, a single leaf weighing as much as the ant itself will often be carried more than 100 yards. To equal this feat, a man would have to carry 150 pounds in his teeth. For nearly every jungle animal, survival hangs in delicate balance. Both predator and prey are highly affected by the slightest change in the jungle's fragile ecology. Food cannot be taken for granted. Its abundance is never assured. If the tapir cannot find its daily requirement of buried roots and bulbs, it faces starvation. The tiny ant, however, has a distinct advantage over other jungle species. It is older, more resilient to change, and much better adapted to its unpredictable environment. The hollow branches of a young Cecropia tree is the favored home of Aztec ants. The Aztecs have powerful mandibles and a vicious bite. If their tree is disturbed in any way, the entire colony will swarm out to attack the intruder. A foreign vine placed against the tree quickly rallies the colony in defense of its home. The frenzied attack will not end until the vine has been completely removed. The tamandua, or anteater, will rarely venture a visit to a Cecropia tree. It is content to search for termite nests high in the branches of other trees. Among the most legendary and feared of all jungle predators is a group of tiny, fast-moving ants. They travel like soldiers in well-organized columns, continually searching for food. The highly developed cooperation among hundreds of thousands of ants transforms their mobile colony into a single ferocious creature. They are called army ants. When army ants move through the jungle, they establish temporary bivouacs by forming a solid mass with their own bodies. Using their hooked feet, thousands of workers attach themselves together in successive rows. The rows hang down to form an intricate living wall which protects the queen inside. Every morning, hundreds of raiding parties set out in search of prey. A chance encounter with a rival species of army ants sets the stage for the day's first battle. Both ants are armed with sharp mandibles and a deadly sting. They will fight to the death. While raiding columns frantically hunt for other sources of food, a powerful bite finally cripples the opponent. A larger prey suffers a coordinated mass attack. Once it has been paralyzed by dozens of stings, the army ants carefully dissect their victim and carry it piece by piece back to the bivouac. In a single day, thousands of insects will become helpless victims of the ravenous army ant. Wherever raiding ants move, other animals follow along, hoping to feed on their fleeing prey. There are other kinds of deadly ants which live in the jungle completely alone. They are solitary hunters and highly efficient killers. For the predaceous ant, a much larger katydid makes an easy victim. Nearly an inch long, the predaceous ant will attack insects many times its size. Possessed of incredible strength, it can easily lift the katydid and carry it off. Its venom is deadly. A single sting can paralyze, even kill a grown man.
Most of us regard ants as insignificant pests, a nuisance in the kitchen or at a picnic. But for many people in the United States, that attitude has undergone a forcible change. The problem has been caused by a tiny but fierce red ant, the fire ant.
In fields and pastures throughout the South, large earth mounds loom above the ground, signaling that the invader is there. The mounds are built and inhabited by fire ants. The fire ant mound forms only the tip of a vast colony which can extend 20 feet underground. Highly aggressive, the fire ant's armament includes razor-sharp mandibles for biting and a painful burning sting that gives the ant its name. Within each fire ant colony, specialized workers do nothing but build and repair. The work is constant. It begins when the colony is established and the mound itself must be built. As the colony grows, new tunnels and chambers must be added continually. In about 3 years, the mound may reach over a yard high and contain more than 250,000 ants. If split down the middle, the mound is revealed as an intricate network of interconnecting tunnels and chambers. Buried deep in some of the chambers lie the developing eggs of new ants. The eggs are frequently moved from place to place by specialized workers. When the sun warms the mound, eggs are carried toward the top. At night or during cold weather, the developing brood is hauled deep below ground level where the temperature is warmer. Other workers specialize in storing food or in keeping the mound clean. Still others stand on constant guard, ready to sound an alert. The slightest disturbance to the mound instantly rallies thousands of biting, stinging ants in defense of the colony. The aggressive fire ants wage regular warfare on all other kinds of ants they encounter. Unable to see or hear, they communicate their strategy by chemical odors called pheromones. They rarely lose a battle. Wherever fire ants have spread, they have quickly eradicated native ants, establishing themselves as the singular species. Fire ants are voracious predators. Their colonies require a huge and regular supply of food. Given to attacking in overwhelming numbers, fire ants will actually delay an attack until sufficient ants have gathered to ensure an easy conquest. Fire ants devour insects as the mainstay of their diet. They also eat earthworms, grubs, and spiders. Fire ants attack beneficial insects as well as harmful ones. They are indiscriminate killers. In many parts of the South, vast areas are scarred with more than 200 fire ant mounds per acre. In the United States, fire ants have no natural enemies. At present, there is no way to stop them. Today, fire ants infest more than 150 million acres in 9 southern states, from North Carolina to Texas. Highly adaptable, their mounds can be found nearly everywhere. In parks and playgrounds, in fields and vacant city lots, along sidewalks and roadsides, around houses, on lawns, near schools and hospitals, even in the middle of cities. The main shopping street of Gulfport, Mississippi is completely undermined with thousands of fire ant tunnels. The ants have no problem finding food and thriving. The red fire ant is a relative newcomer to this country. They arrived in Mobile, Alabama, sometime between 1933 and 1945. A few ants were probably hidden in the cargo of a freighter from their native Brazil. They jumped ship and quickly multiplied. By the early 1950s, farmers started to complain. The fire ant had begun to interfere with their livelihood. The ants' hard earth mounds clogged equipment and bent cutting blades. No longer just a bothersome pest, the fire ant was becoming a major nuisance. Complaints about the fire ant mounted quickly. Fire ants invaded bales of hay, rendering them useless as feed for animals. Field workers, whose jobs required them to spend long hours near fire ant mounds, were frequently attacked and painfully stung. Young farm animals were sometimes killed when they strayed into ant-infested pastures. A chemical war against the fire ant was launched. It began on a small scale and then escalated. Cyanide, chlordane, dieldrin, heptachlor, kepone. Virtually every insecticide known to man was used against the fire ant. Yet the number of ants only increased. They continued to spread. In 1962, a newly discovered insecticide called Mirex offered new hope for the war against the ants. Large areas of land were covered with small pellets of bait containing the insecticide. Where other chemicals had failed, this one seemed to control the ants. A fleet of vintage B-17 bombers was converted to drop insecticide. Their single mission, to destroy the fire ant. The campaign has been called the Vietnam of entomology. It lasted for years, covered vast areas of land, and cost millions of dollars. When it was over, there were more fire ants than before. The fire ants have continued to multiply and spread, and scientists are searching frantically for a new weapon against them. At the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Fire Ant Control Lab, nearly 4,000 new insecticides have been carefully tested. So far, none has proved both safe and effective. A winged fire ant queen, ready for mating. The major problem in controlling the spread of fire ants lies in their method of reproduction. Mating takes place not on the ground, but high in the air. Unfertilized winged queens are produced in large numbers by every colony. At mating time, usually in the spring, they leave the colony for a nuptial flight. A hovering cloud of winged male ants waits in the sky high above them. The queens fly up to the males to be inseminated. After their aerial rendezvous, the fertile queens fly back to the ground. Each is programmed by nature to establish a new colony wherever she lands. The queen's new colony may be located hundreds of yards or even miles from her original mound. Within a month, a small underground colony has emerged around the queen. The first generation of workers tends the developing larvae with care, keeping them warm and alive. The queen herself receives constant attention. A group of specialized workers does nothing but groom and feed her. The only way the workers can identify her is by the chemical odor or pheromone which she exudes. For the rest of her life, the queen will do nothing but lay eggs, millions of them. Each developing egg is carefully guarded and cared for. Quickly, the emerging colony will multiply in size. Scientists have isolated the queen pheromone and are attempting to use it in their struggle to control the fire ant. When the pheromone is spread on a stick, workers mistake it for the queen. They react automatically and carry it into the colony. The pheromone odor may someday serve as a way to deliver new insecticides into the core of a fire ant mound. At present, however, it is only an experiment, which holds some promise for the future. Parasitic mites sometimes infest the bodies of fire ants. This fact has led scientists to search for other organisms that could control the ant population. So far, none has been found. Viewed through an electron microscope, the tiny fire ant takes on grotesque form. Nearly half of its head area is taken up by two sharp mandibles, each with 3 points to tear and bite. The fire ant's real wallop, however, comes from its venomous stinger, not its bite. Using a tiny syringe, Agriculture Department scientist Dr. Mike Glancy carefully milks venom from a dissected fire ant. The venom is unique in the animal world. It is a burning alkaloid chemical similar to the substances found in poisonous plants. The fire ant's venom makes an accidental sting a very painful experience. The ant first bites the skin with its mandibles, then it injects poison with the stinger. The result is a painful pustule which lasts several days. Dogs that play in fire ant areas are highly vulnerable. This puppy was savagely attacked. Farm animals grazing in infested pastures frequently receive numerous painful stings. This woman fell on a fire ant mound and was badly stung. In 1974, foraging fire ants entered the window of a convalescent home and stung this woman hundreds of times. She barely survived. As the fire ant has spread, it has taken a human toll. People have died from complications such as gangrene, which developed from fire ant stings. The elderly, the allergic, and people with circulatory problems are especially vulnerable to the venom. The list of victims will undoubtedly grow. The fire ant is multiplying and spreading at an incredible rate. Today, fire ants are sweeping westward and also to the north. They are moving through Texas and are expected eventually to reach California. If a fertilized queen should land aboard a cross-country truck or stow away in someone's camping gear, they could quickly infest vast new areas. Scientists have projected that the region as far northwest as Seattle, Washington is destined to be infested by fire ants. In the Northeast, even New York City may someday be plagued by the ant. Wherever fire ants spread, they will leave their mark on those unlucky enough to encounter them. The scientific name of the fire ant is Solenopsis invicta. It means the unconquered ant. The struggle between man and insects is as old as man himself. We have rarely, if ever, gained the advantage. In the short time that fire ants have inhabited the United States, they have undergone evolutionary changes. They have quickly adapted themselves to better survive and exploit their environment. Special colonies have been found containing not one, but as many as 20,000 queens. It was recently discovered that some fire ants have adapted their bodies to store food for better survival in cold temperatures. 60 years ago, an entomologist wrote, "Since the world began, we have never exterminated, we probably shall never exterminate as much as one single insect species. If there ever was an example of an insect we cannot destroy, the fire ant is it." In 1977, the worst winter in a century struck the United States. Arctic cold gripped the Midwest for weeks on end. Great blizzards paralyzed cities of the Northeast. One desperate night in Buffalo, 8 people froze to death in marooned cars. Pat Bushnell was on the road that night.
Traffic just absolutely stopped. I was afraid of being stuck in the car all night long with the cold and the wind, running out of gas, and then what? I think that if we had to go through a real bad winter, just like we just went through, I think we'd have to think about moving someplace else.
Move where? The brutal Buffalo winter might become common all over the United States. Climate experts believe the next ice age is on its way. According to recent evidence, it could come sooner than anyone had expected. At weather stations in the far north, temperatures have been dropping for 30 years. Seacoasts, long free of summer ice, are now blocked year-round. According to some climatologists, within a lifetime, we might be living in the next ice age.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Of the 9 planets in our solar system, only Earth has conditions favorable to human life. Our existence depends on a delicate balance of climate. Despite our modern technology, we are vulnerable to the whims of weather and environment. Blanketing large areas of the Earth's surface, great storms are among nature's most frightening events.
uncontrollable tempests make us aware how fragile life on our planet really is. The comfortable cycle of spring sowing, summer growth, and fall harvest is, in terms of long history, abnormal. Only in the last 10,000 years has Earth enjoyed continuing warmth. Because of this, our population has exploded to 5 billion people. For most of the last million years, however, whole continents were buried by ice. As recently as 18,000 years ago, a mile-thick sheet stretched down from the Arctic Circle and covered what is now Seattle, Chicago, and Boston. New York Harbor was choked with ice floes. Winters were cold and snowy down to the Gulf of Mexico. All that remains of the great glaciers that once covered North America are the ice caps of the Canadian Arctic. If the ice spreads over the continent again, it is here on Baffin Island in northern Canada that the mysterious process will begin. We look to this lonely outpost for warnings of a new ice age. Straddling the Arctic Circle, Baffin Island is a harshly beautiful wilderness. It is larger than California, but not one tree grows on the entire island. The only vegetation is the stunted plant life of the tundra. Most of the inhabitants are Inuit Eskimos, whose ancestors migrated west from Greenland 1,000 years ago. Today, the island is poised on the brink of Ice Age conditions, a critical signal post for changes in the Earth's climate. According to geologists, the last major ice age began on Baffin Island 115,000 years ago. Perpetual snow spread southward over the continents. The weight of many years of snow compressed into ice. The ice grew thicker until it covered Canada, the northern United States, and Europe to a depth of 2 miles. For 100,000 years, the ice remained over large areas of the continents. Then, it retreated to the Arctic, and for the last 10,000 years, we have flourished in a warm interglacial period. Our planet is crowded. What will we do when the fragile balance of climate shifts from today's abnormal warmth and the next ice age begins?
One of the questions that I'm frequently asked is, when will this present warm interval end? And the best answer to that probably is that it has in fact already ended, and it ended 3,000 years ago right here on Baffin Island.
Dr. Gifford Miller is a glaciologist from the University of Colorado. He's been studying the climate and glaciers of Baffin Island for the past 6 years.
For the last 3,000 years, the summer temperatures have been getting colder, and the amount of precipitation, rainfall and snowfall has decreased, so that the conditions have been drier and colder. And at the same time, the glaciers have expanded. In the most recent expansion, which occurred between 300 years ago and the turn of the present century, the glaciers attained their most extensive positions that they had during the last 8,000 years. The summer of 1972 was one of the most severe summers on record, and the ice never melted that summer. And when I returned to Broughton Island, one of the local settlements here, talking to the Inuit people, and they could only tell me that their fathers had told them of a time when the ice hadn't gone out.
This once-in-a-lifetime summer ice has surprised old-time Arctic residents. Ernie Sieber is superintendent of Baffin Island National Park and has lived in the Arctic for over 20 years.
We had, in 1973, we had ice all over at the East Coast. The fjords, some of the ice in the fjords didn't even leave. And almost every year since, we had ice moving in and out of the fjords, so it looks like the climate has changed. It looks like it turned colder.
Since concern for our weather has increased, the park wardens now take daily records of temperatures, wind, and solar radiation. Weather data from stations all over the Arctic is collected and fed into central computers. Balloons are launched every day to monitor the winds and temperatures at high altitudes. The data shows that average temperatures in the Arctic have fallen dramatically over the last 30 years. In most locations, the drop has been about 2 degrees centigrade. At that rate, the descent to Ice Age temperatures could take less than 200 years. It is not only the lonely Arctic that has cooled. The whole northern hemisphere is growing steadily colder.
There is little doubt that someday the ice will return. At least 8 times in the past million years, it has advanced and retreated with clockwork regularity. If we are unprepared for the next advance, the result could be hunger and death on a scale unprecedented in all of history. What scientists are telling us now is that the threat of an ice age is not as remote as they once thought. During the lifetime of our grandchildren, Arctic cold and perpetual snow could turn most of the inhabitable portions of our planet into a polar desert.
In Greenland, the snows of centuries have piled up on the largest ice cap in the northern hemisphere. Scientists have recently discovered evidence of a climatic catastrophe. Drilling down over 1,400 meters, geologists have collected precious samples of ancient ice. Some of it fell as snow over 100,000 years ago. The ice is shipped south, where it is kept frozen at minus 35 degrees and carefully divided up for study. By separating out the 2 forms of oxygen in the ice, scientists have been able to chart the temperatures when it fell as snow. Near the bottom of the ice cap, they found traces of widespread freezing occurring with dramatic suddenness. Dr. Chester Langway is chairman of the geology department at the State University of New York, Buffalo.
We have evidence from the ice core studies that approximately 89,000 years ago, the global climate changed from one of greater warmth than today into one of glacial severity. It is possible that a tremendous volcanic event occurred, shielding the sun, cooling the Earth's temperatures, and thereby providing the explanation of the advancing glaciers. The significance of this catastrophic event is that within a 100-year period of time, that the glaciers could have re-advanced over the surface of the Earth. It is possible that we may enter into such a cold climate almost instantaneously in the very near future.
If the climate does suddenly cool, will we survive the change? "18,000 years ago, Manhattan Island was buried under a mile of ice. Where the Hudson River flows today, there was a huge glacier. Pack ice filled the ocean off Long Island. We're only beginning to understand the cyclic history of the ice, but evidence is mounting that another ice age is due. The most persuasive data comes from beneath the sea. The research ship Vima sails the world's oceans, taking samples of sediments deposited long ago. A crew of scientists rig a long cylinder and drop it vertically to the ocean floor. The cylinder dredges up mud from the seabed in the form of long cores. The types of tiny fossils found at different levels in the core shows the sea temperatures of the past. Geologists have collected enough sea cores to form a detailed history of climate during the last 1,000,000 years. The cores are analyzed at the Lamont Doherty Geological Laboratory of Columbia University. Dr. James Hayes leads the research.
The climatic record in these deep-sea cores tells us that there have been 8 ice ages in the last 700,000 years. It also tells us when they have occurred. This provides us with a test of various theories of the ice ages. We now have a theory that tells us that changes in the shape of the Earth's orbit act as a pacemaker for the ice age succession. Since this theory can precisely predict when ice ages occurred in the past, which can be tested against these deep-sea cores, it also can predict when ice ages will occur in the future. From this theory, we can say with confidence that we are currently heading toward another ice age.
In the winter of 1976-77, one storm after another buried the Northeast under record amounts of snow. Months of brutal cold made much of the nation seem like the Arctic. In Chicago, temperatures hovered at 19 degrees below zero. Dayton, 21 degrees below zero. Cincinnati, 25 degrees below zero. Of all the hard-hit places, Buffalo, New York provides the best lesson. That unfortunate city had 44 consecutive days of snow. The first sudden blizzard paralyzed traffic. Thousands were forced to abandon their cars and seek refuge from the storm. Some who didn't were found frozen. As the storms continued, the resources of government were strained. Snowplows had to be flown in by the Air Force. Even the National Guard couldn't keep up with the unrelenting snow. Just how long can a modern city hold out when whole regions are cut off from food and fuel? When the weather turns on us again, how thin is the margin between life and death? When the snowfall finally stopped, downtown Buffalo lay quiet and deserted. Businesses remained closed for weeks. The airport was unusable. There was no way to reach or leave the city. The mail could not go through. Supplies of food and drugs ran perilously low. Ambulances could not reach the sick. For the old and infirm, it was a time of pain and misery. Suppliers of natural gas had to put emergency plans into effect, cutting off thousands of users. Electrical utilities ordered temporary blackouts. Fire engines froze in the sub-zero cold. In the suburbs, strong winds piled the snow in drifts as high as 30 feet. Many people had to enter their homes through second-story windows. No matter how much snow was cleared, fresh storms brought in more. Snowmobiles, the only viable form of transportation, were pressed into emergency service. Pat Bushnell remembers how the Buffalo storm began.
It was terrible. It was the worst winter that we have ever had around here. When I left work, knowing it was bad, but still thinking I could get home, gone maybe 3 miles from work and realized that the roads were closed at that point. You couldn't walk. The wind coming right off the lake at that point, it's right in downtown Buffalo, was so brutal that you just couldn't walk. So I sat for a while, just sat and waited in the car, and finally, realized that it was hopeless. The thought of freezing to death, that's kind of frightening. My worst fear at that point was the children. I was worried sick about them. They were in the house alone. That was the biggest worry. To go through that every year just wouldn't be worth the fight. And it's a fight. It's a real fight.
500,000 workers in the United States were laid off because of fuel shortages. Hundreds died of illness made worse by the cold. Had the storms continued much longer, Millions would have been in jeopardy for lack of food and fuel. The experience of 1977 leads us to imagine the disaster the future might bring. In the descent to an ice age, one severe winter would follow another. Eventually, the snows of Buffalo would never melt. Increased demand for heating fuel would trigger an energy crisis beyond anything we can imagine. Winters in Dallas and Atlanta would grow cold and icy. Snows would blanket Southern California and northern Florida. The people of Mississippi and Alabama would have to contend with old-fashioned New England winters. Icy winds would sweep the Kansas wheat fields. Colorado's summer grazing lands would resemble the Arctic tundra. In California, glaciers would advance from the Sierra Nevada toward the fertile San Joaquin Valley. Food production would plummet. Prices would soar out of sight. Every winter, the line of year-round snow would move further and further south. If the catastrophic event of 89,000 years ago repeats itself, the ice could return within a single lifetime. If an ice age is coming, what can we do to stop it? Nuclear energy might be used to loosen polar ice caps. Sea ice could be melted by covering it with black soot to increase the absorption of sunlight. Dr. Steven Schneider is a climatologist from the National Center for Atmospheric Research.
Can we do these things? Yes. But will they make things better? I'm not sure. We can't predict with any certainty what's happening to our own climatic future. How can we come along and intervene then in that ignorance? You could melt the ice caps. What would that do to the coastal cities? The cure could be worse than disease. Would that be better or worse than the risk of an ice age?
If the polar ice melted completely, sea level would rise 180 feet. New Orleans, San Francisco, and New York would be submerged. Clearly, one of the future's great problems will be to survive the next ice age. Earth, water, air, and ice comprise a delicate system in which everything is connected to everything else.
It's the interaction between people and climate that worry me the most, because with everyone jammed in countries, locked in national boundaries, a change in climate means a redistribution of where the rain is, where the growing seasons are. My worst fear is that the climate could induce a change in some country that would be devastating to their local survivability, and that would lead them to desperate acts that can drag everybody else down.
In the past, weather disasters have fostered a spirit of mutual concern. When drastic changes in our climate occur, hopefully, the same acts of courage and cooperation will prevail. The Bible says mankind's first home was a garden paradise called Eden. God created Adam and Eve to tend the garden. He warned them never to eat from the tree of knowledge. One day, a serpent hissed a jealous message to Eve. If you eat the forbidden fruit, you will become as wise as your Creator. first woman and man succumbed to temptation. God feared his creations would next eat from the tree of life. He cast Adam and Eve from the garden and gave mankind a legacy of earthly toil. There is another legacy, a longing to rediscover the place where it all began. Far from the great cities of the ancient world lies a desert island. In the remote interior of the island, only sparse brush grows, and a great solitary tree. No water flows here, but the tree has existed as long as anyone remembers. The people who live on the island say it is the tree of life.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The dawn of civilization is thought to have occurred in that part of the world we now call the Middle East. The Great Pyramids of Egypt have endured nearly 5,000 years. In the epic journey of mankind, however, they are relatively recent milestones. The builders of the pyramids grappled with the same question that puzzles modern men. Where did it all begin? One answer lies in the Judeo-Christian tradition of an earthly paradise that existed somewhere in the Middle East.
Biblical scholars have devoted lifetimes to interpreting the section of Genesis which describes the location of Eden. A passage in the Old Testament states that Eden was watered by a stream which rose out of the garden and branched out into 4 rivers: the Tigris, Euphrates, Pishon, and Gihon. The Tigris and Euphrates are familiar enough. But what are the Pishon and Gihon? Where are they in the modern world?
The great river of Egypt is the Nile, thought by some to be the Gihon of Genesis. There would be no city of Cairo without the Nile, only desert. To the ancients, the river was a god. All their great monuments and temples were built near its banks. The obelisk at Karnak took nearly a decade to quarry, transport, and erect. The holiest of monuments here was not stone, however. It was the sacred pool, symbol of life in the desert. Water is a recurrent theme in all accounts of mankind's beginnings. If we assume that the Nile is the western boundary of the search for Eden, it is to the rising sun that we must look for clues to the location of the 4th river. To the east of Karnak is the Red Sea, separating Africa from the Arabian Peninsula. Freighters and tankers have recently inundated these waters, but the coast of Arabia is no stranger to commerce. Jeddah is the major seaport, bustling with the enormous wealth Arab oil has brought. Modern office buildings are rising from the arid soil, rapidly crowding out the ramshackle structures of an earlier, quieter time. Jeddah is the Arabic word for grandmother, and although the city is the gateway to the holiest shrines of Islam, it has great significance to Christians and Jews as well. A rubble-strewn plot of ground is all that remains of a great Christian shrine destroyed by Muslim zealots in 1928. The shrine marked the legendary tomb of Eve, grandmother of humanity. The burden of their fall from grace weighed heavily on Adam and Eve. Tradition has it they separated when they were cast out from Eden. Eve made her way across the desert to the place that is her namesake, Jeddah. There, she died. Of all the modern Arab states, Arabia clings most tenaciously to its past. It is the land of Muhammad, and long before him, the great Jewish king Solomon mined gold here. Legends are not easily dismissed in a place with such a rich history. Arabia is a land of seeming contradictions. Gasoline is virtually free, but water is sold for 25 cents a glass. Part of the price, perhaps, for Eve's temptation. Men are taught that toil was the legacy of Adam and Eve's fall. The same tradition which says Eve wandered in the desert says Adam struggled in the Judean wilderness. In Judea, nomads still tend their flocks in the hills above the Dead Sea. Beyond the wilderness is Jerusalem, where the old ways are honored as they are in Jeddah. Pious Jews chant prayers at a wall built 2,000 years ago by Herod. Near this sacred and ancient place, Adam is said to have emerged from the wilderness. A beautiful mosque stands above Herod's wall. It is among the most sacred shrines of the Muslim faith. The delicate Arabic script inlaid in tile is from the Quran. It tells of Muhammad's struggle to return mankind to the purity Eden represents to all faiths. The great dome of the mosque vaults an ancient place with immense religious significance. On an ancient rock, Abraham is said to have offered to sacrifice his son. Muhammad is believed to have stepped from the rock into heaven. It is also the place, one tradition says, where Adam returned to die. The persistent question remains, where is the fourth river mentioned in Genesis? The traditional resting places of Adam and Eve are east of the Nile. East of Jeddah and Jerusalem are the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. In the second millennium before Christ, that part of the world watered by the two rivers was ruled by the Assyrians. They were searching for paradise too, and may have found it in the great gulf where the Tigris and Euphrates empty.
I am Ashurbanipal, king of the Assyrians. My legions are the most powerful on earth. From Mesopotamia, we strike west into Egypt and south into the Gulf of Araby. There's great wealth in the Gulf, wealth to feed my armies. But there's more. Stories of a place called Dilmun. It's said that no one dies there, and the natives pluck pearls from the ocean like dates from a palm. If there is such a place, it shall be mine.
Into the Gulf, Ashurbanipal sent advance elements of his army. The scouts returned with incredible reports. It seemed there was a land called Dilmun. The inhabitants did pluck pearls from the ocean like dates from a palm. Flowers bloomed, scenting the air with their perfume. The date palms were heavy with fruit. Ashurbanipal's men had never seen such abundance. Everywhere there was greenery, lush and inviting. On a Dilmun seal, a tree flanked by two mysterious figures. The record of Ashurbanipal's expedition gives us one of the earliest indications that Adam and Eve's garden might have existed, might still exist. Thus, the key to finding Eden and the fourth river of Genesis may lie in finding Dilmun, somewhere in the Persian Gulf. To understand the Middle East, one must study the sea. Long before the ancient Phoenicians were probing the Mediterranean from their harbors in modern-day Lebanon, the great ocean gulf separating Arabia from Persia was already alive with commerce. The same tools and techniques that built ancient sailing ships are still in use today. Nautical craftsmanship has been handed down through 100 generations. With little more than a saw and their memories, these men build the sturdy boats that sail the Gulf. From Arabia in the west come ships laden with date wine and spun cotton. From Persian cities in the east, ships return with exotic vegetables and spices from India. Many nations have claimed the Gulf as their own. One place has seen them all come and move on. Bahrain is a small island off the east coast of Arabia. Its people have enjoyed an influence far beyond their numbers or the size of their homeland. Through Bahrain's seaport at Manama City flows the wealth of the Gulf. The islands have been independent only since 1971. Before that, Bahrain was a British protectorate. Before that, it was Persian. Before that, Portuguese. Many nations have ruled Bahrain, but she has always retained an exotic individuality. Perhaps nowhere else in the Arab world is there a stronger work ethic. The day begins early. By noon, it is too hot to work. Breakfast may be fresh Arab bread. A bitter green coffee is ritually shared by merchants preparing for the day. By 5 a.m., the vegetable market is ready for business. Each vendor is a specialist, selling melon from Egypt, citrus from Lebanon, or lush homegrown produce. The merchants squat in the dust, ready to bargain. It has been this way for thousands of years. Bahrain has a resiliency that allows old and new to exist in harmony. A modern refinery turns Saudi Arabian oil into gasoline. The Bahrainis have little oil themselves. They do have the ability to exploit a good thing when they see it. By being invaluable to bigger, more powerful neighbors, Bahrain assures its unique place in the world. The pulse of the Gulf may well be the rush of oil through pipelines, but oil plays no part in Genesis. Water is the fluid of Eden, nectar of the desert. To keep decorative trees alive under Bahrain's brutal sun, they must be watered daily. Water is Bahrain's secret. The Potter's Kiln is built into a huge rock mound that may tell much about Bahrain's special relationship with water. There are dozens of the large mounds on the island. Archaeologist P.B. Cornwall was the first to recognize their significance. In 1940, he dug into one of the mounds and discovered that it was a tomb, probably a royal tomb, and probably older than the Great Pyramid at Giza. 5,000 years older than the modern graveyard at its base. There are perhaps 50,000 smaller mounds on the island, most of them long since looted. They tell us that the ancient population of Bahrain was large and affluent, rich enough to accord death a status surpassed only by the pharaohs of Egypt. And they place this lost civilization in the same millennium as the Assyrian domination of the north, When King Ashurbanipal sent his men to find Dilmun, they returned with reports of a civilization that defied death. Near an oasis is the ghost of a much later military expedition. In the 16th century, the Portuguese invaded Bahrain and built a fort to protect their trade route to the Far East. Without realizing it, the invaders were building on the ruins of a civilization that had dominated the same trade routes long before their Portuguese ancestors had ever put to sea. The first major excavation of the site was begun in 1953 by Professor Geoffrey Bibby. It revealed a sophisticated dwelling, complete with what appears to be an altar. More intriguing was the discovery of a limestone basin, which probably held fresh water. The reservoir fed into a walled channel built 20 feet below the surface of the ground. Clearly, an advanced irrigation system. The underground water supply could be tapped from well-like chimneys constructed along the course of the channel. Bibby thought they probably served the additional function of allowing silt deposits to be removed from the waterway. Dozens of the stone chimneys appear in the desert at intervals of about 100 yards. Fresh water remains abundant elsewhere on the island, welling up from the ground to fill natural rock basins. Bahrain is surrounded by the salt waters of the Gulf. The sea is absorbed into the limestone bedrock of the island and percolates upward in a natural filtration process. The result is the most wonderful of all things in the desert, a miracle, an oasis. If we are to believe Genesis, then Adam and Eve must have frolicked in just such a place. Perhaps we have found the fourth river, which the Bible says takes us to Eden. It may very well be the great river flowing beneath Bahrain. Where there is water in Bahrain, the desert explodes with life and color. If we take Genesis as a mixture of revelation and allegory, then it is likely the author had a real place in mind when he described Eden. You might have been familiar with the Sumerian legend of the semi-divine king named Gilgamesh. In search of immortality, Gilgamesh travels to the land of Dilmun. There, Gilgamesh learns that he must pursue the flower of immortality, which is found at the bottom of the sea. By eating the flower, Gilgamesh will become immortal. The story doesn't end happily. A serpent appears, steals the flower, and eats it. Man's old adversary once again robs him of everlasting life. The biblical similarities are obvious. There is more, however. The flower of immortality at the bottom of the sea could be a figure of speech for the pearls Bahrain is famous for. The ancient inhabitants of Bahrain had a peculiar custom. In their burial mounds, they placed a basket. Inside the basket, they placed a snake and a symbolic pearl. On Bahrain, as in Genesis, the garden gives way to desert. Few creatures willingly leave the oasis to take their chances in the wilderness just beyond the last blade of grass. Adam and Eve had a choice. They chose knowledge instead of life and were cast out. Mankind's prospects seemed bleak as the interior of Bahrain. If there's a single lesson to be learned from the great faiths, however, perhaps it is hope. The tree of life may not be lost forever. In one last astonishing parallel to the biblical Eden, we find a great tree growing in the Bahrain waste. It seems to thrive where nothing else can. Its shade beckons across the sun-hazed desert floor. Few of the people who live on this island have ever heard of the Garden of Eden, yet they call this the Tree of Life. If we never again achieve the garden, it will certainly not be because we lost our way in our dreams. There is intense curiosity among a handful of scholars and scientists who know that the real story of Bahrain hasn't been told. Money for archaeological work is always scarce, and what there is of it is more likely to be spent on glamour digs in Egypt. Those who work here do so out of deep commitment. Piecing together a lost civilization is not as easy as piecing together a pot. Time may be running out. Saudi Arabia plans to build a causeway from the mainland to Bahrain. It will cut through thousands of Dilmun burial mounds. It would be tragic to lose the Garden of Eden a second time.